Bill McKenna's here.
All right.
Oh,
And good morning. Welcome to World Cognomovement Day. This is going to be a blast. So much good stuff gets shared on this. Obviously, we'd love to have you here all day. I know some of you have got things to do. You may come and go. And it's also going to be recorded as well. So there's the valuable stuff that you're going to learn and use. You can rewatch and continue to get the benefit of it.
yeah, mostly today is going to be a ton of fun. You guys are going to get an inside look at what it's like in one of our, kind of our practitioner meetings. Like our practitioners have showed up today to tell their stories and to give you a mini session. So every hour, there's a mini session, including this one. Every hour, you're going to hear some amazing things from amazing people that have used Cognomovement to change their life, but lots of other things too. Like these are spectacular humans. So today's going to be really fun and really uplifting. If you'll put your where you're from in the chat and how you heard about Cognomovement, that would be amazing. I see some of our practitioners have joined already. So we're going to let everybody kind of file in. We are getting ourselves on YouTube. So if you're here in YouTube land, good morning. Good morning. So I want to start off the morning, Bill McKenna and Leah Larson, about what we've been talking about behind the scenes. And I think what a lot of the world is talking about. And it's shifting timelines, changing your reality, and what that really means. Yesterday, we had one of these experiences. Have you ever been in kind of just a funk for absolutely no reason? Raise your hand in the chat if that has happened to you. How about you, Bill McKenna? Have you ever been in a funk for absolutely no reason?
I think it was something like, I don't know, 40 some years.
Yeah, it's true. Like all of the different forces that are happening on the planet, like stuff in the news, stuff that's going on in our family, the Schumann resonance, election year. I mean, the list goes on and on and on for why we feel funky, or sometimes you just roll out of bed. You've heard that saying, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. You ever heard that one, Bill McKenna? Or in the wrong bed for some of us?
That's a whole different. That's
different. No, you're right. That is different, but it can be the reason for a funk as well, right? So here's the thing about this. So how does a funk and timelines, shifting reality, what do they have to do with each other? Well, everything, as Bill likes to say, as it turns out, everything. So every reality, every possibility actually is right here all around. Did you guys know that? Like law of attraction kind of makes us feel like we got to draw it in or pull it. I always see it as like a kite, a kite fighting against you and you're trying to pull it in, but there's lightning striking your manifestation and it doesn't want to come. But it's not really like that. Literally all the possibilities are just around. And the reason you can't see them are things like a funk, right, Bill?
Yeah, absolutely. So our reality quite literally is dependent upon how we're feeling, our physiological certainty of it. Like you're pretty certain things suck when you're in a funk, right?
Right.
I am physiologically certain that things are not going well and that I don't feel good because pick your external stimulus or lack of stimulus. But this is a really interesting, it's an interesting kind of thing that I wish I knew when I was in kindergarten. Like, because I would have had probably a different life. But then again, you know how that goes. I never would have been here in the first, but this certainty, this physiological certainty that we have is actually something we can utilize we can access a different certainty. Like you were certain about, like Liz was talking about the certainty of winning or that things were going to go well. And what happened?
Yeah, let's break that down a little bit though for everybody. So consider your most recent funk. Some of you may be in it, and that's why you're on this call. Some of you may have just passed or you're entering into one. Consider what it felt like. And consider the way life was going while you were in it, right? If you watch, it's an exact match. And you're like, well, there's proof. There's proof that everything sucks because there it is. Everything sucks. But there's a very particular way it feels. And it's not just one part of your body. If you remember back or notice it, it's like there's a tension, a physical tension. You're holding yourself in a particular way. I'll notice myself with my shoulders up around my ears, right? Like, I have to physically like push them back down. Or there's tension in your back. But you will notice that physically, the body is holding itself kind of in a weird way. And there's tension or pain, right? You'll recognize it. Like, when you're in a funk, like you've got tension across your shoulders, in your back, in your neck, headache, right? So that's one layer of it. And part of it is pushing against the discomfort, whatever's happening in your life, all your reasons you got a funk. And then there's the next layer. And it's also a sensation, but most people don't think of it that way. And it's the emotional part. So what layers onto the tension? Is it, I'm sad. I'm sad. Things aren't working out. Or I am just freaking pissed, anger, right? Or is it doubt, confusion, right? And that also has a very particular sensation to you, but it's like another layer. It's a layer cake of funkfulness. I just made up that word. You understood it. So it's real. Funkfulness. Somebody write it down. It's going in Webster's. So the layer cake, right? So there's tension and then there's emotion layered on top of it. And the emotion is the part that we really believe. Those of us who have intuition, we really believe those emotions, right? The problem is then when you've got this layer of tension below it and then an emotion on top of it, your intuition may really be just a result of this funk that you're in, right? And it holds you in a very particular perspective, right? So the emotion almost always goes back to some other time in your life, right? How do I recognize that you're going to hurt my feelings? Well, I've experienced it before, so I know it's here now. That's my emotion. Or I know that I'm going to be angry at that because I've experienced it before. My mom used to get angry like this, and now I have the emotion. Emotion is almost always linked to somewhere in the past or somewhere in the present. It's rarely now. Consider a really big misunderstanding. Bill McKenna, have you ever had a really big misunderstanding where you are freaked out until you realize it's not what you think? You ever had that moment?
Gosh, that one had happened so many times. And it could go on, embarrassingly enough, for a decade. It's not just like, oh, certainly I've had them for a day, or a few hours, that like, oh my God, and then,
And
the
how
truth,
certain were you of it, that you were right in your perspective?
absolutely 100% certain. And you know what? Once you get really certain and you have that feeling in your body and you're super certain, you look for the evidence to validate it. But here's the weird thing is when faced with the contrary, then you're like, it's very hard to actually embrace it. Winston Churchill, me and Liz love the statement, Winston Churchill, said, most men will occasionally stumble across the truth and then promptly ignore it. And that's because you're really certain that that's the case. And even when it's in your best interest to you know what, here's the truth, and you're like, still no, and then because your system is really rejecting it, physiologically.
Well, let's put a pin in that for just a sec, because there is a thing that happens, and we'll come back to Bill's story. There's a thing that happens right after you actually realize it was a misunderstanding and the thing that you thought happened didn't happen at all. But let's back up, because before that, there's another stack of this layer cake of funkfulness. So the physical body's tense, right? The emotion is telling us danger, 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 fire alarms, right? Nervous system's pulling the fire alarms. I recognize this one. On some level, I'm about to die somewhere, whether it's a hurt feeling, whether it's anger, I need to, fist fight my way out of it, or whether, what are some of the other ones? Grief, whether I'm in deep, deep sadness and grief, like there's the emotion and the physical sensation. They kind of drive upward. And where do they drive upward to? Right here, your thoughts. So now the only thing that your thoughts can do is match the tension and the emotion. This is why it's so hard to change your mind. So hard. It is like changing your mind is like fighting with a toddler or a terrorist, neither of which is going to budge. They're dug in, right? But when you're in this physiological certainty, your mind is going to match that. And the thoughts are going to send signals back down like, we're in a fight. Yeah, we're in a fight. Emotions, physiology. Yeah, we're in a fight. Oh, we're going to have to beat somebody up. Yeah, we're going to have to beat somebody up, get the adrenaline flowing, right? So then imagine what the next layer, the frosting on the layer cake, your consciousness is doing at that time. It's usually probably like, hey, no, hey, but you can't hear it. Your awareness, which is what we often call consciousness, your awareness in that moment is fight or flight. That's it, nothing else. So this funk continues to round and round from mind to body, and you are so certain that what you can see is about here. Right? And when you're in a funk, think about this, you guys. Do you really turn your head? Do you really look around? Do you move your eyes, or are you like this? I mean, the tension alone keeps you in that state. It's kind of funny to think about it. It's not funny when it's in it. It's real, right? But then when you have a tool like Cognomovement that is invented to help a person change this particular state, something else happens. So Bill, walk everybody through what you experienced when all of a sudden the moment came when you realized your funk was not even, it was a misunderstanding. Walk everybody through what you experienced happening to your physiology.
Well, for me, when I realized, the very first thing about it is rejection. First of all, I don't want, there's part of me that didn't want out. It wanted to be, like, I simply no, I need to hold position because I'm right. And you know what? Maybe this is kind of, this has gone on so damn long. I'm kind of comfortable in it. Kind of, you know what? You get comfortable in it. I almost, I had many experiences of this, of this comfort. Like things finally they're so bad for so long, you kind of get comfortable in it. I was in the hospital after my skydiving accident. I nearly died, lost half my blood internally bleeding, broke my face. That's why I look like this. Broke my chest, my back, my leg was, they wanted to take it off. I still got a leg. It's crooked, but it still works. I like it. I'll work on my
Attached is good. Attached
attached
is
is
good.
good.
It's
I'll
good.
take it crooked anyway. But it went on obviously for so long. You get into a rhythm, and it's just how things are, and you're in it, being caretaken, and you kind of fall into it. Now there's been many other times, breakups, or other situations that life collapses, or maybe just simply misunderstandings, which put you in a temporary state. But what I noticed is that now I notice it. At the time I didn't, but I noticed that for me, my shoulders kind of come down. I have a little bit of tension in this, particularly in the left one. My vision had collapsed, and by
Yeah.
vision I mean collapsed. I This is really important. This sounds so stupid simple, but I think everybody can relate to it. Everybody has traveled to a different city, some internationally, some a vacation. Maybe you went to Hawaii, maybe you went to Paris, maybe you were down in the Florida Keys. And it was like your dream to go to the Florida Keys. At one point, I had the dream of going to Florida Keys, because, that Jimmy Buffett lifestyle situation, God rest his soul. And I, when I got down there, even though I was in this, kind of funky state, but what happened is my peripheral vision opened up. And maybe you can relate to this. You're the way it kind of feels is you're open, and you're absorbing like all the cool things that are going on around you. It's kind of, you're observing everything, and your vision literally opens way up, and your posture changes. It's like, yeah, actually this is okay, things are all right, and things are interesting. You are able to literally take in a lot more data, information, the sights and sounds and everything expands, and your body relaxes, and it actually begins to feel good. So that is the physiological kind of response of my body and the way it behaves. And I noticed that this is very much in line with a lot of other people.
So in the moment, Bill, you're 40-year funk. In the moment, there had to have been a moment where there was an aha. Can you recall the moment when all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, that is not what I thought it was. That's not even what happened. It's something entirely different. Do you remember the moment?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Especially, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm trying to keep in a little container here, Bill. So I'm trying to get you to talk about the second. Go back in time. The second it occurred to you that what you thought was true wasn't. Did you guys see him just take a big deep breath? His nervous system remembers. What do you remember about what changed physiologically in that moment?
Yeah, it's a real kind of a mind screw, where you have to accept another reality, and it's not the negative reality that you had put a person into a box in, and it's it feels good. Your body relaxes. Obviously there's kind of stages to it, because there's the rejection, there's a little bit of embarrassment of actually, I did this. It was me. It was me.
Ding, ding, ding. That was the word I was looking for. It was a different reality. And it really is true. Your body will hold you very much in a timeline. And the minute it changes, the minute you realize that, oh my God, that's not even what happened, your body relaxes and you take a deep breath and you start to look around and you literally see every new thing that adds up to the thing you just realized is the truth. So the truth, unfortunately, is super malleable from your perspective based on this physiological certainty. In one moment, you are certain the world is ending, everything is going wrong, it's going off the rails. And only a second or two later, you're like, oh, wait, everything's fine. So we can actually do that. And this is really the underpinnings of cogno movement. We can learn to do that instantly, to change that feeling in the body, the physiological certainty, to one that matches what you do want. So yesterday, I mean, for the past week, Leah and I, we were in a funk. We had some funkfulness going on. And, sometimes we get stubborn and we'll like do a half-assed cognitive movement session, or maybe get out of the habit of doing our dailies. I'm telling on myself, I do. And you want to wander around in the funk a little bit. You want to, I deserve to be tired. I deserve to be cranky, right? So the body's feeling tight. You know what I noticed, you guys? I noticed for those few days, and I think sometimes for me, it's research going through my own funk. I felt old. I noticed that my joints didn't want to move. I noticed that moving around the planet felt uncomfortable and too tight. Well, then yesterday, Lee and I got back on our sessions and kicked him out and had a couple of really great sessions, each of us on our own. We got to talking about a possibility. Something all of a sudden we realized once our bodies were relaxed, once the emotion of crank was gone, and we started to realize a new reality, a new possibility. Well, later on in the day, Bill and I had somebody said the full moon was a doozy. I will blame it on that. Sure. And Bill and I had a meeting for an upcoming interview. And, they're always kind of a little tense and hard. It's a lot of getting through details. But we showed up at this meeting and it was like, hey, this outline is great. It's everything I need. And for the rest of the meeting with the producer, we got to play. Didn't we, Bill? We got to play.
Yeah, it was just fun. I mean, we actually got to give the producer an experience and just talk about fun things. And so it was a very different business meeting. You can imagine just actually having fun.
Yeah.
And was fun.
And it could have been tough, like it generally is. It could have been a lot of things. But a lot of, because we got a chance to talk to him and get to know him, a lot of opportunity may have arisen for all of us together. And all the new ideas just were popping and flowing. And we were having a great time where just a few hours before that, we were certain probably the world was going to fall out of the gravity rotation and fly off into the galaxy and probably burn up somewhere in the sun, right? So did our reality change? Absolutely. We stepped into a timeline in which everything was easy and the future opened up about 1,000 new possibilities, where likely if we'd gone into the meeting feeling how we did before, there would have been none. So the idea of changing your timeline, changing a reality very, very instantly, and even the reality of what's going on with other people is quite real if you can understand how to change your physiological certainty. However you feel creates the certainty of what will happen next in your life. So if you're willing to do cogno sessions, mini ones every day, by 7 days, you're a different human because you're constantly aware. What is my certainty? What is my body deciding is going to happen today? Because it will drive your mind in a certain direction. So I was thinking, Bill McKenna, that this morning, let's start off the day with a session that really brings people into some love or some joy or, that great feeling. So the possibilities are really expanded. You up for it?
Wonderful.
What are you going to do?
Okay. Well, this one is going to be spectacularly fun. And this session is around your cognomovement love direction. And we're going to take you through this phenomenon. If you get this one thing, it is going to change your life forever. Just this one thing. And it is something that needs to be shared with the world. This discovery that we're going to take you through, this love direction, is a neurological circuit that we're going to give you access to and show you how to access this, where you are going to easily be in a positive place, a feeling of love, appreciation, gratitude, automatically. For many of you, like myself, forgiveness of a certain situation or person was really hard. Imagine if there was an I position where you saw another reality. You came closer to the truth. And you were able, because you came closer to the truth, you're able to let go. Or the biggest problem in your life, how would you like it if we could show you a position of your eyes today where the problem simply went away? Like, oh my God, it's the biggest problem in my life. And, oh, actually, you know what? It's not that big of a deal. Actually, I could just do it this way. Actually, I love that person. Actually, I no longer care about that. This position is so valuable, is so incredibly valuable because it will jump you into the fourth and fifth dimensions. Now, for many of you, you've already been through our class on that, we call it the mole, the map of the levels of awareness levels, mole. If you haven't seen that, I believe Leah can help you with that. But the mole, the different dimensions that we live in have different laws and rules. The important thing here is that all of those funk-filled, or what was Liz, what was your word now? The new word?
Funkfulness.
Funkfulness. Liz's funkfulness, it puts us into the third dimension, which has certain laws. And these laws are very familiar to us, like linear time. There's 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour. That's a law of the third dimension. We're all very familiar with it. The police use it all the time to make sure that we're not going over 65 miles an hour. Now, amazingly, in different dimensions, time operates differently, manifesting operates differently as well. In the third dimension, it's very hard. It's like, as Liz was saying, it's the kite that she was talking about earlier, and the lightning striking the kite. You're trying to manifest something and everything is so hard. Now, that's a third dimension experience. In the fourth dimension, things, you think about it, and synchronicities, coincidences started happening. I am releasing in the fourth dimension my judgments, my assumptions, and I begin to actually like me. I have a feeling emerging a feeling of, you know what, I'm okay. I'm all right. And so is everybody else. And in the fifth dimension, I become one. Now, in the fifth dimension, I think I think banana. I think, okay, banana, bang, banana. This is fifth dimension. I didn't actually do that, but yes, but literally, boop, pop, banana. So the key here, listen up, these are gems. If you get this, the entry point into the fifth dimension is my good feeling, absent my fears, absent my judgments. I just feel great, and I accept you how you are. So the exercise we're starting with, this love direction, if I could simply, number one, find it, which we're going to do with you today, this first exercise, I find it when I am in that funk or whatever, or somebody's really doing it, they're doing it again. And to find this position, and without the big effort, everybody, if you're on this call, you're a being, you're already an evolving being. You wouldn't be here, you're just not going to show up. But still, we have struggles, all of us, myself included. But being able to say, okay, I'm going to take the express lane, and I know where mine is. Mine happens to be here and here. Now, and then I have another one like right here, which was self-love down here. But we have seen them everywhere. Yesterday, the producer was over here. Now, and other people will have it not hard over. They'll have it like Kristen. Kristen has hers like right out to the, I think hers is over to her left and just down a little bit, but 3/4. Correct? This Kristen, we'll highlight Kristen, our wonderful Kristen. Kristen is an owner of a HeartMath Institute, HRV. This is heart rate variability and heart-brain coherence. She's showing it there. I don't know if we can highlight Kristen for everyone.
Hey, Bill, just a little time check. We have to finish this exercise until 5 minutes before the hour. I'll replace Kristen. Here we go.
There she is. That's our Kristen.
Hi, Kristen.
And when my point of showing Kristen is this device is a scientific device which shows the coherence in between heart and brain. She was able to do this within maybe 2 minutes, I think. 2 minutes. There is a score of the coherence in between your head and heart. And this has everything to do with many, many positive things in your life. But a score of 1 is good, 2 is better, 3 is outstanding. Within 2 minutes, Kristen had gotten over 7.2. Just, whoa, awesome. So without further ado, we're going to begin the process. I want everybody to simply close your eyes. Close your eyes. And I want you to think of someone that you love non-romantically. Now, this can be a pet. This can be, but I don't want you to think of somebody and throw yourself into grief. Many of us have lost that person. Don't do it. pump the brakes, choose something else. If I cannot access love from a person or pet, what I'd like you to do is simply to think of a divine experience. Many of you on this call have had like ultimate experiences of the divine or beauty, awe, awe of beauty. Like you're overtaken with joy. Take yourself to a time and place where you could really feel it. Where you could really feel it. Now, I'm going to attempt to shortcut this for you, but you need to feel this. Take yourself to the time and place where this happened. Now, this exercise, you will find the love position, this love direction within a millimeter. As we move your eyes, there'll be a place where millimeter by millimeter, we find it and it kicks up. The feeling is dramatically accentuated. Then you move a few more millimeters and it's like somebody turned the lights out. It's like, I can't feel it anymore. You know, there's an on switch and an off switch. I'm going to find the on switch. Okay. So we're going to try to shortcut this. So I want you to lift your eyes up towards the ceiling. The head is straight and level. You're going to look up at the ceiling. And you need to really feel that feeling of love or beauty or awe. And what you're going to do, the eyes are open. Open your eyes, looking straight up at the ceiling. Now, we're going to do a run from the 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Imagine there's a big clock, okay? And the very first round, we're going to do this quickly and we're going to try and narrow down the area that it's in. So the very first 12 to 3, I'm going to walk you through and you're going to notice, do I feel it a little bit more? And you're just going to move millimeter by millimeter. Now, when I say this, the way to do this is to physically look at your ceiling. Physically look, and you need to stay in the feeling of love. I'm going to remind you. Ready? This first round is going to go quickly to try to find the quarter section. Ready? And feel the love. Feel the love. Now we're moving 1 minute as if that's a physical 1 minute. Feel the love. Move 1 minute again. We're noticing increases and decreases. Move again 1 minute. Feel the love. Another minute. Another minute. We're halfway to the 1 o'clock position. Move another minute. Again, love. Again, love. Again, love. Again, love. You're at the 1 o'clock position. Again, love. Stay in the love. Again. 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 And again. You're now at the 2 o'clock position. Move. Move. Feel the love. Move. Feel the love. Move. 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 You're now at 3 o'clock. We're going to continue on. Move. 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 Feel the love. Move. 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 And feel the love. You're at the 4 o'clock position. Move. 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 You're at the 5 o'clock position. Move. 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 Feel the love. Move. 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 And we're at the 6 o'clock position. Close your eyes for a second. Give yourself a little break. Still continue to feel the love. Relax your eyes for just a second. Take a breath. In the chat, if someone found what they believe is an area that it elevated, if you'll put that in the chat. Now, this is the very first part of this exercise. We're moving very quickly. This is going to be refined, where you'll find the exact position. Okay. Okay. Someone had felt it in the 1 o'clock position. Okay. Now, when you feel this, because we are moving so fast through this right now, you're going to, some of you are going to like, oh, I think it's around there. Now, the beautiful thing is that you've narrowed it down, for example, to that 1 o'clock position. It'll become like a very fine tuning, literally millimeter by millimeter. And once you hit that exact millimeter pop, you'll feel it. Ready? Here we go again. We're at the 6 o'clock position. Ready? And feel the love. Feel it. Here we go. All the way down at 6 o'clock. We're going to be moving to 7. Feel the love. Feel it. Move. 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 Really feel it. Let yourself feel it. Now, there's certainly, you're going to experience there's periods where it dies. Move again. Let yourself really feel it. Move again. Move. You're at the 7 o'clock position. Let yourself feel that feeling of love. Move again. Move. 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 All right, you're at the 8 o'clock position. Ready. Move. Feel the love. Feel it. That person or pet, you can envision them. Move. 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 You're at 9 o'clock now. Feeling it. We only have the last part here. Feel it. Move. Feel it. Bring the person to mind. The situation that you really felt it. Move. 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 And you're at the 10 o'clock. Feel it. The person or pet. Move. 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 The time and place when you can feel it. Move. You're at 11 o'clock. Move. 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 Feel it. Feel it. Really let yourself be there with that person. Move. 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 You're up all the way up. Now, all of you had some experience of some place that maybe felt just a bit more. Go right to that place. Go right to that place right now. You know where that is. Go a little bit before it. And now millimeter by millimeter, be right there. And this is a fine tuning. You can use the wall, the ceiling or the wall or the floor for very precise. Feel it and just slowly move millimeter by millimeter to find the exact position. Notice your body. Take yourself to that place and time when you could really feel it. And what you're going to experience, as you're going to experience, it'll start to rise and there'll be an exact circuit you're going to hit. And in that exact circuit, it's going to be like, oh, this feels good. You know what? I don't want to leave here. You know what? I'm good. I'm good. I'm going to hang out here. Just let yourself, take yourself to the time and place, stay in it, but very micro movements. Maybe the length of 4 hair lengths. for the width of one pin. And gently moving the width of one pin. Stay in the feeling. Okay, we have run out of time, but you know how to do this now. You have the recording, you know how to do it. If you did not get it, take this. The real exercise here, I took you through because we have limited time. I took you through like kind of very quickly broad strokes. If you take this, the width of one pin by one pin, you will find it. You will also, for some of you, it won't be out here. It'll be in your regular site. And what you'll do is you're going to go like a matrix. You're going to go up, 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 and then like this. So you're creating literally a grid, and you'll go through every grid cell, and you'll find, oh, well, mine's not way up there, mine's right here. Anyway, this gift is a gift that will give for the rest of your life. It's worth the time. Anybody, any comments in the chat from anybody on that?
People had some yawning and some releasing. So you guys, we got to move on. We're limited time. We've got the next presenter queued up, but let's do this, everybody. Put yourself in the spot, just in the feeling in your body of that being on the planet that just lights you up, expands you. You ready? Just be in that for a moment and then drop your eyes. Move left and right, left and right. And now move up the body quickly, left and right, left and right. Move up, move up, move up, move up. Keep going, left and right, left and right, left and right. All the way up to the top. Now raise up your hands like this. Big deep breath in. And a big woohoo, woohoo. Let's get that energy and blood moving. Great. So the left and right, low to high, maps in whatever changes you made. If you were yawning, you were releasing. Don't be shocked if all of a sudden in the next few minutes, new ideas start popping in, new timelines, new opportunities. Things can shift very, very quickly. So thanks for that, Bill. If that starts to happen, please put it in the chat. Let us know what's going on. There's going to be a lot of changes throughout the day as we run mini sessions. So I'm going to turn you over to Leah Senef, our business manager, for just a moment. Go ahead, Leah.
Oh, I had to unmute myself. Hey, everybody. So I just want to let you know, we are going to have, this is a full, we're going to be 6 hours now of mini sessions and testimonials and all of that stuff. If you're brand new to this and you want to know a little bit more, go to cognomovement.com. And if you want to know, where do I start? What's step one? Go to cognomovement.com/essentials. And that's where you're going to get started. It's a video course. It comes with our Cogno Ball, and it gives you amazing results right away. So that's where to start. And if you have any questions at all, please put them in the comments. I'm going to be here all day. And let's get going to our next person, who is Katie Wrigley. She is our level 2 practitioner. She's amazing. I'm sure you've seen her a lot on our website and our events. Liz, do you want to talk about her a little bit, or do you want me to do it?
It's okay. I'll introduce her. If you will put the links in the chat for people where they can go if they're ready to get started. All right, let's welcome Katie Wrigley. Katie, are you here? Say something so we can spotlight you. Katie Wrigley, are you muted? There she is. Say something. You're muted.
There we go. Okay, I couldn't unmute myself.
Hey, everybody. This is Katie Wrigley. Katie is one of our level 2, which means advanced Cognomovement practitioners. Katie works with people live and via Zoom. And one of Katie's specialties is working with first responders, the police force. So Katie's been with us for a while and her personal transformation is incredible. So what of the many incredible stories were you going to share with us today, Katie?
And there's been so many, but I think it's actually more powerful to share a story of someone that I've witnessed as a client. So as you mentioned, I work with first responders. I actually had an amazing in-person client session prior to this, which I'm still like glowing from. I love watching the amount of change. But the one that came to mind, she's one of my fastest processors, and she was a police officer for more than 30 years, based out of Chicago. So it's not like she's, in like Andy Griffin's little town being a police officer. Like she is in it in Chicago. And through the course of her career, she had experienced several traumas. Several people close to her were actually murdered. When she was a young child, actually, her mother had kidnapped them for a couple of years, and the dad came with the police to rescue them. There were some other traumas, but she has had basically a lifeline of trauma. And so the biggest impact it had on her was that she was constantly terrified that something was going to happen to her grandkids. And she loves them so much. Like she loves her child, loves her child. But the grandchildren, it just upped this level of love. And I've heard that from other grandparents as well. And so once she retired, she realized that she had this super high level of anxiety about something happening to those beloved kids. And within, I think we've done 5 sessions total so far, and we've actually spread them out a little bit longer than what I normally do. But in those 5 sessions, in the first 2 sessions, she started to feel peaceful again. She stopped
Wow.
worrying whether something was going to happen to them. And so this is a woman, she has been through it, and she shared, and I don't want to distress anybody else with some of the details of what she had to deal with, but she was a police officer for 30 years in Chicago. You can just imagine. And there are certain cases that are much harder for police to deal with than those who aren't, especially ones that involve children. I'll just leave it there. But there were many of those cases that were still within her neurology that were still bothering her. And so all of this and there were reasons for her, there were people that she loved dearly who had someone open fire on their house. So there were reasons in her neurology to say, like, I'm not safe. My grandkids aren't going to be safe. And within just 2 sessions, and I think we just focused on guilt and we focused on anxiety, she felt peaceful again. She felt confident. And she even reported to me around the holidays that her mother-in-law was in town, which normally got her riled up. And she's like, oh, thanks to you, I'm standing my ground. I have boundaries. And I actually feel really good about this. It's just a moment in time. So she's made this massive transition in a very short period of time. And it's been just so cool to witness. And I love seeing that and I see it over and over and over again. And I say this a lot too, Liz, like, even though I've been doing this for years, the power of this modality never ceases to amaze me.
So let me ask a question, Katie. So for everybody listening who doesn't know about cognitive movement, you just told a story of somebody who has massive trauma and real reasons to be afraid. You guys, if you've been here from the beginning, we were talking about that your body sets up real reasons for you to be in fight or flight and then controls your mind to act that way. It's called an automated driver. So this person had a lot of real automations going on to be afraid. And then she takes a job that she's a superhero, she's defending people, but more reasons to reiterate what was really going on, what she knew as her truth, her reality. So in your session, Katie, this is a trick question. Did you try to convince her that she was safe?
No.
What do we do that's so different in these sessions? What did you let her have?
I let her feel as unsafe, as anxious, as lack of peace as she felt. This isn't about convincing you to be any way other than exactly how you feel right now in this moment.
How did that seem for her to actually have somebody be like, yeah, be as afraid as you are, let it out, let yourself have this lifelong, terrifying experience. Let it be in your body now. What did that mean to her to have that?
She gave me this weird look. She's like, okay. Starts moving the ball. I'm like, just stay in the feeling, just stay in the feeling. And she was really amazed at how intense this sensation was in her body when she had tuned into that. She had never realized that. And that's something else that we see is these feelings are there all the time, but unless we actually pause and tune into it, we don't realize there's a physical sensation that goes along with this thought, along with this emotion, along with this sense of feeling unsafe. But it's always somewhere in the physical body. If it wasn't, we wouldn't care. It wouldn't be there.
Yeah, so she was carrying around every one of those experiences in her physiology.
Right here too was where she was feeling it the most. Yep.
Yeah, and so did she say, did she share with you, was that clouding what she could create in her life, what she could have, what she could do?
It was harder for her to not be around her grandkids. Like she stopped worrying about herself. So there was this complete focus on everybody else in her life that she loved so much. And she had stopped to take the focus off herself, stopped to ask herself what she may actually need in the moment. And so it was keeping her awake at night. It was keeping her constantly anxious. It was keeping her revved up. Like she's mentioned, so one of the things that she did as her wellness routine before she met me is she's been a swimmer. Well, now she's swimming like 20 or 30 laps more per workout than she did before. Yeah, so the amount that she can swim has gone way up. She's got this great balance because she's retired from law enforcement now. She's still working a little bit because she wants to continue to have fun, but she takes these amazing vacations. She comes back. She's got this really good mix of fun and work and joy and bliss in her life now. And none of that had been possible. And almost every time we interact, she's like, thank you for these tools. I want to be clear. I'm facilitating this for her. She is doing all of this on her own. I am just holding the space and using the modality to help her get to where she wants to go. So that's something that any practitioner, including myself, can help people get to. But you guys are the ones that are doing the work. You are showing up. You are doing this. We can't do it for you. We can guide you. That old adage, you can lead a horse to water, but can't force them to drink. You can put a cogno ball in someone's lap, but you can't force them to move it. They need to be willing to do the work themselves. You guys all need to be doing the work yourselves. And kudos for all being here today to do this work. It's awesome. I think it's the most badass thing anybody can do for themselves is to get this change in your neurology, to improve your life, give yourself more peace.
So, Katie, some might ask, why in the world would 2 cognomovement sessions about her fear help her swim 20 to 30 laps more?
The same things that are keeping you anxious are the same things that are hitting it's in your neurology. Your nervous system is processing everything. So the same things that are keeping you anxious are the same things holding you back from performing higher. So a good friend of mine, actually, who's done a cognomovement session, she had the whole speech on the intersectionality between deep healing and high performance. And as she's healed more, she has had more available. When you are not using this energy on these draining emotions like anger, like fear, like grief, you have all this extra energy available to you now to put into your athletic performance, to put into meditation, to put into your work, to put into whatever you actually desire. You get all of that back, and it's much more resourceful for higher levels of energy, which are going to continue to boost you up higher and higher.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100% true. The more that your body stops putting its energy into trauma, the more energy you have to do other stuff, all kinds of stuff, right? All the things. There's so much room for activities. I think we might have a little time later today to actually show you a video Kristen sent us that actually shows herself going into that state and the energy increasing through the Heart Math Institute. So Bill McKenna, let's have you jump into the conversation. You have any questions for Katie?
Well, Katie, how did you find yourself here? How did you come to Cognomovement, and why are you here?
Well, when I was first introduced to Cognomovement, I had a choice between a surgeon's knife and a wacky looking ball. And I chose a wacky looking ball, and I've never looked back.
Ah, okay. All right. So you specialize in chronic pain, correct?
Yep, pain and trauma. Yes.
Pain and trauma. I heard it put, and I think this really will resonate with everybody. Is uh, we help people or we teach what we needed to heal in ourselves, and this really sounds to me like that was your path, just like so many of us.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And just for people who didn't know the story, I was awaiting neurosurgery for my back and I was terrified and I tried everything. I was losing strength in my left leg. I have not had surgery. The nerves have actually healed. I could actually feel them as they were healing. And that was actually big thanks to the Cogno Conscious event. That was where I permanently changed my pain for good. Was that it was virtual at the time because it was 2020. Now it's in person. It's even better. But that event changed the course of my life.
The really interesting, we had a photo of Katie's back, and there was like a divot. Her spine, it was like a piece of her spine was literally, towards, let's say, towards the belly button. Like it was like dislodged towards the belly button, and it was amazing to see, just by her doing the work, is like it all straightened out and it came back to normal. It was like, oh, there, and it was huge. It was like that deep. And it was like, oh my gosh, look at that. That was kind of a really amazing thing. And she's helped so many people with, this chronic, situations that they have, and heal your trauma, heal your life. That's you're doing it. And these stories, like what you're telling, the working with these first responders, oftentimes, and police force and FBI and all those that have seen the worst of the worst. Those jobs are, never really considered glamorized when I was growing up. Was all cop shows, police shows, and the guys running after the criminals and the guns and everything. And, you never really thought about what these people encounter is the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
The worst of the worst every single day. Nobody ever encounters a cop and like, hey, good times. Hi, how you doing? Hey, things are great. No, it's in the most extreme of life circumstances at people's worst. And that for those people that are doing that service and out there doing this 7/24, they're traumatized in the worst possible ways. And so anyway, it is, I always say we treat others how we feel. And doesn't that make so much sense about how you've been treated by law enforcement? We treat others how we feel. Now, Katie out there, just really thank God you came and, are doing this work, because you're helping. Imagine if the police force could actually feel good.
I'm working on it.
What would be the interface? And you're doing it.
Yeah, I mean that impact, because right now, and I just want to say thank you to Carl in the chat that he just mentioned that wave to a cop when you see one in mouth. Thank you. I love that. That's awesome that you're giving them that appreciation, because if you think about it, you don't call 911 on your wedding day, or at least hopefully you don't. You aren't calling 911 when you're in a good mood. You're not calling them when things are going well. You're calling them when you are in crisis. And all first responders are under a lot of stress. It's not just law enforcement. Same thing, firefighters actually have, there's some alarming stats within firefighters and law enforcement. EMTs still have a high level of trauma as well. But there is one energetic difference that people want to see the firefighter. They want to see the EMT. There's always someone at the scene that doesn't want to see the cop. Even if someone else called them, there is still someone there who doesn't want to do that, because that cop has the power to take away your freedom. And so it's not just the trauma of the job, there's also the anti-cop sentiment that's out there, which got way worse when we saw some of these appalling, cringeworthy headlines in 2020. And then they got defunded. And so now they're trying to do the same job they used to do with less resources than they've ever had in systems that are broken. And so it's so many levels. Go ahead, Bill.
On top of that, can we all agree that the firemen are hot?
Yeah.
Oh,
A lot of the cops are too,
whoa.
actually.
Whoa, Bill. Whoa. Okay, Katie, would you, people are probably thinking like, what in the world can you do for a police officer? Would you share, what are you doing? What are these sessions like? Are they coming in with a recent trauma that just happened, or, you know, a really bad case they just experienced? Are they coming in for sleep? What do they see you about?
It's all different things. So the bulk of why people come in to do a session with me, because there's still a huge stigma around asking for help within the first responder community, law enforcement, firefighters, and EMTs. I'm trying to change that. And one of the things I tell them, like, you being in here with me, same thing I just said to you guys, is one of the most badass things that you can do. This is a sign of strength to be showing up to do this work. One of the biggest ways that they get impacted is sleep. And so this seems to be one of my specialties, is being able to get police officers to actually sleep soundly. And there's one that I've worked with twice now. He's been an officer for over 30 years. And so we've done 2 sessions, and he monitors his sleep score, and we've almost doubled his sleep score both times we worked together. And he was like, why did it suddenly stop? I'm like, we've got 33 years of layers to go through. And, you know, another officer I've worked with, who's been on the job for 19 years, it was 6 to 8 sessions total. He didn't dream before he came in to see me. He now dreams, and his dreams are like action movies, and he actually really likes them. He hasn't seen me since last July. He's reported his quality of sleep is still higher. He's also had some big loss in his personal life since then. It didn't disrupt his sleep the way that it used to. The quality of it has been higher. He still has this really cool dream state that he didn't have before, and it is stuck.
Well, tell everybody what's so important about that. We went out and did some brain scans. Katie's in Maine on some police officer and a police liaison. Do you remember what we discovered about when they close their eyes to rest? What happens?
Yep. Yeah. So this is what they call the first responder syndrome. And this is a common issue. When they close their eyes, their pulse rate goes up because they don't feel safe to be asleep. They do not feel safe, and they aren't aware of it. They actually think that they're relaxed. They were shocked to realize that their stress went up the second that they closed their eyes.
So that impacts everything. Not being able
yeah.
to rest, your body gets torn down. Like, rest is when your body repairs. And if you can't sleep, can't rest, you can't repair anything. You know, eventually your mind starts to go, I don't know how many days of sleep it is. It's not that many of no sleep, where you really start to actually lose brain cells, like dementia. So Katie, when these people come in, do they have to talk about what they've just experienced?
Nope. The one actually who has slept or kept the high quality of sleep, he never actually knows what's bothering him. He just knows he couldn't sleep. And so we spend a lot of the time doing the infinity. That's actually all he wants to do. The first couple of sessions, we threw the ball, and he's like, I don't think that's doing as much as the eyes. And so now when he has come in, we stay in the eyes the whole time. And he also actually reported after our last session that he was running farther, easier, and faster than he had done before. And he does not even know what's bothering him. But what's really interesting about him, when we get the ball in certain positions, he starts talking. And then he has a neurological reaction because he's talking about something that's bothering him. And we've hit those file systems in the brain that are lining up with that issue. And so then I start walking him through it, and he clears that out. I did actually have the honor of working with a few officers recently who were involved with the Lewiston shooting, which made national news. It was a mass shooting in a bowling alley in a bar. There were children involved. It was an awful scene. And a few of the officers I've worked with, where they're responding, and it's not just the trauma of what they're seeing. So this guy, they didn't know where he was for days before they found him. And he's using an assault rifle that armor isn't going to do anything to stop. And he's military trained, which means he's going to be going for the head. So they're all out there feeling like sitting ducks. as they're on this statewide manhunt for this guy. So it's not just the trauma of what they had to see with the casualties from the shooting. There is also that level of fear that was there for days, wondering where this guy was and if he was going to start plucking them off one by one. They didn't know. And until they found him dead, none of them felt safe. And I mean, just imagine, like I was 20 miles away from it, and Coral actually helped me clear out my own feelings about it so that I could be of service to other people, because it affected me. I had a roommate at the time. Her boyfriend was at the bowling alley. This one was really close to home for me, really close to home. And it affected me. And I needed to have that clear, because if I was affected by it, I wasn't going to be useful to anybody else. And yeah, go ahead, Liz.
It's really too, we start to carry around the sensation of it. Even when you know you're safe, it's over, it's all done with, you're actually safe. It's very unlikely to happen again. It's the sensation. And that's what they bring into the office with you, right? Mm-hmm. Is the sensation. And what Katie does so expertly is help them find the sensation in their body and focus on that. Remember we said before that you just get to have it. They get to feel how they feel. There's no convincing them that they're safe. It's actually turning off the fight or flight in the body that is no longer necessary for right now, which then creates things like the ability to have peace and joy and love. So Katie, what are some of the other things that the first responders are telling you? Like, what else is improving in their life? Obviously their physical performance, mm-hmm. which I know they love. What's changing in relationships or other things for them?
Sleep is improving. They're starting to get more creative. They're actually, as stress goes down, they're able to connect with their kids better. They're able to connect with their spouses better. There was one officer I worked with, and it was just a mini session. It was just a sample for him to try it. And he made a concerted effort after that to like, okay, what's still on my phone for today? All right, putting it down. I'll deal with it tomorrow. And was present with his kids. And he's like, sometimes I'd still grumble on my way home of all this, that, and the other thing. He's like, but as soon as I got home, I just wanted to be with my kids. I just wanted to hang out with my kids and play with them. And that hadn't been available to him before. Because
they're in fight or flight. There's always some threat on the horizon in mm-hmm. their nervous system. The body is constantly still on high alert. It's called hypervigilance, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And many first responders are trained into hypervigilance. And what we're trying to do with Cognomovement, and Katie's at the head of it, is train in hyperperformance. Mm-hmm. Having the nervous system be so clear, so aware, so now that it really does see all of the timelines, all of the awareness. Your strength is there, your balance is there, your creativity to come up with a new solution, right? Mm-hmm. All is present when your nervous system is in the now and clear and open. So Anita says, what if you've shut down your feeling and can't find the feeling? So I'll answer that, and then Katie can. We have a lot of people say, I don't feel anything. And what they're referring to is emotion. But what you do feel is pain in your body. So an emotional state of trauma can lodge in a shoulder, in a hip. We've seen that so many times. In the vertebrae of your spine, in chronic headaches. So a well-trained cognitive movement practitioner like Katie looks for those things. And eventually, Katie talked about using the ball, and the ball will eventually help you find a very specific point. Like Bill today was helping you find your love position. You'll also have a position where that particular issue is stored one end of the nervous system. Once it's discovered, it can be rerouted. So how do you answer that, Katie? What do you do when a person can't find the feeling?
So I go into the eyes. And like, okay, you don't need to, let me just check your eyes first. There's always going to be a response somewhere. Then they start to feel something in the body, or they start to talk. And then once they start to talk, and depending on the level of awareness, they may notice a physical sensation, they may not. But keeping them in that, letting them get it out, that starts to get out of the body. And I think the officer I just mentioned who started to connect more with his kids, there was, we had the ball up. I think it was somewhere up here. And suddenly I saw his shoulders tense up, And I noticed that they were starting to breathe like this, which shows he's going into a panic breathing. And I'm like, what's going on? He's like, I'm feeling anxious. I'm like, okay, just feel it. Just feel it. Let's just stay here. What's here? What's here? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, then it's not important. Just keep feeling the anxiety. And after maybe 30 seconds, the breathing went back to normal, but I could literally see it. And he was like, what is going on? I'm like, your neurology is just working things out. Like, it's just, this is the way that it's coming up. This is the way that it's presenting to you. And it's working itself out of your body right now.
You know what I love about that? That his logical mind did not have to know what the problem was.
Yeah.
And so often we don't, because it's not current. It's just this sense of anxiety. Andrea says her a 4-year-old grandson calls the ball a cosmic ball. I love that. Later on the day, we're going to talk to Colby Kaiser about a special group of kids and how kids respond. But Katie, you have a session for us today, right?
I do. Yes. Yes.
Tell me
I have a
about
little
that.
mini
What are you
session.
going to show us today? What are we going to do?
So I actually want to focus on the power of forgiveness. And I was thinking about this as it got closer, and this can be a tricky subject for some people because we feel like if we forgive someone else, we're letting them off the hook. Forgiveness is for us. And the other piece is, if you're having a hard time forgiving someone else, have you forgiven yourself? All of us have done things in our life that we're not proud of, that we've had to do when we've been in these times where we are surviving, but we're not thriving. And there's things we are not proud of. Like, personally, just to share a little bit, I had to surrender one of my favorite cats because he got so traumatized by what was going on when I was in a state of fight or flight and in survival mode. And the cat was just miserable with me. And it was the best thing I could have done. The cat got adopted on his 8th birthday. He has a wonderful new mom and a forever home, and has a very happy life. I had so much shame, so much guilt around that. That was actually several layers of working on forgiveness. And so I was thinking how powerful it is and how much easier your body sits, how much easier it is to feel peace when you can forgive yourself and feel that power of forgiveness. So again, this is about meeting yourself where you are. So if you aren't really, as we start into this session, if you aren't there, that's okay. Just notice where you are and what you're feeling about forgiveness. I'm going to go ahead and take off my glasses so I won't be able to read anything in the chat. Quick funny note. One of my clients calls this Wilson from the Tom Hanks movie. So
Great.
yeah, I thought that was pretty awesome.
So for those who don't know, this is the introduction of the Cogno Ball. This is one of our tools. We have a couple of different versions of it. So if you don't have a Cogno Ball and you want to follow along, just grab a pen, something you can keep your eyes on, or a little object, something lightweight that you can use to keep your attention for right now. And hopefully later on in the day, we'll get a chance to explain the Cogno Ball. So go ahead, Katie.
Awesome. And yeah, and if you don't have something, just kind of hold your hands together, watch them go back and forth as well. If there's no object that feels like it sits in your hands, you don't want to do this. Have them like this because we want to keep that energy flowing. We don't want to lock it. So the first thing you're going to do, take a nice deep breath in through the nose, letting the belly expand. We can't take a deep breath when we're in fight or flight, so it cues the brain, I am okay right now, when you can take a deep breath. Nice deep breaths in through the nose. And then you're going to look down at your body, and you're just going to bring up forgiveness. Forgiveness for myself, forgiveness for others. And notice where you may be feeling a sensation in your physical body. Forgiveness. Usually it's along the center line of the torso, but it can be anywhere. So scan your body from head to toe and just see where you're feeling forgiveness. I'm feeling something in my solar plexus and my heart region a little bit.
Katie, does it have to be a good feeling?
No, it does not have to be. If you have resistance to it, honor that. If it's like, I don't want to forgive, honor that. And so if you are in that part where you don't want to forgive, as we're doing this session, feel that. What is it giving you? What are you allowing yourself to have if you aren't in a place where you're ready to forgive yet? And just meet yourself where you are. You don't want to try to rush through these emotions. Let your neurology sort it out. Just take a couple seconds, really tune into the body, see if there's any resistance. I'm gonna try to call up someone. I've done so much work in this area, it's gonna be hard. Is there someone I'm not ready to forgive? Okay, yeah, someone irritated me recently. I can go back to that. Okay, yeah, see, and I can instantly start to, now it feels like energy. It's in the same place as that warm, lovely feeling of forgiveness, but now it's more irritation and a lack of willingness around wanting to let that go right now.
So everybody gets to just feel what they feel about it, right?
Feel what you feel. Yep. Yeah. So just quickly, like show of hands or put in the chat, like how many feel like you're ready for forgiveness and how many are having some resistance to it. Because if we're really strongly one way or another, I'll lead the session, whatever one we have more of. Resistance. Ready. I can't read without my glasses.
I'll read it for you, Katie.
Thank you.
Ready, 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 ready.
Okay, we have more ready. All right.
Yeah.
So to Tracy, you focus on that resistance. Let it be there. It looks like we have more readies. Awesome. Okay. So calling up that feeling, that readiness for forgiveness. If it is in resistance, honor that forgiveness. Give it a couple words. What does it feel like to you? Is it heavy or is it light? Is it dull or sharp? Does it have a temperature? Does it have a color? Does it have a shape? Just get really clear on what you can feel. Where are you feeling the sensation? Where are you feeling the sensation, whether it's resistance or you're ready to go? We're going to be focusing on that. All right. And we're going to start in the low position. Let me back up so you guys can see. Want to start down below the hips. Make sure the arm crosses the center line of the body. Focus 95 to 99% of your attention on where you feel the forgiveness in the body. Let that power of forgiveness start to come forth. Let yourself feel it. Saying the color on either side as you're going back and forth. Staying in that feeling. Forgiveness. Forgiveness. What is here for you today? Forgiveness. Is there someone in your life you're ready to forgive? Is it yourself? Is it someone that you love? Is it maybe someone estranged that perhaps you're ready to get closer to again? Just calling it up, letting it be there. If there's resistance to it, acknowledge that. Let yourself feel it. Saying the color either side. Moving at whatever pace you need to. I may be moving faster than you are. That's okay. Go as slow as you need to go. It's not a race. Just saying the colors either side. Nice deep breaths. Focusing on that physical sensation. Now moving up to the belly button. Letting the ball go back and forth. Feeling that forgiveness in the body. Feeling that forgiveness. Getting curious about it. What is here? What is here for you today with forgiveness? Let yourself feel it. Sink into the bliss of the feeling if it's a positive feeling. If it's resistance, notice that resistance. Honor that resistance. Get just as curious about that resistance as you are about the readiness. Wherever you are, meet yourself. Let yourself feel it. Nice deep breaths. Forgiveness. Breathe into it. Feel it. Feel it up to the solar plexus. Forgiveness. The power of forgiveness. Letting go of resentment. Letting go. What else is there for you today? Forgiveness. If it's something for yourself, how can you show yourself that you've forgiven yourself? What's a way that you can treat yourself or celebrate being at this point where you're ready to forgive yourself? Just noticing how you feel. Feel that forgiveness. Notice the sensation in the body. Nice deep breaths, color either side, focusing on the sensation. Keep feeling it. Nice deep breaths. Forgiveness. Notice what's happening with the sensation in your body. It may be changing, it may be staying the same. Just notice it. With me, I can actually feel it getting bigger and bigger. It feels wonderful. Going up to the heart now. Feeling it, meeting yourself where you are, either resistance to it or full embracing of forgiveness, the power of forgiveness. What is this giving you? Wherever you are today, what is this giving you? What is going to be possible in your life with this forgiveness now? Being very curious. Examining the feeling with curiosity. Staying in that feeling. Allowing yourself to be in it. Witness the physical sensation that comes with this forgiveness. Just noticing it. Letting yourself feel it. Saying the color either side. Going up to the throat. Potentially there's words that you may want to say about forgiveness. And just as we're moving in front of the throat chakra where our voice is, just notice what comes to mind. Still focusing on the sensation in the physical body. Letting yourself feel it. Feel this forgiveness. Feel it wherever you are, either in resistance to or fully embracing. Notice the forgiveness. Where do you stand today? Maybe that resistance is going away. Maybe it's not. No wrong answer. Just be in it wherever you are. Forgiveness. Keep staying in the feeling. If it moves, follow it. Stay in the feeling. Going up to the eyes. Nice deep breaths. Oxygenating those eyeballs. Nice deep breaths. Forgiveness. Forgiveness. The power of forgiveness. Who are you ready to forgive today? And how is that going to feel to let go of whatever was bothering you? To let go of holding them accountable for whatever it is that occurred. Forgiveness. Feeling forgiveness. Nice deep breaths. Good. Going up overhead, ticking the ball back and forth. What's possible now with forgiveness that wasn't possible before? Still noting the feeling in the physical body. Maybe a little harder to hold on to it up here. That's okay. Forgiveness. What's possible now? What's becoming possible from this mini session that wasn't possible before? Just opening up your mind to ideas. What may be available now that wasn't before? Forgiveness. Keep feeling it. All right. Inhale, bring the ball to heart center. Exhale, push it down. Just let your head hang for a moment. Nice deep breaths. Checking in with the body again, noticing what's the same, what's different, just allowing yourself to be in it. Nice deep breaths. And then on this one, if you were just using your hands, if you can take a small object, be lip balm, Kleenex, anything that you have, you're going to want to have an object to follow it around in the infinity. So we're going to want to hold our heads neutral. Actually check back in for that sensation first. Notice what's the same, what's different. Mine feels bigger, feels more expansive now. It's okay if that's different for you. And just letting yourself feel what's there, still focused on that sensation, call it up. And then you're going to hold your head in a neutral position. And then if you do have a ball, you want to have it about hand's width. I usually like it about that far just for where my vision is. Some people have it real close, keep the arms from getting fatigued. And I worked the heck out of my arms in bar yesterday. So I'm really going to be preserving my energy today. We're going to start right about at the corner, our shoulder here. Feeling into that forgiveness and slowly bring it up the side of your face, going nice and slow. Any place where you notice double vision or gets blurry or you feel a pulling, you're going to want to pause in that spot. You can do little micro movements like this. If you're looking at all, just moving it less than an inch either direction, following it with your eyes, nice deep breaths. And get curious about what's there. Pull the thread. See what else is there with this topic of forgiveness today. When you feel the eyes release, when they feel like they're smooth, you can continue. If it's having a hard time clearing up, you can pull the ball into the middle of your face, back again. Just do your best to try to work out that spot for a couple minutes. A nice deep breath, just letting the ball go around. We're going to be doing a sideways figure 8 around our faces. Holding your head as still as you can. Just looking at the ball as a whole, stopping any place that you're feeling a pull. Forgiveness. What else do you know about forgiveness? Where has it served you in the past, and where does it serve you now to be in a place where you're ready to forgive? Just letting that be there. Still feeling that sensation in the physical body, wherever it may be. Staying in that sensation as you move the ball. Just going to do a couple more rounds. Forgiveness. Power of forgiveness. If you weren't ready to forgive yet, has that changed? And again, no wrong answer. Just answer it for yourself. Perhaps maybe people are coming to mind, that there may be something to forgive. Maybe it's something as little as your spouse not doing the dishes and you're getting irritated and thinking a negative thought about them, and you're ready to forgive them for not doing the dishes. Or perhaps it's something more egregious. Whatever it is, just acknowledge it, let it be there. Meet yourself where you are. Forgiveness. Keep feeling it in the body. One last round in the infinity, then we're going to do a little walking. Let yourself feel it, whatever's there. Are you ready to forgive? What are you ready to forgive? What does it give you to forgive? How can this add more joy, more pleasure to your life? How can it be easier on your body to be in this forgiveness if you're ready to be there? And if you're not, that's okay. To see what's shifting for you. Okay, when you're in an up position, meaning the eyes are up, go ahead and put the ball down. And then if you can, in whatever area you're in, we're going to walk in some figure eights, still focusing on that forgiveness. I'm just going to do small ones right here and just stay in that feeling of forgiveness. See what's come up, see who's come up. Maybe it's not even someone you know personally. Maybe it's someone in politics who has been irritating you and you're ready to forgive and see that maybe what they're doing isn't so bad after all. Maybe, maybe not. Just allowing it to be there. Maybe your doctor hasn't gotten back to you and you're getting irritated and you're ready to forgive them and know that they have other clients in their practice and they'll be able to get back to you soon. Whatever it may be. Whatever it may be. All right, we're going to do one last thing. Go ahead and turn your heads to the side. Nice big yawn, real or fake. I do that so often, I literally cannot not yawn when I do it now. Let that settle. One last time, turn your head the other way. Nice big yawn again, real or fake. Shake it out. Kind of move your body a little bit. Let the changes from that session just kind of settle in. And then check back in with your body again and notice what's changed, what's the same with forgiveness for you. Just noticing it there. I don't even remember the person I was irritated at that I called up. And it's completely gone. All right. Anybody want to share what that was like for them if they felt a shift in forgiveness?
Yeah, put it in the chat if you guys got a shift and what you're looking for. What's the same and what's different? So as you check in with your body now on that same person that you needed to forgive, or if it's yourself, notice what in the feeling is the same or what's different.
And it may be really subtle. And it may be really big.
Katie, did you have was that a big issue for you in your life before Cognomovement? People that needed to be forgiven?
For myself, mostly. Like that's been layers, like the cat I mentioned, like, oh my gosh, I beat myself up for that for so long, for all the things that happened in that period of my life where there was such a high level of toxicity that even my pets didn't feel safe. Like you realize you've made a couple turns from the road you're supposed to be on when you get to that point. So yeah, that was tough.
Debbie says that she felt less resistance to forgive, and it was like a tight band released.
Good work.
Anita says that the pain is gone and it's a good feeling. Andrea says, when I focused on the forgiveness, I felt a chill as I moved up my body. She got hot. That's interesting. The energy moving, you really feel changes in your temperature. On my night,
Yeah.
Pam says her right knee was really hurting. I forgave myself and the pain is gone. Isn't that interesting, you guys? That what feels like a thought, I need to forgive someone, I don't like them, or I don't like myself, immediately changes the pain state in your body. Anita says, I feel more flow in my torso. She said toros, but I think it meant torso. I was working to forgive myself, and now I see that the forgiveness I needed is being hard on myself instead of anger at myself when I have been in reaction. Now I see that forgiveness I needed is being too hard on myself. Yeah. Renee says she yawned like crazy and got a rush of energy. Woohoo!
Yay. And Kristen said she let it go and now her heart is expanded in compassion for them. Ah, that's beautiful. Oh, these are awesome shares. Yay. Yay to the pain being gone. Yay.
Yeah. Actually, so I want to shift to something else just for a minute. Katie, some people noticed that Tangi is behind you.
Oh.
Would you share with everybody if you're willing? Tanya says she feels exhausted. Yeah, that happens, Tanya. You actually may need to sleep after a little shift like this. Take a cat nap and rejoin us. Would you tell us about Tangi? Because Tangi has played a huge role in your cogno movement journey. It affects our pets, like you're saying.
Oh yeah, she did. So she was a gift, and I'll put my desk back down so we can actually see her a little bit better. So she was a gift from a friend. I got her when she was 8 weeks old, and she's had a lot of anxiety. And when I was still living in Colorado, a roommate's dog kept attacking her. And it got to a point where she was just so distraught. She had to go. I asked my parents if they wanted her, because that had been a conversation we had had before. And they said yes. And so she went to live with them for a couple of years. Well, I was ready to have her back before she was ready to come back. But with all this work I've done, she now lives with me full time. She actually comes into my client sessions. With the one that we're working on today, it was a childhood trauma he was clearing out. And at the tough part, she was going over to him to help him through it and was like giving him love. I've been able to communicate with her better. I've gotten her trust back. She actually, the fact that we've got a cat and a dog in here, this wasn't possible when I first moved to Maine. She's a very reactive dog. She's reactive to other dogs. She actually has doggy friends now. One of my clients has a really wonderful German Shepherd, and she absolutely loves him, and she can stay at their house now. So our entire relationship has changed since Cognomovement, and she came back to live with me last summer, actually. So, yeah, Liz.
So if it's true, I always say this, that a relationship is really just two nervous systems having a conversation. Unless we're really aware, unless we're super present in our bodies, we conversation, or even our souls. It's our nervous system, right? Having a conversation, we're running into each other's issues in our field, right? So this is true for you and Tangi. It's true for us and our pets. Their nervous system and ours are having a conversation, and she was feeling what you were experiencing. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, she's a super, super sensitive dog. Like all dogs are really sensitive and really tuned in to their humans, but she's especially so. And so my anxiety was high. I'm trying to go through the trauma. So she's reacting off of that. I got her when I was physically disabled. And so we were in the anxiety together. And then we stayed in the anxiety together. And I just got to a point where I just felt so bad for her because her little nervous system was constantly spun up. And she's going through something again where she's a little bit more spun up, which I'm working through to help. You can use it by proxy for how you feel with animals. But yeah, she's absolutely wonderful. Love having her. I was actually out playing with her in the sleet before this. That's how much I love her, is because she wanted to go play. We still got snow on the ground. That's her favorite thing in the world. But yeah, we have a much better, and same thing with my cats too. Like the George has been sitting here the whole time. Like when I come into my office, they come in and sit with me. They love Cognomovement, my Cogno kitties and my Cogno puppy. But yeah.
So we've got a little bit more feedback. People are saying their body feels soft and energized.
Yay. I
Yeah.
love that.
Debbie was saying that she's really in tune with her Goldens and vice versa,
Yep.
the Golden
Oh
Lady.
yeah.
Lynn says she has lots of heat on the heart and then a cooling at the end. Great job.
Yay, Lynn. Yay.
Yeah, so this is just, I mean, I don't know how long that session was, maybe 5 minutes, very short, but it can be continued to pull more out of the system and to get yourself in a higher state. So just back to the pets for a minute, because personally, I find this really fascinating that we can change our pets' behavior through our bodies. And you may be starting to get the idea that you may be able to change more than just your pet's behavior through your own body. But I remember a day you called me about Tangi and that you were really struggling with her. Do you remember this?
I don't, but
Whether or
please
not,
feel free to share.
yeah. So I remember that you were struggling. There was this issue with Tangi, whether or not she could stay with your mom or come home, and you didn't feel like she could come home. And what do I always say, Katie?
Just
I always
what
say to you, Katie.
you say a few things. I'm not sure in this.
Have
I
you
don't
done?
remember the
Did you do
conversation.
your
Liz.
did you do your cogno movement?
Ah, yes, yes.
So it hadn't occurred to Katie at that time to do a session about on herself, on how she felt about the situation. So it's not about changing the dog, it's about changing how she felt. Do you remember that now?
Yes, yes.
So talk to everybody about that. Why was that poignant? Why was it significant?
So they're reflecting your energy. Whatever you're feeling, like I mentioned with my client earlier, she knew when he was distressed and she went over to try to help. They feel that big time. You know, and someone else mentioning she has that with her Goldens. And so me being uncertain, that means Tangi's going to be uncertain about what she should do. Me getting clear on that allows her to be able to make a decision and be clear on that and to feel like she can. Really?
So would you say that she, that experience where it's two, look at her, she's so cute. Two nervous systems having a conversation that she was running into the stress that was in your field?
Yeah, so she's responding to this uncertainty, which was anxiety again. And so that's okay. Well, if my mom's not certain, then how can I be certain?
Yeah.
Like, and if you really think about that, and I have some friends that specialize in this, and the dogs are picking up our emotional cues all the time. Same with cats too. Like if I'm really upset, this fluffy little guy right here is all over me, and they have a competition about who gets to be there to comfort me. But we've got to be clear in our fields because that's what the dog is responding to. They feel energy above anything else. So as you're raising your energy, your dog is going to benefit. Your cat is going to benefit as you are going up to higher energy levels and you're able to clear out any distress, any anxiety, any uncertainty that you have in your nervous system. Your animal is going to feel that and benefit.
Well, you're pack leader, right?
Yes.
You're the alpha, and so they need to know that you feel happy and safe and strong, and then they do. So think about that, you guys. Think about when you walk into the room, a room with your family, your husband, your kids, your animals, and you're stressed out or mad at somebody at work that you're not willing to forgive, or feeling horrific about yourself, your own body, whatever. Imagine if your dog is feeling that. They have a lot more senses than we do, a lot more intake, but imagine what the people in your house are feeling but don't know where it's coming from necessarily and don't know how to shift it. We can change everything in our lives through changing our own neurology, our own physiology. And I think that is so poignant with the pets.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Can you show them how cute you are? Come here.
She is so cute.
So
Katie, we just have about 2 more minutes before Leah comes and chats with us again. Anything else you want to share with everybody about yourself, your practice?
Yeah, so I can work with people both in person and over Zoom. If you want to learn more about me, I'll put my website in the chat. It is katiewrigley.com. You can go out there, book a virtual chat with me. We can Just sit over Zoom, let me know more about you, some of the things that you may be struggling with right now, and more importantly, what you want your life to look like. Like, what are these things preventing you from having right now? So we get really clear on what success would look like for you. So, and if we aren't a fit, we aren't a fit. There's no pressure. It's just a conversation to see if I could be of service to you or not.
And again, Katie's real specialties are law enforcement or first responders and pain management, but you can handle a whole wide range. What do you think your life would be like without, if Cognomovement hadn't come into it?
Oh gosh. Well, I would have had neurosurgery, so I could possibly be in a wheelchair because historically I haven't done so well with surgeries. And the one that I was looking at had a 50-50 chance of success, and I failed surgeries that had a 99 percentile chance of success. Um, so I don't know that I would be out of pain. Maybe I could have found my way out through some of the new things that they're coming out with scalar energy and everything. Maybe in the past couple months I would have started to feel better, but oh gosh, I was in corporate. I forgot about that. I was in corporate for 24 years and left corporate after 6 months of Cognomovement that boosted my creativity enough to be like, oh, there's my path out. And because I hadn't been able to figure it out. And there were some layers of fear too. So I would probably still be in corporate, still be miserable, potentially in a wheelchair, and probably in a lot of pain.
Would you recommend being a Cognomovement practitioner to other people who are interested in helping people?
Absolutely. There are so many ways that you can add it into what you're doing. So whether you work with people one-on-one or not, and, it doesn't have to be pain and trauma focus. There's other practitioners who are focusing on more growth work, more spiritual work. So you can use it for anything that you want to use it. And it's been absolutely amazing. You learn so much about the nervous system, and you get all sorts of neat tricks that you can learn as you go that are really they're kind of fun to wow your friends with, actually, about, you could just put your eyes off to the side and actually put yourself into rest and digest. You can turn your head to the side and yawn and you'll go into rest and digest. So it's kind of fun to do that stuff. But yeah, I definitely recommend the practitioner program. It is awesome. There's so much that you will learn, and just becoming a practitioner, you yourself will change so much in the 3 to 6 months that you're doing that program. You will be just blown away by how much you yourself change and how much you're influencing and changing the people around you as well by changing yourself. And I love what you always say, Liz, that we can change our world by changing ourselves. And it's true.
So true. Thank you so much, Katie. Bill, I see your mic's open. Did you have a question? Something you wanted to ask Katie?
Oh, no, I just want to encourage everybody. Katie has really not only made her own transformative work, but she's helped so many. Obviously, we only had a few minutes with her today, but the stories will bring you to tears. The things that she has helped people with and the families she has helped it is absolutely epic. And if you have a chance to work with her, you won't be sorry. She's a great example of what a practitioner can do. Basically, the impossible. What you might consider as a miracle, which is the impossible. So anyway, reach out. Again, specifically, she specializes in pain trauma, and honor to have her on the journey with us.
Thank you so much, Bill. Yeah, I love what I do, and I was saying the same thing to my client earlier. Like, I can't imagine doing anything else other than helping people raise their quality of life, even if it's already high. We can always make it better, and I love being able to do that.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for this opportunity today. Thank you guys for being in this session with me and sharing. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's one of the things that strikes me about this is that I know we've all talked about this in the past, is that being a practitioner is not work. It is absolutely, I was in corporate, all my life too. And I'll tell you what, I know what work is, and the same. It is the joy. Every day is joy to be able to do the work and be able to help people. It literally will make you so, I don't know the good word for it, but high, that you have, after an 8-hour day, you actually have more energy. You're like, oh my God, I can't go to something. Let's go and get dinner or something. You got a lot of energy when you're finished, because this doesn't take energy to be a practitioner. It gives energy, because you can imagine helping somebody with the impossible. They literally, their life is torn apart, and there you are, and you brought it all together and then some. They're better than they've ever been. So I know you're out there. I hear all the stories, and like I say, it'll bring you to tears. Thank you, Katie.
There's one thing I wanted to just add to that goes along with what you were saying. So my dad used to have this quote in his office that said, the key to happiness is getting paid money to do something you would pay money to do. And that's what being a cogno movement practitioner is. I've paid money to do cogno movement, and now I'm getting paid money to do cogno movement. And it is absolutely bliss. Yeah, I love what I do. Love it.
Yeah, I understand. It is, it doesn't even seem like it's possible.
Nope. Thank you, Bill, for creating this, and thank you, Liz.
All right. Thank you. Liz, look, are we back to Leah?
Oh, there she is.
So sorry, I dropped out for a minute. All right, we're at the top of the hour. We just had a great, really a testimonial about practitionership. So if Leah will tell you guys a little bit more about the practitioner program and how to get it. But while she does this, if you found your love direction, put your eyes there. If you didn't quite find your love direction, put your eyes on the ceiling and just move them left to right with some deep breaths while you hear what Leah has to say.
Okay. Am I, no.
You're there, Lee. You're good.
Okay. So while you're doing that, let's chat a little bit about practitioner. It now is a really, really great time to join our practitioner program. We're going to be getting into 2024 pricing at the beginning of February. So it's really a great time to start financially, as well as it's a new year. And if you want a direct path to a completely different transformed life, practitioner is where you want to go. Our first training, live in-person training of the year is happening in February. And we want you to have about a month before of the actual training before you come in person. So like I said, now is a really great time. You don't have to be a therapist or a counselor, but a lot of our people are. A lot of our people, this is their first modality that they chose to do a practitioner training. And people come to the practitioner training just to change their own life. And then in the end, they end up using it for their family and friends. And sometimes they even decide to take clients, but it's a transformational journey. And you're definitely going to want to look into it. If it's something that you are interested in, go to cognomovement.com/practitioner-training-info. And I'm going to put the link in the comments there. The very first step, if you have not already, is Cognomovement Essentials. It's a prerequisite for practitioner. And if you want more of these kinds of results that you just got from our very first practitioner session, Cognomovement Essentials is where you want to go. It's step 1. So that's cognomovement.com/essentials. And as always, I'm going to be here all day in the comments. So let me know if you have any questions about that or anything else. And I will give it to you, Liz, to introduce our next practitioner.
All right, you guys, up next, we have another one of our advanced practitioners, Coral Simpson. Coral Simpson. Wow, I couldn't get her name out of my mouth for a second. Coral's been with us, one of the longest practitioners that's been with us. And she is doing just amazing work, especially with kids and families. So let's just introduce her, Bill. Let's introduce Coral and bring her on screen.
All right, Coral, come on down. Oh, we absolutely love Coral. Again, I can't tell you how many times Coral has made me cry with joy, just seeing her own personal transition, and also the stories of what she's helped people with. She takes the work very, very seriously, and her own growth, and again, we help people with what we've been through ourselves.
All right, you there, Coral? Can we see you? There she is.
I am here. Thank you so much. I'm getting tears just from the introduction. And this work, like you said, Bill, the personal transformations of all of us who have been in this, doing this continually is, you just can't even imagine where our lives have come from and where they're going and where they're at now. So thank you so much for that introduction, for sure. And I don't know if do you want me to go right into what we're going to do, or is there other things you wanted to ask? Or
Well, yeah, let's chat for a second. So you wanted to bring something really special to everyone today. Tell everybody about the session that you are going to give.
Yes. So a while back, I did a session on myself called "I Trust the Universe Has My Back," and I didn't. I said it all the time. And then when I did it, I'm like, oh my gosh. So this is just worded differently, but it's essentially the same thing. Everything is working for me. And what I have discovered through this journey of doing Cognomovement on a regular basis is everything we want, in my opinion, everything we want is merely there to bring us back home to us. So if we are working on creating something, which is I do all the time, it is merely showing us in the path to get to whatever it is, how to love ourselves more, how to be home in our bodies in the now moment. And when we say we had a night with no sleep, I'm so tired, I wake up. Well, then maybe I take it a little easier that day, and I end up going to the store a little later than I would, and I bump into somebody and they're like, hey, blah, 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 and I haven't seen them for a while. Maybe someone says no. You ask them a question to help you out, and they say no. And then you discover you have the power in yourself to do it because they said no, instead of staying in the blame the old way. Because the old way is everything's happening to me and against me. Basically, everything's against me. Everyone's against me. It's all, like this place is jacked up. And it's not. It's not. We get the bigger lessons the less we pay attention to ourselves. And so this session today it's a gift. I can redo it. And the beautiful thing about Cognomovement is the more we change our level of awareness as we grow, it doesn't matter if you took through the same subject 60 times, you're gonna understand it differently from the awareness you are at now. So everything is working for me is a gift, because what if we looked at the world that way? What if somebody cuts us off in traffic and we go, okay, I need to pay more attention. Thank you. As opposed to people don't know how to drive and they're blah, blah, So when we change that simple change, just to flip the switch to that, life becomes more amazing. And we actually, it puts wind in our sails, because we know we have the volition to go through the transformation. The transformation is always bringing us home, always bringing us home. So that is why I want to do the session.
So Coral, do you feel like, since you've come to Cognomovement, it's been a lot of years now, do you feel like you're more of who you came to the planet to be, more of who you really are?
That brings emotion, 100%, Liz and Bill. This, and Leah as well, and everybody here, even as of 3 days ago, I got another reminder. You just get these big downloads, these big reminders. And where I came from when I started Cognomovement, you asked Katie at the end where you think her life would be. I swear I would be drunk under a bridge. I am not kidding.
That is not funny, but
I really think so. I really think so, because I was in a breakdown. I'm a people pleaser. I'm a people pleaser, recovering people pleaser, all this stuff. And I was not myself. I was giving it away in hopes to get something in return, and it never came. Whew. When I started doing Cognomovement, I started to learn, like, oh, I am in charge here. Surrender, but in charge of my own, I don't feel like I like this. Okay, what is it about me? What is it for me to understand? So I am completely different. I look the same. I have the same family. I have all the same thing in my life, or, different life, way different external shows me. And then the way I carry myself is 100% different. When I first started, I always say I couldn't dance. I literally, my nervous system was so, I'd be like, the music would go and I'd be like, oh, wait. So now, I do it. And so I am 100%, not 100%, I am completely transforming and continually transforming. And the results never get old, never gets old.
If you think about when you came in, because, we knew each other back then, more personally, did you ever dream you'd be who you are today, or that it was even possible?
You'd say those things like, I'm going to be famous one day, and that's not even in my radar now, and whatever happens. But the idea of it is that I would be heard, I would be seen, I would be confident, I would have security, safety, all those things. No, I wouldn't imagine how good it feels to have those things for real. And the dream got me there because that's what you chase, right? But it brought me to me.
I like that you said that you can feel it, that it's real. It's in your life now, right? And everything we talk about in Cognomovement is just this. It's about how you feel. If you're feeling whole and confident and sure, and knowing that you really get to decide what happens next, you make different decisions. Don't you think that's true?
Oh, absolutely. It's all us. As much as we want to think it's other stuff, it's all us. And like Katie was speaking about with her dog, and with my own children, and with people, like as soon as I cogno whatever it is that's hitting my stuff, all of a sudden, miraculously, it's just fine. And they can go on their merry way and I can go on my merry way. And it's a lesson learned, like, oh, okay, that was that.
Would you tell everybody, I know everybody's excited to get to the session and we'll get there, but you've worked a lot with kids too. So we talked about Tangi and dogs. You have kids in your house.
Yes,
so
my own and others. Yeah, I've worked, I've worked with a wide range of children, and mostly teens, actually. I find my kids are teens, so I kind of work, like you said, you kind of work with what is in your realm at this time. And I love working with everyone, but teens, it's amazing to see. They're interesting. They're interesting because, they don't really want to do this sort of stuff. But when they feel how they feel, I don't know, it's kind of like you're starting them young, right? So they get the awareness, they get the realness of who they are. And that confidence just turns everything. I had one student who is a special needs student, and he was like so angry at the school because he's higher functioning than the students around him. And he was just livid all day long because he said they would just talk gibberish to me all day long. That's all they do. They just talk gibberish. And so we said, I'm like, feel it, so we go into the session. Yeah, feel it. He's like, it feels like electrical wires in my brain. So, but it's like, yeah, I feel it, And so anyways, he told his mom after, he goes, my whole body is in peace.
Wow.
I experienced that in a long time, And then at school, the next time I saw him, I said, well, so what happened? Do those kids bother you anymore? He goes, no, because he can see that they're just human beings in their own state. And he doesn't have the stigma attached to it because he's in that special school with these other students. So it's life-changing no matter what session you do or who you work with. And my own kids, they let me sparingly do sessions on them, but I do me.
That's what I was going to ask. Have you used the tool? It's kind of sneaky for a mom, but so valuable. I've done it myself. Have you used the tool where there's something going on in your house and you're feeling a certain way about it, and you do your session on yourself, and all of a sudden that seems to resolve with your kids?
Oh yeah. So I had recently, before the holiday, we're getting ready, all this stuff's happening, and my daughter's 16 and she's contrary. I don't know where she gets that from, but she's contrary. Anyways, so I go up and, first conversation, I'm like, ooh. So I go and I do Cognomovement. I come up later, everything's good, and we're talking. About an hour goes by, all of a sudden it's happening again. I'm like, what? So I go back, I'm like, secretly, I come back, everything's good. By the third time, we were clear for the rest of the day, but it was just little things. And it was like, she kept, because I do them quick if I'm doing something like that. So it wasn't like I went full on in, but yeah, absolutely. And our day was magic. So yeah.
What is so good about that is that if you've ever owned your own teenager, you know that could go off the rails so fast. And it could start a week or a month or a year of arguing and fighting. Like if you feel that way about your kid and it's like a brick wall coming up against whatever they're saying. And mostly it's because you're worried or you're, in fear about them, or, maybe they make you mad. But to be able to change it and have the awareness to change it, right? In the moment, Coral, you might have been irritated, but you had the consciousness, that 45D conscious to go in and change it. And now you got a great day with your child. You got to live that day loving her instead of being mad. So it is gorgeous. Leah says that never happened with her. She was an angel. All right, you guys. Unless Bill has anything he wants to ask Coral, we can get the session started. Do you have anything before we get going, Coral? Or,
I say we just get right after it, and start helping people.
All right. What are the rules of this game, Coral? What do we need?
Well, so if you're new to Cognomovement, first time here, you will need an object of some sort. Hopefully you already have one, unless you just jumped on the call. A ball is great because you have, you can hold it with both hands easier, but you can use any object that has different aspects or different textures. And you're going to just follow along. I'm going to guide you. And as you follow along, the most important thing is to feel how you feel about this. And as I was speaking earlier, no feeling is also a feeling. So if you're like, I don't feel nothing, feel nothing. Feel whatever is showing up for you around this topic. The deeper you go, as the body relaxes, as the nervous system downregulates, then it allows the layers to come to the surface that are ready to be cleared. Whatever layer is here today, go with it. Wherever you get to, it's working for you. If there's more to it later, then there's more to it later. Accepting what is wherever we get to is the biggest piece of this session today, because we're doing it in a large format, in a group. Every person has their own individual experience. Just be in yours. And without expectation, just see what happens. So those are the rules for me. And so with that, we'll go ahead and get started. So the first thing I'm going to have you do, we're going to actually check in, and let's come into the present moment together. So if you will, just lower your gaze if that feels right, or close your eyes, whatever feels most comfortable for you. And feel yourself sitting or standing in time and space. Feel the temperature of the air on your skin. Notice any small sounds in the room that you're in, or even on my side. Notice where your hands are sitting and how they're sitting. Notice how your feet are. Scanning your body from the feet all the way up through the top of your head, and noticing, are there areas your body is speaking to you differently than others? No story, just notice. Take a long breath in through your nose and let it out however it feels right, through the mouth or nose. And then, if you will, open your eyes and lower your gaze, or if your eyes are already lowered, just keep them low. As you're looking down, you're accessing into your kinesthetic feeling body. Try the sentence on and see how it fits in your body. What does it feel like? What does it evoke? Everything is working for me. One more time with meaning. Everything is working for me. And notice what that brings up. Is there no feeling? Is there disbelief? Is there a heck yes, an expansive feeling? Whatever the feeling is, if it's expansive, expand it. If it's not, feel it. Feel whatever is here. And if you can, begin to walk around with your eyes in this low position as if you had drawn an 8 on your floor. And begin to wring your hands as you're walking with your eyes in the low position. And contemplate, do you believe everything is working for you? Can you find some proof where that has been the truth? Something you thought wasn't working for you, and it was. If you will, move your eyes neutral to the room so you're looking straight ahead. And as you're looking straight ahead, look at the objects through beginner's eyes. Notice textures, shapes, colors, and feel the body. Everything is working for me. Move your eyes, looking up at the ceiling. Be careful as you walk. If you're sitting, you can just turn side to side. I forgot to include that. As you're looking up, contemplate in this position with your eyes and your body. Everything is working for me. And then, if you will, bring your eyes back to neutral. Take a deep breath in and sigh out audibly. If you have an object or a ball, we're going to take it and we're going to bring it down to the lowest that your arms will go. You're going to say the sentence again with meaning. Everything is working for me. Feel the sensation or the emotion attached with that or both. Begin to move your object or ball side to side, both hands in contact at all times. And call out the different aspects you see, whatever you pick up first. Say it out loud so your auditory learning center hears you. Everything is working for you. Feel that. Move up in front of the belly button. Still calling out aspects, both hands on the ball. Everything is working for you. Feel it. Do you believe it? Or is it unbelievable? Feel whatever it is. Moving up right below the heart, across the diaphragm, still calling out the different aspects. Feel whatever you feel. Really let it expand. If it's feeling amazing, let it be the most amazing feeling you've ever felt. If it's the worst, feel it. Let your container to hold this feeling grow. Moving up in front of the heart. Feeling whatever you feel. Everything is working for me. Moving up in front of your throat line, calling out the aspects of whatever you're using. And feel. Let emotion come if there's emotion. Let disbelief come if disbelief is here. Let the recognition that it might be true, if that's here. Moving in front of the eyes. If you need to modify and your shoulders have issues, just make your eyes go in the up position. But if you can, if you have it available, move the ball above your head, side to side, calling out the aspects. Take a deep breath in. Bring your object or ball down. And sigh out again. Beautiful. We're going to go right into the infinity. The infinity is you keep your face straight. You want your eyes to really stretch. So you're going to pick a focal point. So if you have a pin, pick the pin cap or something like that. If you have a ball, then choose one of the object or the shapes on the ball. And start whatever your intuition says, whichever side. And you're going to go slow. And again, before you start, eyes down and just say, with meaning, everything is working for me. And then begin moving the ball around your head like a pair of sunglasses, tracing the rims of the sunglasses, or an infinity sideways. Really letting those eyes stretch and reach for the ball. And ask the question as you follow with your eyes. Do I believe everything is working for me? Notice your eyes. If there's in a place where there's either acute pain, really stretchy, double vision, blurry, a kaleidoscope of colors, and hold your object there stationary, letting the eyes rest on the focal point. Even if it's uncomfortable, it's only for a moment. Look away, but keep the ball or object where it's at. Look forward and soften your gaze. As if your brain had eyes, let your brain look at the focal point. See if you can feel your brain look at the focal point or see it. Take your free hand and touch where you think the focal point is without looking at the ball. Slide your eyes over to the ball and say whatever color you're touching or looking at. Bring the opposite hand down. Take a deep breath in. Release the breath. Bring the ball down. Close your eyes. We'll be here for 30 seconds in silence. Let your brain and eyes relax. I will count in my head. If you will, please open your eyes. Bring the ball back to that very place that you were just working and see, is it just as tight or whatever was going on? Is it a little bit less? Is it worse? And move the ball back and forth in that area. Move it to where it's easy, where your eyes can totally see, and then back to where it's stretchy or tension or whatever's happening. Keep doing that. Think of a time when something did work for you. It could be small, like you got a phone call you were waiting for. The sun actually came out behind the clouds. Think of a time and feel that in your body. What does working out for you feel like? And then if that area is clear, continue with your infinity. Tracing around the eyes, around the head. Or stay working there. Say the sentence again and see what your body shows you. And then take a deep breath in, bring your ball down. Sigh out again, audibly. Beautiful. If you will, turn your head to the left. Your head is physically left. Your eyes are looking up to the right. And open that jaw as wide as you can and yawn, real or fake. When you're ready, bring your head to neutral. Turn your head physically to the right. Look your eyes up to the left. And again, open that jaw as wide as you can and yawn, real or fake. Okay, we're going to do another round, and this is conversational, just regular conversational cogno movement. And we're going to start with the prompt. And what we're going to do is we're going to move up the body, and you're just going to see what comes. So we're going to start with the prompt. Everything is working for me because, and then see what your body has to say. So bring your ball or object down to the lowest your arms will go, side to side, looking down at the ball, and ask the question or say the statement, everything is working for me because, and just see what comes. Moving up across the belly button. Moving up across the heart. Moving up across the throat. Still having the conversation if there's any. Moving up in front of the eyes. And then moving up above the head. Breathe in and bring the ball down. Breathe out however you want. We're going to walk 8s again. So again, if you need to stay seated, I didn't say this the first time, you can just turn side to side and do that if you can't walk the 8. You can do it that way. Or you can turn in a chair. If your chair turns, you can turn in your chair. If you have it available, we're going to walk as if there is an 8 on the floor. When you do this, if you will, just a gentle tap coming out to the lymphs in your armpit area and then back into the middle of the chest, and walk as if there's an 8 on the floor. If you will, come back. We're going to do one more infinity. So whatever you have, an object or a ball, when you get back to your place, we're going to start on the opposite side. So if I started on my right side, I'm opposite of you on the screen. I'm going to start on my left side this time. And again, we're going to go around the head and let the eyes really reach for the ball. And feeling is your check in right now. Is the feeling when you say everything is working for me? If there was no feeling, is there a feeling now? Did the feeling move in your body? Did the feeling increase and feel more uncomfortable? Did the expansion feel more expansive and amazing? Did it change? Just notice. And then begin on the opposite side with the infinity, really letting the eyes stretch. And find another place where the eyes have a catch, a little bit different than smooth. Double vision. And you can bring that ball into where it's easy and back to where it's stretchy or whatever's happening. And keep doing that until you get your eyes to be smooth in that area. Once they're smooth, continue with the infinity. Take a deep breath in as you do the infinity and let the breath out, however it's right for you. Maybe entertaining the question, has someone else said, man, they're lucky. Everything is always working out for them. Has anyone ever thought that about you? If not, it's okay. Would someone in a different position think that of you? Breathing in if you have forgotten. Where are you willing to release some of the rules around things not working out? Are you willing to release some of the rules you have? Are you willing to release rules around things working out? Working the areas of the eyes that are stretchy, or all the things listed. All right. So if you will, bring the ball down again. Take another deep breath in and sigh out. And then if you will, we're going to go quickly up the body. Take the ball and call the first color that you see, or the object. Call whatever aspect you see, moving up to the belly button, calling whatever you see, moving up right below the heart, moving across the heart, calling whatever you see. We're going quick. Move across the throat, across the eyes, and then up above the head. Breathe in and bring the ball down again, and breathe out. We're going to do another yawn. For this yawn, if you will, just lean your head back and let your throat open. If you can't yawn from this position, you can take a gasp of air in, like, and then wait for it, and you will yawn. Forget vanity and let yourself yawn, resetting your nervous system. Let's check in again, and let's check in the chat and just see where people are at. Not everybody has to jump in, but if you have, how are you feeling around this topic? Is there resistance or expansion? And do you feel like it's a yes, or it's possible? So if anybody or somebody would put some in the chat to just see how we're doing on this topic, like what is happening physically, sensation-wise in your body.
Can you see the chats, Carl, or do you need, or Coral, or do you need me to tell you?
I can see, yeah.
Okay.
Resistance but tired, relaxed. It's possible, yep, expanded, good. Freezing cold.
Mm-hmm.
That's the body's response, unless you're really in a 30-degree room. Feeling more open and expansive in energy. Expanded and open, more trust. I love it. All of these words, the frequency of these words are beautiful. And in this group, it allows the group to have permission to do this as well. It is possible. I discovered the inner child feeling like we need to clean up all the messes before we can be totally free and let the goodness in, right? More belief that it's true. Lots of goosebumps going throughout the session, lots of yawning. Yep, that's the body just letting things clear. Thank you and surrendered. Beautiful. Okay, so we can do one more quick round, I think would be okay. And
we have time, yeah.
Okay, so we'll do another round just because, so here's the rules for this. If you're in expansion, which a lot of people are, and that is true, make it more true. Make it bigger, make it more expanded. If you're still in resistance, let yourself be in the resistance. There's no comparison here. It's just be where you're at with how you are. So joy when hearing something new to do. Awesome. Yes, less fearful. Okay, so we're gonna do another round. We'll do all the stuff, and let's just feel it again. So whatever you feel that. Begin to move the ball as quickly as you can, and you're calling out whatever you see. So as quickly as you can, calling out what you can see. Moving up in front of the belly button. Moving up in front of below the heart. Quickly as you can, calling out what you can. It's kind of a little challenge. Moving up in front of the heart. Moving up in front of the throat. In front of the eyes. And above the head. Bring the ball down. We're going to go into the ears. So if you need to, you can take one hand and do one side. And I say ears, I'll explain it. But if you have it available, you can do both hands at the same time. So this outer ridge of the ear, I like to do a very broad squeeze so I get both this inner ridge here and the outer. And I start up by the skin, up by my head. I'm going to do both ears at the same time. In your mind, tell what this will do in your life for you if you let everything work for you. Out loud, if you have it available. Work your way down to the earlobes. When you get to the earlobes, you're going to release the ears and fold them forward. Breathe in and release again. Again, if you, Leah put in the chat, if you can only do one side and then the other. So if you were on one side, now you're going to do the other. Or if you have both hands, you're going to start at the earlobes. And as you squeeze the earlobes, you're going to work your way up to the top of the ear by the skin. And tell the story in your mind of how this increases trust in your life, how this would affect the idea of trust. Working your way up, squeezing from the earlobes all the way up to the top where the skin meets the head. When you get there, release, fold the ears forward, breathe in, release the ears in the breath. We're going to take the ball or object down again and quickly call out whatever you see. Calling and say the color or shape or whatever aspect, moving up to the belly button, below the heart, across the heart, in front of the throat, in front of the eyes, and above the head. Bring the ball down. We're going to go into another infinity. This infinity, change position. So my favorite groove is right here. I always do my thing, but when I work with another practitioner, it's nice because it gets me out of my pattern. Put it further away from you if that's a challenge, or put it close. If you don't like get out of my face, bring it closer if you need to challenge yourself, to challenge the neurology, or bring it further away. So just put it in a different position than what you did already. Keep the face straight. Begin to move the ball as if there's a sideways 8 or an infinity or sunglass rims around your head, going slow at this new challenging place. Notice what is here now around. Everything is working for me. If you find a place of eye strain or something that's not smooth, stay there. Use your intuition to move the ball around to see if you can get your eyes to track, to release, to be smooth. Breathing if you forgot, even if you didn't. And maybe pose the question, what else is possible if everything is working for me? Beautiful. Go ahead and bring your ball down, and we're going to walk figure 8s. This is the challenge though. The 8s on the floor, so you can still turn in your chair if you need to. Walk them backwards. So go very slow, go in a very small space, and see if you can walk an 8 on the floor backwards. Can you do it? Keep going. And then if you will, go ahead and let that go. Take another long breath in, and you're going to sigh out audibly. So we're going to do a little meditation. And I know I finished early, I believe, but I think we have time for chat. So we'll do a little meditation just to close this out. And wherever you are at is wherever you are at. And trusting that it is working out for you, whether you're still in a little resistance or whether you're the most expansive you've felt in a long time, or whether you're just like, don't know what that was all about. Wherever you are at is where you are at, and just allowing that to be. So if you will, have a seat or whatever feels comfortable for you. We're going to do a little meditation, and then we'll close this out. So wherever you are, lower your gaze or close your eyes. Begin to scan your body again, this time starting from the crown, the top of your head, and going all the way down through every cell of your body, seeing yourself, looking inside of yourself, letting go of any stories that want to pop up, and notice your internal landscape. What are you feeling like right now? If you feel tired, let yourself be that. If you feel super energized, be that. All the way down to the feet. And if you can imagine the feeling of warmth enveloping your entire being, this warmth is calm, it's peaceful, it's soothing. And this warmth goes through the head, your throat, your chest, your abdomen, your pelvic floor, your extremities. Breathing in a long breath in through the nose into the feeling of the warmth. Letting it expand beyond your body, and then releasing the breath. One more time, breathing in an expansive breath, expanding the warmth beyond your body, and then releasing it. Thank you to each and every one of you who just did this session. This is far greater than you could maybe even understand. For as you come into clarity and focus and presence in the now, and acceptance of what is, you lend that permission to anyone around you. The energy, this energy bubble we have just created, is in the world, and it is available to anyone who is ready to receive it. It is no small thing, this work. With much gratitude, thank you. When you're ready, raising your gaze and opening your eyes in whatever way feels best for you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, I did that along with you guys. That was a yawner for me. Like my body's just releasing and releasing. Some sessions you just can't quit yawning. So that is gorgeous. Go ahead, Carl.
Aftercare, Liz would always say.
Yes.
Salt. So if you have Himalayan or Celtic salt, or pinch some in your water and drink some, especially if you're yawning a lot. But it's a release. So sorry, I just want to say that.
Absolutely. I was going to say, you're reading my mind. Water, extra water, 50% more water than you would drink in the day. Fluids, kombucha might be great. Some electrolytes might be great. Salt is really going to help you. I know it seems like just some little movements, but man, changing your nervous system takes a huge amount of energy. So some of you might be feeling really tired. Take a break, take 20 minutes, take a nap, and come back to the session. Some of you might be feeling really energized, and that will shift and change throughout the day as your neurology continues to deepen the process. So the sessions that you've done so far today, those will continue to change your body for weeks and weeks. I want to have Coral, before you go, share about your upcoming 21-day challenge, but I can see Bill wants to jump in the convo.
Yes. And by the way, all these messages, thank you. I mean, they're beautiful to see. So the 21-day challenge starts tomorrow. I'll be kicking it off. Katie's going second, Annette's in there somewhere. And we have new practitioners and practitioners in training who are brave enough to go out and do this. So for the next 21 days, starting tomorrow, I believe it ends on February 16th, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. Eastern time, there will be a session loaded into the Cognomovement community group. So we're going to tag them. So it'll say day 1 of the 21-day challenge, day 2, day 3, and then the title of whatever the practitioner is choosing to work with. So this time we're not doing the prizes. In the past we've done that. The prize is the is the results. But do this. See, can you do this for 21 days? Watch what happens in your life, the transformations that happen from being in a community doing this work and also being led in this way. Is you can't measure them, and you can't put expectations on it either. You know, it's just letting yourself be in that subtlety and letting yourself see, can you dedicate? You can watch the replay, so you don't have to be in those hours. But if you want to, if you're one of those, you know, looking in, I imagine I'm not going to give any of that. So between those hours, and it'll be on Facebook. It's in the Cognomovement community. It's the next 21 days, and you just look for the videos. There's also past years of these. So literally you could have a whole library of doing these 10 to 15 minute mini sessions with different practitioners for over the years. And Liz will be doing one as well.
Yeah, I will be in there doing one. So these are to get you guys doing your daily sessions, because a lot of people are like, I don't know how to do a daily session, or I can't get motivated. And all of us do our own daily sessions, but this is a private community, the Facebook members community for Cognomovement. You do have to have your essentials program. So if you did get yours today, if you don't have it, you can join by tomorrow morning. So Leah will explain that in the break a little bit more. So you do have to have your essentials program and be a part of the community to join that. Bill, did you want to say something to Coral or jump in on that session?
Well, I just wanted to say that, you know, that was a great session, Coral. And, you know, this is something, I don't know if it was Einstein who said it, but it was one of the great thinkers. And they said, in a nutshell, there's 2 ways to go through the world: as if nothing's a miracle, or as if everything's a miracle. And correlated with that is this universe a place that is supportive to me, or is it a fight? And the recognition of that support and everything that's happening around you that's enhancing your life, even though it may appear as a challenge, everything can shift. Everything can shift in a big way. And for me, when I looked at this, I recognized that literally the air, the food, the water, the playmates, the physical hard earth itself to walk on, it's all one big support network. That's it. And that all life here is supporting each other, whether through creating a challenge for our growth or through harmony of some kind. The roads that we drive on, we all mutually had to pay taxes, or our ancestors had to do that. The electricity we have, at some point, we got supported so we could have electricity and lights in our house. Everything out there. The more you look, the more you'll see. And that in turn will drive you into a new life experience. Having gratitude and seeing the support and the appreciation drives you into that fourth dimension. You recognize it. So that is why this session with Coral, which was so wonderfully, artfully done, again, life altering. And so grateful for Coral and all the lives she's changed. You know, Coral is one that I've had many phone calls with Coral where there's just joy. And I mean, just like crazy joy after, you know, she does a session with somebody and helps out people. It's like, you know, and I get it. I get it. She's living the dream, you know, loving the work she does. And I get it. Anyway, we're so grateful for you, Coral, being part of the community. And if you can get to that 21-day session, it'll help change your life. And if you can get a session with Coral, worth every penny. Worth every penny.
Okay, Coral, tell everybody where they can find you.
Yes, thank you, Bill, very much. Yay, Robin! Thank you. Okay. Oh, Robin! Okay, sorry. Anyways, I'm reading the context. Okay, you can find me in person in southern Utah in a Cedar City, which is an hour north of St. George. I work worldwide online. My website's on my name, and also in there it's coralshealingreef.com. I do work with everyone. I love relationships. I love because it always ends up being our own relationship with ourselves. Like we were saying, if we do it on us, then we have harmony at where we're at. But that is, to me, it's the breath in this work, because I've seen where I was and how I viewed my own childhood. All I could say was it was a melee, you know, where now I can see how amazing my parents were. And I could see them as kids. I see people as kids nowadays, like, you know, just we're grown-ups, but we're kids. And it's when we get that relationship with ourselves, and when we have that, we have such deep, rich, nurturing relationships with others that they're just magic. All the movies could be like that. Our lives can be like that. My life is changing into that, where before it was like, that's just a movie. And it's not fast. I do a lot of work, but man, is it worth it. So you can find me worldwide, or you can find me in person in Cedar City. I have a couple studios I work out of. Thank you, Bill and Liz. This was really a gift for me to be able to do this as well.
So this must be your client. Robin said, Coral literally saved my relationship and my family last year. That is an amazing testimonial. Also, you guys, Coral will definitely put her websites in the chat, but you can also go to Cognomovement and click Find a Practitioner. And anyone that you've seen today, you can find there as well. So thank you again, Coral. That was amazing. All right, Leah, would you please tell everyone about the 21-day challenge and what they need to do to be qualified to come to that? You're muted.
Whoops. Yeah, so the 21-day challenge is going to be held on the private members community on Facebook. You get access to that if you have Cognomovement Essentials or Cognomovement Basic Training is what it used to be called. So if you have those courses, you get access to that Facebook group. It's an amazing Facebook group. Not only do we have that 21-day challenge coming up, but as Coral said, we have a whole library of the 21-day challenge that happened last year, as well as all kinds of cool videos and free classes and that kind of stuff. The best part about the private members community on Facebook is that you get to share your results, share your Cognomovement stories, ask questions, and you get support from our certified Cognomovement practitioners, from Bill and from Liz. They're there to help you with sessions you get stuck on. It's really the best way to get personal time from them while you have Cognomovement Essentials. So if you want to get Cognomovement Essentials and you don't have it, you can go to cognomovement.com/essentials. If you don't use social media, is there another way to access the material of the challenge? Michael, I get this question a lot. Unfortunately, right now, Facebook is the best way to reach everybody. It's where our whole community is. Unfortunately, we don't have another way to have that whole community, but we are always making changes, and that could be something that happens in the future. But right now, the Facebook group is the best way to publicly share that for everybody, and get it out to everybody, and have that library there to see it later. Also, again, the live practitioner training is happening at the end of February. It's part of our whole practitioner training program. If you want to be part of that, if you want to be part of something bigger, this Cognomovement movement, definitely get started, fill out that application, see if you qualify, and let's get you started. This 2024 is going to be an amazing path if you're doing Cognomovement, no matter what. So one of the things I wanted to say just very quickly is if you're getting any results from this at all, any even little changes, then that's the point of this whole day, is that Cognomovement works. Just remember that these are mini sessions, and you'll be able to get these results and more when you have Cognomovement Essentials and you get into our community and start doing those sessions. One of the things that's really awesome that I love about Cognomovement myself is that, things like the forgiveness. For me, sometimes forgiveness is an F word, and I don't want it unless it's just to forgive myself. But you get to feel how you feel with Cognomovement. And when we say that, it means sometimes you can't tell somebody all the things you really want to say to them. And you also can't release it if you can't actually have that closure. So you get to do your Cognomovement session and you get to say everything you want to say. You get to call them whatever you want to call them, and you get to have it out with them while you're doing your Cognomovement session. This isn't a modality where you have to pretend to be grateful for them. You have to pretend that you forgive them. You actually get to have it out. And at the end, and a lot of us know this from experience, at the end of that Cognomovement session, everything changes. People get text messages, phone calls, emails from those people saying, you know what, I'm really sorry that I was like that. I totally was out of line. Or, you know what, like, you're totally right, and I just want to move on, and let's move forward to least. They're not in the loop anymore. So that's my spiel about how Cognomovement is awesome. And I will continue to put the links for everybody in there so you don't miss it. And we'll keep doing these updates. So without further ado, it's the top of the hour, it's noon, and we're going to get a session from Liz and some chats with Bill and Liz. So
actually, it's changed. Colby is actually with us. So I will be doing a session later on the subject that we're going to talk about today, but we actually have Colby Kaiser with us, who is an amazing practitioner out of Philadelphia who works with kids with special needs. So Bill and I are going to be sharing an amazing miracle story with her. Right before that, I want to share that the Essentials package that you get includes your ball, and it includes many, many little sessions that you can use and the instructions for how to do it yourself. It's incredible the things that people can change on their own. Things like we've had people say that they stopped having migraines and they'd had them their whole life, or literally healed a relationship with family, or stopped biting their nails. So many, many things. So it's a whole program that you get to keep and access all the time. Bill, I could see, did you want to add something?
Oh, well, here's the thing about Cognomovement is that, we don't actually treat any named disease, or pain or even migraines. But what happens is very naturally, the underlying stress that was causing it goes away. And you don't even have to know what it is. I have the malaise, I have the feeling, I don't feel so good. You just let yourself feel that. You do the exercise, and we basically find the glitch and rewire it. And you can do it on your own. Obviously, always better with a practitioner, but the Essentials program will let you get after it. It's a starting place. It's also a great starting place if you're interested in having the practitioner experience on being a practitioner. It's wonderful because you get to have the results yourself.
True. All right, let's welcome Colby. As we do, I want to say that Cognomovement, the face of Cognomovement changed forever after working with Colby in Philadelphia and with her very specific group of kids. So welcome, Colby Kaiser. Wait a minute, Colby, you are muted. Leah, is it possible to unmute Colby?
Yeah, I did. And then it muted back again. Hold on.
Yeah, I muted again because I
There we
had to
go.
cough. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I apologize. I have some sort of flu, something or other, so my voice is what it is, and I'm a little bit tired, but I'm here, so I'm happy to be with everyone. Yeah, so I have been doing Cognomovement for 1.5 years now, and it has changed my life, and it has also changed what I have done with my students. I'm a speech pathologist, and I specialize in working with kids who are non-oral, non-speaking. Many of them use augmentative devices, and many of them use typing, either spell to communicate or facilitated communication. And Cognomovement has just given a whole different dimension to my therapy. I start every session with a Cognomovement, small little session, 5 to 10 minutes. And basically what I'm doing for all of my students, whether they're verbal or nonverbal, is I'm activating the learning centers. I am using cross-body movements to activate all parts of the brain. I use it throughout my, with some students, I use it throughout my sessions. If I'm working with someone who has apraxia, which is the inability to coordinate the muscles in order to talk, I will do a session, or I will do something with speech or massage or touch, and then I will use Cognomovement to map in what I've just done. It has been really, really amazing. And I've started to work on emotions. I didn't do that right away because I wasn't sure how that would but I wasn't sure how that would play out. Because in a session, we need the constant feedback is really important. But what I found is that they can type to me, they can tell me some things that they're feeling, and then we can kind of go from there. And I've had some really beautiful interactions with students. Many of my students have significant behaviors that impede, pretty much all parts of their day. And using Cognomovement, I've been able to de-escalate and regulate their body systems. So for that, it has been incredibly life-changing for me and the students. I have had one student who was nonverbal, and so I started doing this last September, not this past one, but September 2022. And in about April, he started typing with me. And not only did he start typing, he like rapidly. And one of the first messages that he gave me, because I asked him, I said, "What do you think of this ball?" Because he's one who I did use it to de-escalate him. And he said, Colby, I hate the ball, but it changed me. And it is allowing me to be able to do what I'm doing right now, which is communicating with me. And so this has been such a significant thing in his life. And he's now able to tell us, what he feels when he self-inflicts himself. And he's able to tell us what's going on physically for him, which is, because most of the time we don't know what these reasons are. Now he's able to tell us these things. So, and for me, this is just the beginning. Bill had asked, I don't know if it was Coral or Katie, I think it was Coral, how has this changed you? I still feel like I'm at the very beginning of this for both myself and for what can be done with my students or anyone with autism or anyone who has these, well, let me lay a different aspect out. So when you think about someone who is nonverbal for pretty much most of their lives, and then maybe at age 10, 15, 21, they begin to communicate for the very first time. It's amazing. And everybody is very focused on, oh my gosh, they're communicating. This is so great, da 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 da. But what we haven't really addressed with that is all of the trauma that they have experienced prior to being able to communicate. And this is not meant to target anyone, especially not parents, because, parents to me, oh my gosh, I mean, I love working with my parents. But there is, we all have trauma from childhood, and, we have trauma from our parents who are great people. It's the same with these kids who can't talk. And now they can suddenly talk, and there's just like all of this stuff bubbling over, and there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of love too. So much love comes out in their communications. But I think Cognomovement is just one of these things that I've really been able to work with my students or my clients and help them work through some of these emotions that they have no idea what to do with. And oftentimes it comes out in these negative behaviors. Self-inflicting injuries are a great point. They don't know what to do with this pent-up energy. We can all yell and scream, and they don't. And so, they may lash out at other people. They may lash out at themselves. And it's not, I really believe that is not inherently what they ever want to do. These individuals are some of the most wise and loving and caring individuals I have ever come across. And it's an honor to work with them every day. And to be able to have this modality be one other tool in the toolbox to help them reach their full potential and to have themselves seen in this world today is something that it's priceless. And I've been doing speech pathology for 30 years, and I've been working with this population from the beginning, from 30, but I've really specialized in it in the last 14. I've worked with families, and I believe Cognomovement can really, really positively affect family units of individuals of non-speaking students, because as Coral said before, and all practitioners know, when we work on ourselves, all of our relationships change. And when we were talking with Katie said, she works on her dog by proxy. We can work on our kids by proxy. We can work on ourselves. And when we work on ourselves, all the relationships change. So for me, I say this is the beginning because I'm just starting to explore this. It's always been important to me to work with the parents. And for me, if a child can communicate with the parents, that's the number one priority. But now to have, again, like I said, to have this other tool for them to use, to be able to handle sometimes their children who can be really, really challenging on a daily basis, is just something I really see a lot of value in. And there's just so much room for growth in this area.
So let's tell a few stories. So I had the amazing opportunity. Colby invited me to come out and work with some of this population. And it's not a population that Bill and I have worked with extensively. We've had some experience. Both of us have worked with autistic children, but most of them are not as severe as the cases that Colby handles. So it was a population that I personally was not very familiar with. And so when I came out, I got to meet not only kids with autism, but kids that have a global brain injury from an accident, drowning, that kind of thing. There are kids that have Down syndrome and lots of different issues, but the ones that you work with are often the issues are quite severe. Yeah. So there was one, we'll tell about Owen later, but let's tell about Allie. And about the moment we recognized that she was following the dog and looking at people. So will you share a little bit about that?
Yeah. So Allie, I've known, she was actually my student. She was in a drowning. She drowned in the bathtub, and she actually died and was brought back to life. Her mother's a nurse and did CPR. It was very, very tragic, very, very traumatic for everybody. And she was a typical child, second grade. And she was in the hospital, I think, probably for 8 months. And as a result, became globally brain damaged, is in a wheelchair, cannot speak. She couldn't eat at first. She's come a long, long way. Her parents are amazing. They do anything for her, and they do anything to keep her in a typical childhood experience. So I had worked with her as her speech therapist when I worked in that school for a couple of years, and then I left that school. But she lives down the road from me, so I've stayed in contact with their family. And so when I started doing Cognomovement, I called them up and I said, hey, could I try this with Allie just to see what happens? Now, Allie's a teenager, so, you know, she had some issues in the beginning, but I'm sorry, excuse me. But when Liz came to work with her, we did I mean, it was so wonderful for me because I was doing things that I knew how to do, and Liz just had so much more to offer in terms of different techniques to use, which she taught me, which was amazing. But we really, I mean, what Liz did was basically she relaxed her nervous system. And we did, I mean, she did a whole bunch of things with her eyes. Now, Allie has all of my kids have a hard time tracking. Okay, so Cognomovement is about tracking with your eyes. Most of my kids cannot track at all. I mean, their eyes are pretty much, you know, they go like this and then their heads turn. So for me, Cogno sessions are really about getting those eyes to move so that we can just have more access to the brain. And so for Allie, you know, very little tracking, but she can, if you hold the ball here and you wait, you know, she can eventually move her eyes, but the processing time and the motor planning time for her to get there is extended. So Liz did a lot of different things with the ball. And what did we work on with her that first time? I don't even.
Well, so what I think the biggest thing that happened is we did get her eyes to move. We used some new techniques and worked more with her physical body You know, we have learned that even a blind person can now use cognomovement if we can stimulate the physical body in the right way. But Annette was there, one of our practitioners from New Jersey. I was there. One of the parents was there. There was a caregiver there. And so we were working with her, just trying to get a little bit of movement, really kind of seeing what we could make happen and how we could improve Allie's experience and ability to engage with the world around her. So they needed to lay Allie on the floor. Her caregiver did for a few minutes to change her clothes and things. And she conked out. I mean, she was out like an absolute light. And everybody's kind of looking at me like, oh my gosh, we've got all these people here. What do we do? I said, let her sleep. And I asked, does she ever sleep during the day? Nope. And this was a deep, deep sleep. And I don't know how long it was. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15 at the longest, right?
It wasn't long. It wasn't long, but it was deep. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you remember what happened next when she stood up?
Yeah. She started following the dog, right? With her eyes.
Yeah.
And
But there was something that happened right before that. They stood her up and she was beaming. Do you remember this? She was smiling.
Yeah. And she looked at me. She made eye contact with me. And I've worked with her a lot, and she doesn't always make eye contact with me because I'm work for her. So it was, and she was glowing. She looked very different.
Yeah, and her body was much more relaxed, which is an issue with a lot of the kids that Colby works with. There's a lot of involuntary body movement or no body movement. And so we knew there had been a big neurological change. I mean, this kid was beaming. She was radiant, was amazing, smiling at her dad, at the caregiver, and at her dog. And everyone was so enraptured about this beaming that what they didn't recognize is that her eyes had started to follow. She started following the dog. And then she's looking directly at her mom and her dad. By that point, remember, she's sitting on the couch. And everybody's so amazed with the changes that nobody actually recognized such a normal behavior that she's looking directly at people. So I think it was me who said, I think she's making eye contact.
Yeah.
So Colby's worked with her a lot more, and things have changed. Things like they wanted her to be able to eat ice cream because ice, kind of put her into a little bit of seizure. So they sent us a video of her eating ice cream, which was huge. Colby used cognomovement to allow her to be able to be desensitized to the cold, and she's enjoying ice cream. But the video they sent me, Allie recognizes the dog. She's following the dog, and then she does a very normal move of like, get away from my ice cream, and kicks the dog away, which is a really complex movement. It's normal for all of us, but everybody was so engaged that she was having the ice cream, nobody noticed that she had essentially interacted with the dog and said no. So all of these things start to change. What the work does, and I think what we've discovered, Colby, is that it starts to make new connections, and those new connections get bigger and bigger. So that sounds small, but for her family, it's huge, right?
Yeah. And her dad wrote that, I guess it was that night or the next day. She's also doing equine therapy with horses. And excuse me, he said that her horse responded extremely differently to her. It was either that night or the day after, I can't remember. And that the horse was super, super calm, and not that she was a crazy horse, but he said that he noticed such a difference and knew that she had been through something. So that was really cool too, and just goes to, to show about the cognomovement and the relationship with animals. They sense different shifts.
Yeah. And again, it really is just about we're using these eye movements, we're using sensation, we're using touch to allow the nervous system to to make some new connections, to open up and to expand. And the result is that the body is able to make more of these normal movements, make more of the communication. So one thing that fascinated us is Colby told us that, a child who can't speak, it's not necessarily that their voice doesn't work. It's not even necessarily that their arm doesn't work to type. It's that there's a disconnect between language and the ability to get it outside of the body. So even if the arm can move to do the typing they type on a screen, they could do that typing for scrolling and other things, but couldn't necessarily use it for language, which was super interesting.
Yeah. So when you think about language, the first thing that you have to do is you have to formulate a thought, and then you have to put that into language, like letter language. And then you have to, if you're speaking, your brain tells your body which muscles to move, or if you're typing or using augmentative communication, what to touch. And so often there is this huge disconnect, and all of those things don't work. So, random movements like scrolling is possible, but then when you go to put all of those systems together, it doesn't work as well. The loop, there's just something that's not there. Yeah, and with my guys, I use a technique called facilitated communication, and if you Google that, it gets a lot of bad press. Come talk to me about it, because it changes lives. Basically, it is helping someone to type with support. So it's hand touch. It could be on the arm, it could be on the shoulder, it could be on the wrist. Ideally, we want to get them independent, but in the initial phases, it's here. Now, I have a student who is I'm using Cogno very successfully with, and he is almost like, I can almost get him independent. It's so beautiful, because I've never done this with my kids, never gotten to this point. So it's super exciting for me. But so he can type beautifully when I'm touching his arm, and even if I'm touching very lightly. But when I go to take that away, I don't know what it is in the brain, but he loses the ability to formulate the novel thoughts. So right now I'm doing no touching of his elbow, like no touching. He can type, but I have to tell him what word I want him to type. So, I figured this is the early stages of this, and then, hopefully we can make those connections.
That part is, go ahead, Colby. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, and that's just where I am. So if you have any ideas on my next step, I'm open to it.
Well, let's back up and we'll tell everybody what we discovered while I was there. Yeah. So this is the big goal, is these students being able to communicate, to get their ideas out of their head and either verbally say it or get it typed out. And then there's the level of, behaviors and, hurting people, that kind of thing. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot. So I had a hard time, understanding exactly what was needed. So I was really just a big observer of what was going on to see where there was opportunity to make change. And one of the things that Colby is talking about is a physical touch. And we've learned this with Cognomovement, that sensation happens in a lot of places, and external sensation can cue the brain to make big changes. So while in her work, they don't like it that you're touching and facilitating, because it could be that the facilitator is actually doing the typing. That's the concern. But the physical stimulation allows that circuit to go to the brain and be closed and be able to be used to get their information out. So one of the misconceptions is that some of these students, because of the way they look and behave, some of them, their eyes wander, there's no direct eye contact, there's no communication. The idea was that they may not be intelligent. They may not be smart. There may not be anybody home in there. And one of the things that this work that Colby's doing allows is for the person that's in there to really show who they are and say what's going on in their body and in their lives. So we worked with the first boy, and he was so beautiful, big dimples, big bright eyes. And we were able to slow cogno movement down. This is one of the things we learned, that we slow way down and wait, and that the eyes can move. It just took a lot longer. So that was the first thing we did. We took cogno movement, modified it, and slowed it down. Remember Matt?
Mhm.
And I just waited for him.
Yeah.
And Matt was missing or has a damaged corpus callosum, right?
He's missing part of it. He wasn't born without it. Yeah.
So the brain, the part of the brain that sends information back and forth. So I asked, could Matt catch? And they, no, because, the left and right brain aren't working together. But when we discovered that when we just slowed down and waited, I would just slow down and smile and wait. And pretty soon he'd reach for the ball and give it back. And by the end of that session, we were able to make so much connection that he could catch the ball from one side and throw it to another. Remember, we were in a triangle?
Yeah.
And he was actually starting to use more words. Remember, by the end of that, a lot more vocal words, and more willing to sit down and type. And at the end, he tapped us all on the shoulder and said, happy, happy. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
So we left that session. I think it was that session. And I was a little overwhelmed because I'm like, wow, Colby, this is such a big thing you're up against here. This is so big, and I'm thinking we made some amazing progress with Matt, but is there more? Is there more? And this is where reality can change very quickly if you're willing to stay in a certain state. So I knew that I could very easily get frustrated and want to push to make change, because there's so many things that maybe could be done or that need to be done, and the parents are trying so hard, and Colby and the other facilitators are trying so hard. And I was in the car with Colby, and do you remember what I said?
No.
About the magic wand? I wish I had a
magic yeah, I wish I had a magic wand. Yeah. And what would I do with my magic wand?
Yeah. She said, but Liz, you have a magic wand, the cogno movement. And I said, I really want a bigger magic wand. But I wasn't pushing into, I was like, I would like a bigger magic wand. And when we went in to the next client, this client was older, a lot of behaviors. What you have to understand is Colby and her partners maybe are working with a person for an hour, but a lot of that hour is spent chasing them around, trying to get them to sit, right?
Yeah.
And you could see that it's kind of chaos. So again, I was the observer. And what I realized is that cogno movement, the way we do it, we were doing it before, we couldn't quite access the system like we needed to, right? And this particular client, he was outside his body. That's a whole story in itself. He just was not in there really. He was hanging out somewhere else. And I had to really listen to what the mom said. She said he wanted to be a minister. Wanted to be a minister, wanted to go to college, but wanted all these things. And I thought, wow, I wonder if that's a projection of the mom, or, I mean, how could she know that really, So I asked, his name's Owen. I said, Owen, would you be willing to do an experiment? I realized if I could work somewhere outside of his direct focal vision, maybe I could make a connection. So here came the download. Let's work in the field around the body, which we do in cogno movement. Bill and I do. But this was the first time we actually asked the eyes to rest and the brain to look. And when we did that, Owen, whose body's very, very stiff and wants to run around the room, absolutely melted.
Constantly in motion. Yeah.
Yeah. So pick up the story from there, Colby. What happened next?
So, I mean, he is constantly in motion, and he can be quite aggressive at time. He can hit if he's frustrated, and he's a big guy, he's 28. And so Liz, I don't know if you did it on me first or you did it on him.
I did it on us first, me, and Annette, to see if there was anything. So I got, here comes this information in my brain, this idea. We do cogno movement in a circle or figure eights, and it was a square. run the ball through, and all of us had a reaction. So we knew there was something. And I asked Owen, would he do an experiment? And he liked the idea of an experiment. So that was our first, yeah.
Yeah, so Liz did the square on him, which is taking the ball and running it in the periphery in a square. Probably like 6 or 7 times, I think, and his body literally melted. My friend, a colleague, was holding him up, even just holding him to keep him steady and focused. And he melted into her. And I was like, oh my God, what is happening here? Because literally nothing can get him to calm. But this does. And then I think we stayed with that, didn't we? And then we had him type.
Actually, pretty quickly after that, we asked him, would you be willing to type? And he voluntarily went and sat.
Yeah.
Which was remarkable in itself. But what he told us next about what he experienced was huge.
Yeah, he said, I finally feel like I'm in my body. And he typed, Megan, my colleague, was facilitating with him, and she said, oh my God, I am using barely any support right now. And I think, didn't he say, it seems like I have more control now that, I'm more in my body.
Yeah,
and
he said that for
he
the
wasn't in his
first
body.
Yeah, for the first time, his arms and legs were working as a unit.
Yeah.
Use the word unit.
Yeah.
So we were able to discover that he didn't necessarily have control over his body. And over the next few days, that was a theme. They're doing things, their bodies are doing things that they don't want them to do. But using this technique allowed them to calm so deeply that they did then have control. So we did several more experiments with Owen, getting his eyes to move. We did find that once the body relaxed, the eyes could track.
Mm-hmm.
So that was super useful. Another round, as long as it was an experiment and he was now in control, right? Would you be willing to do one more? One. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And he willingly walked over. We had him lay on a table, massage table, so we could work up over his head in the up position. This is one that is not accessible to most people with a brain injury. So we did that, and he told us that he felt energy move from his feet to his head, which that was a pretty novel idea, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So I have been working with Owen bi-weekly since then. It's awesome because I work with his mother the other weeks. So 1 week his mother, 1 week him. And some days I've done both of them, one after another. And they have both, because those two are so intertwined, I cannot even tell you. And they read each other's minds and their emotions. I don't even think they know where one emotion ends and the other begins. And they're both aware of that. And so it's been really amazing for both of them because, so Owen, and I get Owen to a point, he says, I really can't go on because my body's too relaxed. And I can't bring up this emotion because I'm too relaxed. So we have to be careful and find the balance because I need him to be able to feel frustration or feel anger. And he's been doing some really cool stuff. And he does not have great tracking at all. But what I have found is that I just move the ball in all the ways and his brain is following that ball. I know it. I can see almost the essence of his eyes, if that makes any sense. And I feel things that are happening in him and he will confirm that. So neither one of us often know what happened, but we know that a shift was made and he'll confirm that. And if Owen doesn't want to do something, he's not going to do it, but he is always ready for Cogno. And he always has something ready that he wants to work on. So we start out with the square, we do the basic, I just try and get that tracking a little bit in, and then we go right into emotions and have him type, like a regular Cogno session. It's really beautiful.
So that day, I realized that we were now talking to Owen, you know, and he was interacting with us. He was willing. That was the part, Colby. He was so willing to do what we were doing. And he liked the idea that it was an experiment. And we were explaining what was going on. And I asked him, I wanted to test. I wanted to give a complex question and see what he answered. So I said, Owen, your mom tells me that you want to go to college. Is that true? Yes. What school? Brenathan University. And it's literally across the street. And all of his siblings have gone there. Makes sense. And I said, I hear that you want to study theology. And, I'm interested in theology as well. And I'm curious, Owen, like, what aspect do you want to study? And he did, you remember, Colby, he did the typical thinking face,
Mm-hmm.
which is not something someone with the things that are happening with him does. He was literally, we could see his eyes looking, thinking, right?
Yeah.
And there was this long pause. And then he comes back to typing very voluntarily. And he said, I would like to study gratitude and respect, right? Was that it?
Yeah. So yeah, you remember this way better than I do.
Yeah, gratitude and respect. And I don't think any of us had dry eyes. Like, we just couldn't believe, that was it. And it was a very complex question that he answered thoughtfully, which was amazing. So since then, do you feel like you've gotten to see a lot more of the inside of Owen, of like who he is and what he wants? And
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, because I worked with him before I did Cogno, and he was very difficult to work with. And we actually didn't get along well. And so I had to actually stop our relationship, not our relationship, but I stopped doing therapy with him because he was not working with me and was just really, really resistant. So, and I should say, I've had some issues with his mom as well.
Yeah.
And even when I was out there, or when Liz was out here, I was, I can't, she's very difficult. But what happened is but she's in my community. So, I mean, she's someone who is, and is going to be in my community. So I did about 3 sessions on her. And now I'm
on yourself.
On myself, on her. Yes, about her. And I see things, and it's allowed me to now work with her on a bi-weekly basis. And I would not have been able to do that prior to working on myself. And yes, and he is going to Brenathan University. I don't know if you knew that.
No. Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah, he's been taking courses since September.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
And just so that everyone understands what issues these guys have. So he has to prove himself to get into the school. And then last week he had to take an exam to prove that he had an intellectual disability so that he could get money to go to school. So, and that was traumatic for him. He knew that he was taking this test to prove that he had an intellectual disability when he knows he does not. But
he's brilliant.
Yeah. So these are the things that these kids go through. And that's traumatic to be told, yeah, you can come in because you've proved this, but okay, now for this, system, you have to prove that. So anyway, that's an aside, and that's a whole, and it snowed last week, so I missed him, and I missed him today because I'm sick, but we were going to work on that because it was something that was extremely upsetting to him. So next.
Yeah, I want to share one more client story really, really quickly, because I want to give you guys a little bit of a taste of this new discovery so you can experience it for yourself. But we had one very particularly difficult session with a boy who he didn't want to be there. He kept trying to escape the room, which is so hard. If you're there and you want to help and everybody's wanting to do that. Do you remember this story?
Yeah.
So by then we'd had a few of these sessions under our belt. We knew how to use the square to access the nervous system. We knew we could get things calmed. And so we We went about trying to do this with him, but it was difficult because he was there to have a session with your colleague who was trying to get him to do another modality to spell things out, didn't want to be there. And he had very limited language, and he kept saying the word teep, teep. And what he meant was Jeep. He wanted to go back out to the Jeep. And we finally were able to work with him in stages, got him to be calm, got him to actually work with us. And at the end, he said, I want the Jeep. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, pardon me, excuse me, could I ask a question? And, I'm like, isn't language what we're looking for? I mean, he spoke like we're wanting him to do this thing with the typing and everything, which is great, but he literally spoke. The other thing was it sounded like a small child, teep, teep. And it was a grown man that said, I want the Jeep. I'm like, wow, right? But here's the great thing. He doesn't want to come to these classes. He didn't want to do it. But the next day, remember, Colby?
He asked his mom for the ball. He expected it. So that was, and unfortunately, I'm not seeing him. But that was very exciting that he wanted that. So
the possibilities are endless of being able to literally access and speak to these people. And more than that, let them have a voice. Like Owen is obviously incredibly intelligent. Mm-hmm. Let him be seen. Let him have this university experience. Like it's life. It's giving life. So Colby, I mean, you are just so patient and so amazing and such a trailblazer. Bill and I are just awed by what you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Cognomovement has really just re-sparked a whole other avenue for me. And, in terms of practitioners, I would love to see occupational therapists, physical therapists, other speech therapists getting involved with this, because the motor, the abilities that Cognomovement has to just increase motor abilities is kind of endless. So if anyone out there knows of someone, an OT, PT, speech, you can please talk to me, because we need you and the kids need you. And this is just something that we have access to that's pretty special.
So before we let you go and show everybody the new modality, the new thing, would you share with everybody, has this changed you as a human, do you feel like?
Yeah, this has changed me. I mean, I've been on a spiritual journey since my 20s. So, a good 30 years. And I've done a lot of stuff. But this, to me, has hit parts of myself that the other modalities can't quite hit to the extent that they can hit. And I have changed my relationship with my family. I lost my husband 3 years ago, and it has helped me work through my grief. And that is life-changing for me. And the grief is still there. It comes up almost in every cogno session that I have, but it's a tool that I have. And I know that each time that I'm working on something, another layer disappears. And yeah, so I am eternally grateful for that. I would have cognoed this illness out of me yesterday if I could move, but I couldn't even move. So, but I have done that. I've cognoed, little colds out, but yeah, spiritually, emotionally, it has been life-changing, and I'm so, so grateful to it. And even career-wise, I mean, what I do with these kids is very difficult. And, there are hard days, there are long days, and I come home and I cogno my kids, because, if I've gotten bitten or something like that, I come home and of course I have frustration, because I'm like, I'm giving you everything. And, you know, I know where they are. I know they did not mean to hurt me, but it's still an emotion that is brought up in me. So I can do that. And that's why I want to work with the parents, because I know these parents are feeling that same way, but they are dealing with it 24/7. And I get to come home at night. So if I can help them to let go of some of these like conflicting emotions, then we're all in a better place. So
It's so true. Bill, before we dig into the session, we're running out of time so fast. It's such a fascinating segment. Do you want to jump in for a sec?
We're all of us are tremendously grateful for Colby coming and advancing by her very presence and giving access to the autistic, the wheelchair, really very severe cases, and being able to help them with Colby has really advanced Cognomovement significantly. The application of the relaxation response that happens, plus the building of mental acuity, those are fundamental things that we do, and that underlies all the changes. Mental acuity and your athletic or physical performance, and the creative uses of that to help those crowds. We're so incredibly grateful. And the stories that, I don't know if anybody here that's listening has ever encountered a kid that's pretty severe on the spectrum. It's never ending. It is taxing beyond anything. And so those parents that are faced with this, to get them some sort of tools that they can start to work through the issues. There was a time before Colby that one of the parents came to us and said, my child, they had two, not one, two autistic kids, and that the kid couldn't be hugged. They have sensory, everything is too much for them. And the father simply just started doing Cognomovement with him when he get home from work. And it was like a tearjerker, because these kids are like now in their teens. And you can imagine the parent's life, just from the parent's perspective, never being able to really hug your son and daughter. And the difficulty of, oh my God, it's hard every day.
Or being afraid of your son or daughter, like being afraid.
Yeah,
that's real, very real.
Violent, all that stuff. Anyway, the kid was, now the parent had come on, and he had told us in one of these groups that they love it because now their kid loves to be hugged, loves to be cuddled, wants to be touched. I mean, So anyway, if you're somebody out there who either works with the kids on the spectrum, if you're somebody who knows somebody or a parent of, it would be great to introduce them. Colby obviously has sent the invitation out very generously to talk to people. So this impacts much, much more than just the child, the entire family, everybody they contact, the school children that are near them, all of the things. The ripple just goes out so far. You can start to give people back their lives. So that we are so very, very grateful to you, Colby, for trusting us and coming on board and helping advance the modality with Liz. And what I can only call is two saint mystics, you and Liz, two saint mystics who have come to the planet to help these incredible beings. So very grateful.
We really made some change that day, and it was just the tip of an iceberg. It literally exploded and expanded the way we're using Cognomovement. So I want to be able to give you this experience. It's going to have to be short because we only have 5 minutes before the top. Colby, thank you for being here, even though you're not feeling good.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, reach out to Colby if you want to know more. This is literally what Colby said, just the beginning of what has become available to help people like her clientele change. All right, you ready? So if we were able to access a closed system, an autistic person, a person with these disabilities has a closed nervous system in some ways, and a nervous system that's really big and all the way out there in other ways. But if we could help them to calm, imagine what we can do for something, quote unquote, more of a normally brained person, right? A normally nervous system person, more a regular nervous system. So this one is a relaxation game. And we modified what we call the square so that you can do it for yourself and create a really expansive and relaxed state. So this one's easy. All you're going to do is find a point in the distance, please not the computer, just above it or below it in the distance, and just let your eyes relax. Really, it's just a resting game. Take a big deep breath in and just let your eyes rest, but focused slightly on something in the distance. Take a big deep breath, pull your shoulders up, and then actively relax them. Just let yourself relax. Now, with your eyes focused in the distance, let your brain become aware of what you can also see on the ceiling without looking. Keep your eyes gently focused here, but let your brain reach for the ceiling. Now, you're going to want to flick your eyes up, but don't let them flick. Let that tension of wanting to look up be there, and breathe. And now begin to notice that you really can see from one side of the room to the other, left to right on the ceiling, letting your eyes gently rest in front of you and letting your brain reach for the ceiling all the way left, all the way right. And notice how that feels in the body to let your brain reach, and how odd it is that you actually can see parts of the ceiling without looking. Continue to let your eyes just focus. And now move your attention, let your brain see from right to left across the ceiling. Feel the movement of your brain reaching without looking. And when you get to the left corner, notice that you're aware of the corner, even though you're not looking. Let your attention move down the wall, all the way on the left. Let your brain reach, but let your eyes rest, focused in front of you. And when you reach the floor, let your eyes rest in the distance, but let your brain's attention reach for the wall all the way back up and down again, noticing how odd it is that you can actually see the wall on the left without looking. Let your brain reach. Breathe and relax. And now be aware that you can see the left corner and the floor at the same time, where the floor and the wall meet. Odd, right? You're not looking at it. Let your brain reach for that corner. And now move from the left to the right across the floor. Let your brain reach for what's available to see on the floor without looking, letting your eyes be gently resting in the distance. And breathe and relax. Let your brain reach. Notice how odd it is that you're aware. Maybe there's some shoes, maybe there's a rug, maybe it's your own feet. But moving from left to right, moving to the corner where the floor meets the wall on the right. Good. Now let your brain reach for the wall on the right from the floor to the ceiling, being gently aware of that right wall. All the way to the ceiling. Let your eyes rest. Resist the urge to look, but let your brain reach. Notice how much your brain is aware of around you, from the floor to the ceiling. Notice that you can see where the ceiling and the wall connect, or whatever's on that side. All right, let your eyes come back to the computer for just a minute. You can even let your head rest and your eyes rest. Breathe. But notice how interesting that was. And start again. We'll do it much more quickly. We don't have a lot of time, so you can rewatch and do it again. Notice how your body feels as we move now. Let your eyes rest in the distance, focused on a point, and let your brain reach across the ceiling, down the left wall, across the floor, from the floor to the ceiling, across the ceiling again, down the left wall, across the floor, and up the right wall. Now take a big deep breath in and expand. Be aware that you can see the ceiling, both walls, and the floor all at the same time. And notice what your body is doing. Relax into it. Next breath. Expand again and notice how there's more you can see. Notice how much farther you can see, almost behind yourself on those walls. Reach. Let your brain reach. Notice what's happening on the edge of what your brain can perceive around you. Let your head rest and your eyes rest. Just for a moment. Blink, blink, blink. Squeeze your eyes tight and then open them. Lift your eyeballs. Kind of move your eyes left and right. And one more time, let your eyes rest in the distance. Take a big deep breath in. And now expand. Notice what you're aware of. Let your brain reach to the left and the right, to the top and the bottom. Breathe into it. Hold that expansion. Notice what's happening in your body. Good. And release. And I know that was a fast experience, but for many people, it feels like instant meditation. It feels like expansion. But the biggest thing that it does is it starts to let your brain make its own connections, and it starts to expand your peripheral vision. All right, we're past the break. I'm going to pass it back to Leah.
Okay, so once again, for those who are just joining, or if you're coming back, these are just mini sessions and these awesome stories about what cognitive movement can do for you. It's so expansive. And if you want these results for yourself and you don't have the Essentials course, go ahead and go to cognomovement.com/essentials to get that course. It comes with the Cogno Ball and access to our private members community on Facebook, where we're going to be having a 21-day challenge where our practitioners are going to be leading daily sessions for you. So it's going to be super fun, really awesome of them to be doing. So make sure you take advantage of that. If you're interested in this for yourself as for a career, or if you want the most transformative journey for cognitive movement, you look into our practitioner training program. The price is going up at the beginning of February, so now is a great time to start. I'll give you the link in the comments, but go ahead and check it out. See if it's something that resonates with you, and fill out the application. See if you qualify. You don't have to be a therapist or a counselor or anything like that, though a lot of our practitioners are. If this is the first thing that you are joining a training for, that's awesome too. It's, like I said, super transformative. I couldn't say it enough. So step 1, Cognomovement Essentials, and then go from there. So I'm going to see if Rob is here. He is our next practitioner that's going to be doing a session for you and talking to you about some of his experiences. So I'm going to ask him to unmute, and Liz, you can go ahead while I'm doing that if you want.
Bill, are you with us? He's not. Oh, there he is. I was going to ask Bill, I wanted you to introduce Rob for us, will you?
Oh my gosh. Rob, what an interesting guy. Spent his, I don't know about his whole life, but certainly involved in consciousness for decades. He ran a radio show, I think it was called Conscious Talk Radio, one of the largest listened to shows. It was out of, I think, the state of Washington. Every famous name, every big name you could, and small, you could think of, he knows them personally, had them on his show. So with that, you can imagine if every week, multiple times a week, you're talking with all of these individuals involved in health, in consciousness, the insights and the books, literally, one of the things that I found really interesting is, he has just trailer loads of books, because you can imagine having a radio show like that for decades. Everybody's sending you their book that they want to be on air. So the amount of books that he's read, I wish there was such a thing as a USB port that we could plug into his head and extract all the data so we could all get a download. But we were honored to have him join us as a practitioner years ago. And he's gotten through the program and out there helping people. So welcome, Rob. Hopefully you're unmuted.
I am unmuted. I don't see myself right now, so let's see here.
Let me see if I can unmute.
Anyway, thanks, Bill.
There you are. I see you.
Yeah. Are you hearing me now?
Yes,
there I am. Yeah. So thanks, Bill. That was a great introduction. And I just want to mention that, of course, we had you on Conscious Talk. Now, Conscious Talk is still going on, but it's in a much different form than it had been. And we'll be putting a lot of those old shows. We have years and years of them. We'll be putting them on YouTube. But also we're now still once a week on a station in Seattle where we do Conscious Minutes on the John Tesh show. And then we follow his show with a half an hour based talking about natural health. But I wanted to sort of bring this all in a circle with what my life has been like and what my co-host on the radio show for 23 years, what her life was, how it started, and why we were so drawn to Cognomovement. I actually had a life-threatening cancer in my early 20s. And I started to learn because they had no answer for me. I started to learn about natural approaches to health, and it was all extremely physically based on alternative methods of healing. And what I realized after about a year, although I had improved and I was still on the planet, I realized there was more, that we were these holistic beings and that healing was a thing. So it was spiritual, mental, physical, and emotional. And if you didn't deal with the emotional, physical, and spiritual aspects of this whole thing, you weren't going to make it. And so kind of what started this motion toward different modalities. And so I've worked with many over the decades, and of course found Cognomovement a few years ago. And it kind of blew me away, because what I realized was that so many of the concepts we've been talking about on Conscious Talk for years, and thank you, Cole, for saying, for your talk on everything is okay, everything is for you. That's one of the things we said on the show. And our actual mission statement on Conscious Talk was to give people back to themselves. So for a few decades, I've been working in healing modalities, some hands-on, some distant, some, you name it. And I have explored it. And what I love about Cognomovement is that it kind of, I watch people kind of just hang in a mental state. They would say things like, oh, I get it, as above, so below. But they weren't really working in the field. And they would say things like, oh, he's a left brain person, or he's a right brain person. But so what? I started to think, well, okay, great. But what do you do with that? Where is the modality where you can actually make changes, where you can shift? I mean, if you're a left brain person and it's not working for you, you're a miserable SOB. So what? How do we do something different? Well, Cognomovement is the answer to that, because that's what we work with. We work with neuroplasticity. And so I got so excited. And of course, I just love Liz and Bill because they never stop. It's a never ending learning experience on this planet as long as we're on the planet. And I think that they both exemplify that. So thank you, you two, for that. And, what I wanted to talk about a bit was this idea of, so many of the people in the spiritual community, which I've been tied to for decades, do not carry things forward, do not embody them. And so one of the most important things about Cognomovement is actually getting in contact with what your body is telling you. As Liz has said many times, the body tells the truth. And I, for years would work with people in just removing pain from their body in various ways by just momentarily getting them in touch with what was going on, what they were feeling, going to the pain, giving it a shape, giving it a color. All of which is great, but that's a tiny bit of what you really need to do. It didn't follow through like Cognomovement does, where you actually get a shift in your neurology. It didn't really follow through for any long-term period of time. And if we're about power, it's not just working with one of us, but it's actually taking these things in and creating a practice. Now, you've all heard about how you get to Carnegie Hall, and that is practice, practice, practice. Well, the same is true with Cognomovement. This is something that, and I have to remind my clients all of this all of the time. They wait for something big to happen. And so many times the changes are incremental, or they're small changes, but because we are this mind-body mechanism, that is, our expression comes, chemically, emotionally, hormonally, electrically, we express that way in our bodies. This is something that we have to follow through with all of the time. So something little, and I guess this is what I wanted to emphasize today, something small can lead to something significant, or something significant can lead to something else significant, which may be more or less significant, but still make huge changes in your life. So I will, I could recount a couple of stories, but one that came to me relatively recently. I've now done a number of sessions with her. She first came to me because she was heartbroken that she was known, that people call her the River Queen down in the Portland area because she at wakeboarding. And so she wakeboards on the Columbia River. Now, I'm not sure, I've never seen wakeboarding, but I get it. It's kind of surfing behind a boat. And at any rate, she came to me with back pain, and she said it was just killing her because her favorite thing in the world was every day after work to go and wakeboard. And she had this pain in her back, and it happened where she tried to get back up on the dock and all of a sudden had this shooting pain. And now it's been a month or so and she's done every modality and nothing has improved it. So we did a actual Zoom session. I'm in Washington State, across the Puget Sound now from Seattle, but I work with a lot of people in the Seattle area. At any rate, we did a cogno session, and it was easy for her to focus on the pain. Notice in these sessions how important that is to stay with the feeling, to get that feedback from your body so you know what's going on, and if something is shifting, to not run away from the pain but to go toward it. In the spiritual community, it's the old what you resist persists. And this is an application. So at any rate, got her to really get into that pain. We went through the cogno exercises, some of which you've seen today. And certainly they're in the Essentials program where you really can learn them and take advantage for yourself. At any rate, that went away. It was great. She was out of pain. And then I heard from her, a couple of weeks later, and she said, well, I'm not in pain anymore, but I've got this wicked gastrointestinal stuff going on, and I'm paralyzed. I can't leave the house. And so, we did a session around that. And it turned out to be a long session, but what happened toward the end of the session was all of a sudden what came up for her was, oh my God, my mother, blah, blah, blah. She had this very difficult relationship with her mother, who is now passed. But at any rate, that opened up a whole door to another session, but just the realization, just the shift to, oh my God, this gastrointestinal stuff has something to do with my relationship with my mother, who is now passed, and I can't really talk to her because she's not here anymore. So our next session led to doing work about her relationship with her mother, and it ended up releasing all of these things, which led to a very big and simple realization for her, because the gastrointestinal problems kept reoccurring. On one of my follow-ups with her, she all of a sudden said, oh, I got to tell you, the diarrhea is totally cleared up. And I said, oh, well, that's a big change, right? And she says, oh, yeah. It just suddenly came to me that every night I used to have a glass of wine. And I discovered that, I'm like allergic to sulfites, and there are sulfites in this wine. So I had to change brands, and I still have a glass of wine, but now all of that is cleared up. So what's behind this story is this idea, and it's one of the most beautiful things with Cognomovement, and why I just love it so much and working with people, is that we all have so many layers, and they all end up being expressed through our bodies, and our bodies tell us the truth. We just hadn't learned how to listen. And what comes up for you, perhaps, sometimes maybe a week later, sometimes right during a session, can be life-changing. And so I guess one of the things that I would talk about is, want to talk about a little bit today, was this idea to expect the unexpected, and greet it with open arms, because that is also pointing towards something else. And Bill, I would bet both you and Liz would agree with that, because I know you've seen it hundreds of times.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. One of the basic premises that Cognomovement was founded upon is our body will express for us the emotion we can't process, or maybe we're not even aware of. But it's an amazing function, and once you start to practice Cognomovement for a while, you start to recognize the language. Your body actually speaks a different language than you do, and it's absolutely fascinating, the correlation of particular emotions to particular parts of the body. And it's not a rule. We know that for sure, that if you don't want to be too sure about it, that it's always, let's say, for example, my financial issues of fear around finances will be in the lower spine often, but it may be somewhere else. The important thing is that your neurology, your body, once you have the tool of Cognomovement, the epiphany comes. Yeah, I had no idea. And for myself, I can't tell you how many times I've done Cognomovement. I'm like, oh, what? You're suppressing something. I remember my neck was hurting, and I said, well, Bill, use your tools, you got to remind myself. And I was like, no, I just slept wrong. It's always that, no, it's probably just something I ate or I slept wrong. And I was like, oh, okay, just put your finger over there and do Cognomovement. And there was a resentment that I had from when I was only like 18 years old. I was like, oh my God, that's so silly. I don't care about that. I was like, no, I forgive them completely. Go, whatever, and whoosh, I was like, oh, wow, a better day. Yeah. So it's from the very practical, stuff that we all have, to the quite serious matters, where the repeated function of let's say deep-seated grief in your lungs, and people ending up with lung cancer through loss that they could not process, and seeing that repeatedly. But the interesting thing is I guess the function when the underlying emotion is processed, the body doesn't need to express it anymore, like my neck. But we've seen it in so many other things that is like, oh, it's a miracle. Well, actually, it's just an unrealized relationship in between my emotions and my body.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, so many of us that have looked at these things over the years, and certainly in the spiritual community, we're too much in the air. Although that's a whole other thing about dealing with the field, all those sayings about as above, so below. That's not today's subject, but it's something that we talk about in Cognomovement. And maybe you will later in talking about the field. But at any rate, I think that so many people, they come for help. Something's not working in their life. And so they come for help. And it's that thing, that's they believe is driving their problems. And what we do in Cognomovement is, we're asking them to find the place in their body. Where's the sensation? Is there a sensation? Where is it? And how is it? How are you sensing it? And what I wanted to also put a little emphasis on is just like the story you told about your neck. Things come up in your body and we think we're great. Everything's fine. But your body is sending you a message saying, okay, there's something for you to deal with. Time to deal with this. And so you can start from there and go, okay, I got this pain in my neck, so let's concentrate. Let's move our consciousness to that area. Let's do the motion, let's do the exercises and see what comes up. And that leads you to solutions. So, in the realm of kind of expect the unexpected, or sometimes the messages come when you need to hear them. I knew I was going to be doing this today. And this morning, I lifted something heavy at an awkward angle. And all of a sudden, felt like, big rip right down my, this part of my, from the shoulder to my, say, tricep, burning, ripping, almost dropped the object completely, but certainly couldn't hold on to it. And so I thought, okay, well, this is an opportunity to actually do something about that. This is an exploration. I mean, my mind is going, because of patterns in my mind goes, oh, well, maybe I'm like hesitant about doing this session, or being involved in Cogno today, because if I can't move my arm, shoulders, then, that it's sort of like, it's one of those, if you're a procrastinator, or, you have a fear of public speaking or something like that, something like this might come up. Now, I don't have a problem with public speaking. I've been doing it for years, but there are obviously some other things down the line that could be dealt with. And so maybe that's what I had to deal with today. So every day, no matter what goes on in your life, if you can spend, even if it's just a few minutes, doing a Cogno session, working with the Cogno ball, and you've seen a couple of sessions today, you can make these very large changes and discover a lot about yourself. So just while we were doing I was tuned in earlier, and especially while Katie was doing her session, I was working with that pain. And I could not lift my arm. I could maybe get this high. And now I'm like this, now I'm up and down again. And something very personal came up, and came to mind. I said, oh, wow, I totally forgot about that. Processed it, used that session, used that subject matter during that session, and just, those simple exercises, I got a lot more movement back. Now, there's still a little there. It's not 100%. But what you do when you have something that doesn't go down to what we would call a zero, say you start with a 10 pain, and you can reduce it down. I'd say now I'm a 1 or a 2. It could use a little more work to totally go away. You just repeat the session. You keep going, and then see what you get. And just I can't say more enough about this methodology, because it doesn't matter what your beliefs are. We're going beyond that. We're talking about your neurology. We're talking about how you are affected by your thoughts and your beliefs always, but you are not imprisoned by them. And it's one of the things that's always stuck with me since I've been doing cogno movement is, Liz always says that our memories are like corrupted files. So you would think, well, gee, that's the bad news. What I believe is true, my memories, they're corrupted, they're false. Well, it's actually the good news, because it means you are active in creating your own life. And that's sort of the unexpected mind-body connection that we miss in just talking about it and not doing some of these exercises that make up cogno movement. I mean, it's really brilliant. Bill and Liz have put together all of the things that I have studied over the years and practiced with into a modality, that it is, you can replicate it for yourself. You can work with other people. I can't recommend it highly enough. So, is there anything else that you wanted to add to that, Liz? Did I get that right about corrupted files?
Yeah, you got it absolutely right. I just want to ask one question, because we haven't brought this up today, but most of our practitioners and people who come to cognitive movement have studied everything. And there's an interesting phenomenon that I experienced, and I know you have so many modalities under your belt. Is it true or not true for you that when you learned cognitive movement, it actually enhanced the other modalities, or increased what you could do with them as well? Was that true for you?
Yeah, it actually did, because one of the things that an ability that I had that I've worked with for years, it actually developed decades ago, was that I see patterns. I see differences in textures in people and where they're holding energy, that kind of a thing. Of course, I assumed everybody did, but I've discovered that's not so. And I found that that's been greatly enhanced. And I've found that the energy that I have to work with has been greatly enhanced. And I can tell you on a personal level, actually, it was when I came down for the training a couple of years ago in San Diego, I did have a very serious bout of COVID. And that resulted in some very serious heart problems, of the fatal type. And, working with cogno movement, they can't believe how well I'm doing. It doesn't make sense to the medical model that somebody that has had my condition should have the energy that I have, that, should be functioning as well as I can, even when their measurements say not so much. So I certainly have used it on a personal level to keep my energy up, and it has highly enhanced that. But I've also used it, and I'm not sure that we've talked about it this way. I know Coral, when she did her session on Everything Is For Us, kind of hit on it. You can use, it isn't just for pain. It isn't just for the big problems in your life. It's about manifesting also. And you realize how you get in your own way. And that session was fantastic because it helped us to, zero in on how we get in our own way and how we can, move things forward. I got a lot of that by watching her. And one of the things that I've used the Cogno for is that when you're involved in the conventional medical system, it's ponderous. And when you get into specialties, it becomes even more so. And it takes a while to maneuver through. So I use cogno movement to get over and I've always had great resistance to conventional medicine since I had to work through my cancer in my early 20s by myself without any help from them. And so I had this thing about them. And of course, I've never taken a medication for until recently. So 2 things. First was I had the realization that, gee, I hate taking these medicines, but I'm going to go with the conventional stuff because they're all telling me, otherwise I could die. So what I decided was, well, I got to get over this one. And so I need to harmonize with these meds so that I don't have these terrible side effects. So I use cogno movement to get in rhythm with the drugs, not with the side effects. That's what I call harmonizing. And so I worked on that one, for about a week. And then all of a sudden, my attitude started to change and I wasn't having some of the side effect problems that I had because I'm on a number of different drugs. So then I thought, well, I can't get the attention of these people. I mean, I realize I deal with a lot of sick people, but I'm not a sick person. I just have this thing that's not functioning right. So I need somebody who can explain this better to me. And so I was very curious about my condition. And every time I saw one of these docs, I sort of moved up to different levels of clinics and different levels of expertise. And finally, they said, well, there's only one place in the Northwest that can deal with your particular problem. They're the experts, and they're kind of a research group at the University of Washington. It'll take you years to get in there, and I said, okay, well, I want you to refer me. And so they agreed. They said, yeah, because this, we've gone as far as we can go. So they referred me. I heard back from the University of Washington a week later, and they said, you can't call us back, but we'll call you when we set up a date. So I told the group, I said, well, okay, so far I made stage 1. And they said, well, don't get overconfident. Most people, it takes about 2 years and yada, yada. And, I was saying, well, great. A lot of people aren't going to make it 2 years. That's not my situation. It's not how I feel about it. But anyway, I did a cogno session on that. I said, wow, I'll bet I still have some stuff about doctors, and about those kinds of doctors. I had a thing. And so I did a cogno session, and I swear I could feel it. I mean, it was like a lightning bolt shifted. And within 2 hours, this is so weird. And I, my wife couldn't believe it either. Within 2 hours of that session, they called me. And they said, okay, you got a date, and it's a month out. That's as soon, but we'll call you if there's anybody, cancels. So I'm a couple of days away from because I'm such a great specimen from their point of view, and that's great. I'll be a specimen from getting to the top experts in the country on this particular condition. Now, I don't feel restrained. I don't feel any of those things because of all of the work I've done. I know that there are some limitations, but I'm moving toward what it will be like without those last limitations. And to me, that's the power of Cognomovement. We're not talking about curing anything. We're not talking, when we talk about healing, we're talking about shifting that thing that is within you, that's keeping you from being, your ultimate self, the optimate self you can be, no matter what age. I'm longer in my 20s. So, to me, that has been the most important thing. And that's what I take to my clients, that, you become an example in their world. And, I think it goes back to that old thing. And Bill has mentioned this a number of times. He did a beautiful video on how he experienced this not that long ago when he couldn't fill his car up with gas, is that it's not, you see the world the way that you are, and then the world responds back. So, that's my biggest message to everybody here, and my most sincere message. And everybody that I work with, I'm so, I'm just thrilled to be part of it, because you share because we are so connected, and everything is interconnected. The work you do on yourself will affect millions of people that you'll never meet. And the work that you share with your clients, you get it back tenfold. So every time they, come to a realization and feel something and something shifts, I feel it. So that I would bet that the other practitioners would also report something similar.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. And I just want to say the thing that you described about changing reality, where you knew you'd get in and you did, you cleared out everything out of your body that was any resistant to it. And now you're in, which would take somebody else 2 years. We just hear it all the time. Bill and I do it all the time. Like, you clear that thing so thoroughly out of yourself that reality changes on a dime. So Rob, do you have a mini session you were going to lead today?
Well, I was going to, I could do a mini session. I mean, I could actually use my shoulder, continue doing a little work on that, having people just get in touch, go from a physical thing. If there are enough people that have some kind of a physical pain that they can't connect to any, real reason, we could do that. But I think.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if there's enough, if enough people raise their hands, we can do that, because I think what it demonstrates is how you can go from the unknown to the known, and then even if you're not, you remove the pain, etc. It's like, wait for it, see what else comes up. Yeah, right. It's like, it may be an hour, it may be a day, it may be a week, but all of a sudden, if you're paying attention, if you raise your level of awareness in the session, you'll discover there's something different about your life. Something else will change. And, that's the beauty, because what's changed is you're becoming you, not what your teachers, your parents, your pastors, or whatever told you were, but who you really are.
Yeah, so we've got about 15 minutes left in this segment. I know everyone would love to see what you do personally to change the pain, and everybody's got a little something. I even got a little tweak in my back today. So if you'll give us about 10 minutes, show us what you do for yourself. We'd
Okay, well, yeah, I actually have a client, after this, who's coming, who's got some major pain stuff going on. So I love that. And it is just the simple cogno sessions. We don't have time to do a long thing, so we're just going to go through the simple stuff. So let me rearrange so you can see. If you've got a ball, that's great. And you may have this ball, you may have a small one. You may have the, original and ever popular original cogno ball. I like using this one. I may use part of this because if you're in a lot of pain and you can't, raise your arm, for instance, too easily, you might want to use the lighter one. So let's get going here.
Yeah, I think it would help everybody, Rob, if you walk us through while you do it, what you're focused on, because I think that's a little bit different in a pain set. So that would be amazing to know what you do and what your focus is.
Okay, well, basically, I can use my own example. Okay, I've got pain here. It's a kind of if I were to describe it, it's a light burning, muscle strain, muscle pull kind of a pain, throbs a little bit. What I do is try to describe the pain first. Try to feel it as much as you can feel it. So I'm going to just sit for this for a minute while I explain this. So we want you to feel the pain as much as you can. When I say move your consciousness to it, a lot of people, what we do is you take a breath, move your thoughts, your energy to that area of the pain. For some people, it's easier on the out breath. So you take a breath. On the out breath, what does that feel like? Does it have a color? Is there a shape to it? Is there a pressure to it? Does it remind you of anything? Does it look like anything? It's like, how do you sense that pain? So the first thing we do is the kinesthetic part of your body, which we direct through our eyes, is, looking down. So you want to look down, take a deep breath, breathe into that pain, really feel what you feel. Don't be afraid of it. Take a few breaths with your eyes down. You can do it with eyes closed if you must. You can do it with eyes open as long as you're looking down. And then you take your cogno ball and we'll start at the lower chakras. Let's just, keeping in that feeling. I want 95, as much as you can, feel the feeling of that pain. Does it have a pressure? Is it hot? Is it cold? Whatever it is, does it have a shape? Keep your consciousness there. Remember to keep breathing. And then take your cogno ball and go from side to side. And I want you to twist your body totally. Make sure you keep two hands on it. You're going to look at the symbols, their colors, their shapes, their whatever. We're going to start with just colors. And as you go from side to side, right at your lower chakra, you'll look at the color, say it out loud. So it goes like this. It goes yellow, red, red, blue, So back and forth, totally twisting, moving side to side, taking it out to the periphery of your reach. Okay, we're going to do this a number of times. Stay in the feeling of the pain. Where does it live in your body? Orange, red. Continue with the colors. Say it out loud. We're engaging all parts of your brain here. All right, then you're going to move up. Now I'm going a little faster. If you need to go slow, that's great. You know, some you can go faster, but I want you to each time see the color. Call it out. Blue, orange. Okay, you'll move up through the chakras. Okay, now you're going up. Next one, back and forth, back and forth. Twist the ball a little so you see a different color. Call out the color. Keep your consciousness on the painful area in your body. And you move up to the throat chakra. Does it say anything? Does the pain bring up any thoughts? Does it say anything to you? Blue, red. All right, we're going higher and higher, then up. The next one. Keep the motion moving. Stay in the feeling. Feel the pain. Feel the pain. What does that pain feel like? What does that pain do to you? All right, then up high over your head. Same. Follow with your eyes. See the colors. Call them out. Feel the pain. Then center over your body and bring it straight down. Follow with your eyes. Okay, you can let your ball go. Now I like to then go right into a figure eight, because I like to reorient very quickly just to get the juices going, so to speak. So we're going to have you walk in a figure eight, and I want you to look, straight ahead while you do this. So you're just walking in a figure eight, turning one direction, then turning the other. And you're going to do this a few times, keeping your consciousness on that painful area. So you're going to do a few of those. Okay? Feel that pain. What does it feel like? Does it have a color? Does it have a shape? How does that feel? Okay, so you're keeping your consciousness there. Then we go into the infinity. Now, I'm just going to pull up here to see. Now, you notice, you'll have to take my word for it, but I could not raise my arm this morning. And I've done couple of cogno sessions, short sessions, working on that pain. So staying in the pain, and you could do these in different orders if you must. You can mix it up. I kind of intuitively feel into what's going to, help move things along the fastest. But what you do is looking forward, say, keeping the ball about this far, close maybe at shoulder. We'll see how I can do with an infinity. But what you want to do is watch that ball, pick one of the symbols or the colors or something, keep your face straight, watch the ball, and let your eyes follow it. Let it track. Go in that figure eight, and where you feel the eye strain, if there's an area where it really strains, move it up and down just a little, maybe to the side, just an inch or so. until that strain moves. Okay, then continue on. Now, sometimes the ball will kind of go out of focus. it'll disappear. That's an area that's telling you, okay, something's going on there. And then notice, what does that bring up for you? Now remember, keep your consciousness on the pain. What is there for you about this pain? Does this pain tell you anything? Okay, follow with your eyes where you feel it strain. Exercise it just a little. Move the ball just a little back and forth. Notice if it goes out of sync, disappears, loses its 3D, or you can only see it with one eye. Anything that feels a little different, but usually without somebody observing you, it's just, where does it really strain, or where does it disappear in your sight? So you follow that through. And since we don't have a lot of time, and this is all in the essentials, the essentials, they work. You use them in combination, or, just follow through with some. Experiment with all of them. Experiment with the ones that give you the biggest feeling of a shift. So you'll do that infinity a few times. I like to follow the infinity with some kind of a mapping in further, or another figure eight. So we can do another figure eight quickly. Notice is it easier or harder to keep your consciousness on the pain? Is the pain the same color? Is the pain the same shape? Does the pain have the same pressure? How painful is it? Okay, so you may want to check in with yourself. If you're doing this by yourself, you may want to check in and see, where is that now? If that was a 10, is it still a 10? Now, I can tell you with mine, again, I've got all this motion I didn't have. I've, got a lot of pain that's not there. It may take you a few sessions like it's taken me today. But then one of the favorite things that I like to do is to work with the ears. And as it's explained in the essentials, and as Bill and Liz have told us so many times, the ears, these are the acupuncture points that relate to your spine. So they're in reverse, so that the top of your spine is actually down here, the bottom is at the top. And what we're talking about is, as I mentioned before, left brain, right brain. What we're talking about is that the patterns in your life, pain, other patterns that repeat and cause you problems, live on the left side of your brain. And what we want to do is, open up the possibility for a different neural pathway on the other side of your brain, where the solutions are going to serve you better. You're going to be more, your imagination will open up. You'll be able to work better with whatever the problem is. So what we do is always cross over. So if you cross it over with your right hand, I'm going to use my left. In this case, I'd like you actually to use both, but it's harder for me to speak and do this. You're going to start at the top of your ear and really pinch it hard and wiggle it a little bit, and then move down, move down your ear, wiggle, stay in the pain in the area of your body that you want to deal with, wiggle it squeeze it. Notice, is there any place on your ear that's really painful? Now, in fact, that often will relate to exactly the area of the body where the pain is, but I don't want to put that thought in your mind. Just see what it is. Start at the top. Remember to breathe. Stay in contact with your pain. Pinch, wiggle your ears. Work on down all the way to the bottom. Now, notice, does your ear hurt any place? You know, if it's still very painful somewhere, then let's go back and take the ball. Let's do another infinity. So focus on the pain, wherever it is in your body. Keep this close to your head. Follow with your eyes where you feel eye strain, where the ball disappears, where the symbol disappears. Any place like that, you go out of focus. Move the ball a little bit, exercise how to move your eyes with it. Go back and forth, up and down. And then when your eye feels at ease, move it again. So I would do, we don't have the time now, but I would do a few infinities until that gets smoother. And then once again, go back to another basic. Go back to walking. Let's go back and walk another figure 8. Keep in mind the pain, where it is in your body. Feel the feeling as much as you can, as much as it's there. If it gets bigger, that's great. If it gets smaller, that's great. If it's moved to someplace else in your body, that's wonderful. That's what you want. That's showing that it's responding, something's moving. Now, you want to end off all of these with what Liz refers to as a neurological bump of somehow. I always like the knocking on the doors of life. It's like, you know, it's a Qigong movement where you go back and forth and, you know, hit your kidneys in the back. Get that chi moving. You know, so at any rate, then check in with yourself. How's that pain now? Is it in the same place? Does it have the same intensity? You know, is there a color? Has the color changed? Has the pressure changed? Are there any changes at all? Now, if it's gone away, fantastic. If it hasn't, then you want to continue, repeat those kinds of steps. And once again, they're in the essentials. You can do all of these. This is very truncated. This is very short. You know, as a practitioner, you know, we'll be watching to see if your physiology changes. So I can tell you now, once again, range of motion.
Look at that.
It's not painful. Yeah, it's not painful for me. It was pretty hard doing the infinities, even, you know, still, but I have no creakiness. I got all of this going on. So I personally, in a day, have gone from extreme burning pain, you know, a definite strained muscle, tendon, something in there. You don't even have to know what it is. I mean, you don't need to be the expert in physiology. You just need to know how it feels. And you can make those kinds of changes. And of course, I'm really fascinated with the athletic training. You and that's something that's a little more advanced that you'll get into. But this is the power of cogno movement. It's allowing your neurology, which is causing you pain in one place, to pick another direction, pick another solution. So does that do it for you, Liz?
That is amazing. And thank you so much for doing that, because Marianne says her pain is 80% less. So you definitely helped someone today.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you that, and it's really, that's a very truncated, I was kind of explaining and teaching a little. In a session, we are much more concentrated, and, you can move through really large problems. I'm continually amazed. I just love it.
All right, Rob, tell everybody where they can find you.
Well, if you go to cognomovement.com and find a practitioner, you can find me there. I am in the Northwest physically. I'm across the Puget Sound from Seattle in a town called Port Townsend, which is a great destination area. And I work personally, or I can work on Zoom. You can give me a call. My number is listed with the Cogno Movement Practitioners page, but you can give me a call at 360-385-1909. I'm happy to spend 15-20 minutes with you, seeing if we could work together, discussing what's going on with you, etc. You could also reach me by email, rspears9@Comcast. And of course, tune into Conscious Talk, which is conscioustalk.net. That's our website. We are building a healing website, so I will have a Cogno Movement section of that website. And, that's about it. I mean, you can hear past shows that we've done by going to any of the major podcasting services, Google, Apple, Spotify, onward and upward, So just put in Conscious Talk Radio. But please, let's have a talk. And if I can be of any help, I would love to.
Awesome. Wonderful. Okay, you guys, we got to run. We're a little over time. Thank you so much, Rob. Everybody, listen to Conscious Talk. It's really a great show. All right, Leah, we didn't leave you hardly any time, but we'll hear from Leah. And then we have got another one of our practitioners, Dr. Bernie, coming up.
Yeah, I'll just keep it really short this time, for any of you who are just now coming on, or just to remind all of you who've been here the whole day. Thank you, by the way. I hope you're enjoying all the sessions. But again, these are mini sessions. So if you're getting any changes at all, then you know that Cogno Movement works. And the first step is cognomovement.com/essentials. It's our essentials video course that comes with that ball that you keep seeing everybody using. And it comes with access to our private members community on Facebook, where we're going to start our 21-day challenge, which is daily sessions with our practitioners. And that starts tomorrow. So definitely get your essentials today. And as always, I'm in the comments, and let me know if you have any questions. And take it away, Liz, if you want to announce Bernie.
I do. So Bill and I will announce Dr. Bernie. I don't see her. Bernie, can you say something so I can pin you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Here she is.
There I am.
I did it. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Wonderful. So Dr. Bernie is unique as a cognitive movement practitioner. One, she's a doctor, but she's a unique kind of a doctor. So would you explain that to everybody?
Sure. So I'm Dr. Bernie Doyle. My doctorate's actually in nursing. So I have my doctorate of nursing with a focus actually on technology, informatics, the computer dynamics between professional and nursing staff and what they document in the computer itself. So that's what my doctorate's in. But I've been a nurse for over 30 years. My clinical background is really steeped in ICU trauma and emergency room nursing. I stepped away from that about maybe 10 years ago. I got more into the administrative leadership development and of course the computer portion of healthcare. So, but I'm also working on my PhD in healthcare administration. So like the business side of healthcare. And I'm also working on my PhD in metaphysics through the University of Sedona. So I like my doctorates.
Yeah, this is an extra big brain practitioner.
I'll have extra big brains.
Extra big brain. So tell everybody, if you will, what drew you to want to learn this modality on top of everything else that you're learning?
Yeah. So I like learning about different things and seeing how they can apply to different situations. So I mean, I'm just going to take something within a car. How can I apply that to a process or procedure within healthcare, or something I do every day? One of the things that I found maybe about 5 years ago-ish, I'll say 4 years ago, I was looking for something that was not just in the mind, but in the spirit itself. All my life, I'd always been searching for something, some answer. What I landed on at that point was Reiki, so energy sessions. So I learned about Reiki and doing energy and moving energy. Became a Reiki 2 practitioner. I hadn't gone on to the Reiki 3, but I did do the Reiki 2. I also studied heart math. Was certified in the heart math process, and several other things just to kind of see what was out there. One night I was listening to something on YouTube, and I saw Liz doing an interview about cognomovement. I was like, "Oh, what's that?" It interests me because it wasn't just like the spiritual part of it, but it touched on it on this at the same time. So you had the working on the neurology, getting in touch with your own body, getting in touch with who you are, your self-awareness, which some of the other during the discussion earlier, I had heard about that, like the conscious community. I think that sometimes we get so steeped in one practice or one idea that we close off the potentials and possibilities of other things. And that is what Cognomovement does. It opens up doors and pieces of yourself that you didn't know were there, and they come up, you're like, oh, where'd that come from? Those are portions of yourself that you need to be in touch with. Your body will retain that memory. I heard that mentioned too earlier. Such great practitioners that came on before me. I was thinking to myself, how am I going to compete with that? But go ahead.
Yeah, there is really there. It's not a competition. Each one of you is so rich in uniqueness that it's more and more and more, right? Every one of you, for Bill and I know Bill can speak to this too. You're all such incredible humans that we just can't wait to hear you talk.
Oh, right? Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of people doing such great work. For me, it was more of a personal journey initially. So I wanted to figure out, why am I feeling or not feeling what I need to feel? I understood that as being part of being a human in general, we need to be in touch with our emotions. A lot of times we hide them, we bury them in other things, whether it's food or television or videos, or just getting involved in something else just so that we can avoid feeling what we need to feel. And we need to. That's part of how we're made. That's how we connect with who we are. And Cognomovement allows that through our neurology. Get in contact with things that you have no idea why, or how that affected you. And you don't need to know how or why that affected you. As soon as your body processes it, you just feel this energy, this connection that you just didn't have before. Yes, sometimes there are tears, but one of the things that is really nice about Cognomovement, that I enjoy about it, is that you don't have to relive whatever that tragedy is over and over and over again, talking about it in different sessions. Not negating that like therapy sessions are not a thing. I think that they could be used in conjunction with this. And that's one of the beauties of this. It's in conjunction with other things that you're doing, whether it's religion or whether it's you're working on consciousness or spirituality or just physical, just the physicality of who you are. Cognomovement has something that could benefit everybody, in my mind.
Well, speaking of benefiting everybody, you have access to a really unique set of humans, and it's the humans that are working in healthcare. And we were having a conversation, you and Bill and I, about the need for this and some of the struggles. You know, we talked about the first responders, but that next there's the hospital staff, right? That comes right after that, is exposed to all those traumas too. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So one of the things that is very much of interest to me is stress. And the reason that's of interest to me is because of healthcare in general, the turmoil it feels like that we're going through, retention, being able to get nurses to stay at the bedside, getting nurses to come in and into the healthcare industry, physicians as well, CNAs. We need all those people. I call it it's a humanitarian obligation to make sure that we have people there that can function in those roles because we need healthcare workers. So what happens a lot of times, I'll speak for myself personally, and some of the stories that I have heard before from other folks. Here, I'll use one specifically. There was an emergency room doc that I met, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, when he was actually volunteering in an emergency room. And he was just interested, seeing if he wanted to do it. He had done other things, but he just wanted to see if he wanted to be a doctor. Now, this person has gone through the education, the time, the energy to get to where they are at as an emergency room physician, and they want to give it up. They want to walk away. And that's a very common story. You have people who go to school for nursing, like myself. I've gone through many years of nursing. Even the new fledgling nurses that come out, they have an idea of what healthcare is. And then we have all these, we call them moral injuries. It happens like, oh, this isn't what I expected, or, oh, those moral injuries cause stress within your system. Being able to comprehend that you, one, are having stress, and how to down regulate that stress is essential. Every day you come in, this sounds horrible, but somebody might pass away, and you don't want that onus on you. That's one stress. Maybe you come in and there's not enough people on the floor, so you have more patients than you thought that you would have. That's a stress. Maybe you don't have enough CNAs. That's a stress. Maybe you weren't able to take just a 5 or 10 minute break. That's a stress. Maybe you didn't get to go to the bathroom. That's a stress. You didn't get to have lunch. That's a stress. How do you handle and regulate all these stresses that are bombarding you throughout the day while you're there? Then you get home, you have to deal with all these stresses. Your body's gonna tell you, whether it's through pain, or you have to go to sleep, or you're gonna eat, the pint of ice cream, or or more. Your body's gonna tell you. And Cognomovement is a way to help down regulate that stress that you're feeling, not just when you're outside the hospital or whatever situation you're in. This would be wonderful for teachers as well. Anybody who does any type of public service, to help make sure that they're checked in with who they are, what their expectations were for the job that they're doing, and how they can just kind of recenter, be present, and deal with it is what it is. So that's why I think Cognomovement is very beneficial. So not just when you're outside of work, but even while you're at work. If you could take 5 minutes and just kind of do some of the eye movements, breathing, that will help to downregulate that system, so we're not so afraid and walking around all the time like we're a firework ready to go off.
Is that something, I know you have a little session planned for us, but would you speak to that just for a moment? Like, if you're in that moment, you're on the floor, you're working, and you're starting to get overwhelmed, is there something that you have used, or you've taught somebody else, to quickly shift that a mini cogno, like 30 seconds or a minute? What do you do?
Yeah. So the big thing, and I actually started doing this when I was with patients trying to get their heart rate down. And this works well for just the individual, just standing next to their medication cart or their computer. So you can feel your body starting to hold on to or start expressing some of that tension that you're feeling that your neurology just doesn't know what to do with. What I do is I have people with their eye movements, I have them look straight up, take a deep breath in, hold it, and then blow out like they're blowing out candles. And again, look up as hard as you can, breath in, blow out like you're blowing out candles. I've seen people, actually, you could tell the facial structure changes because it allows them that moment to take a breath. And what it does is when you think about the autonomic nervous system, the way that our body regulates itself, by doing that, looking up, forcing the looking up, if you were in a fight or flight situation and you were going to fight, your body wants to be ready to go, on the go. So if you're looking, let's take a lion. Let's say you're looking at a lion, you're going to look forward. You're not going to look up. You're not going to look up and think, oh, there's a lion over there. No, if you're looking up, you're telling your body it has to be okay. And when you're fighting, if you're about to get in a fight with a lion or a bear, whatever it might be, more documentation or an admission, you start breathing shallow. Your breathing is up here. It's not your full body. When you take that deep breath and fully expand your lungs while looking up, again, you're telling your body, it's okay. I'm okay. I don't have to fight the lion. The admission's going to come, but it is what it is. The documentation's going to happen. It is what it is. And it allows you to calm and recenter and be in the moment instead of thinking about, oh, I have to document this, or oh, I have to go get blood, or oh, I have to go get this medication. It gives you time to reset and center.
Would you share with everybody, when you look in that up position, what part of the brain are they accessing?
That's your thoughts and your potentials. So that's the other thing too, I very much love about cognitive movement. So even if you're looking to see what can I do differently, if you're so I do a lot of leadership training and development. So one of the things is we always need solutions to problems. And when you're looking up across here, you're actually looking for what are the potentials, what else is possible, what else is out there. There's other things that we do within cognitive movement too that gives you access to what those potentials and ideas are. So being able to use those movements and using different areas of the room, you can actually get answers and find solutions to things that you didn't think were connected. You're like, where did that come from? It was a download because you were able to access it. You were quiet enough to get to that and get the answer that you needed.
And in medicine, you need that. I don't know if anybody ever watched Dr. House, but House, I think it was called. I mean, he was about thinking outside the box, right? I know it was very unrealistic, but you want the medical staff to be thinking and present and have all the solutions available. If you're stressed out in that moment, all of that is gone. Your world comes down to right here. Right. And if you think about a person who's passing out, that's exactly what happens is the world gets smaller and smaller until it's gone. And so I think about that when you're in massive stress, you're in an active passing out type situation, right?
You're
right.
Active. Yeah.
Everything's coming in and shutting down. So thank you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that made me think about, so one of the things that I've seen over the years is like, especially when you're passing medications, let's say you have multiple patients and you are a nurse going for the medication, you don't want to be distracted. You don't want to be thinking about 1,000 different things while getting that medication because that's where errors happen. So one of the things I saw that they had implemented, and I don't know if anybody else knows about it, but they would put like tape around the Pyxis machine, or Pyxis is a machine where one of the type of machines you can go to and get medications out. They're like in a big cabinet, you can pull them out. They put tape around it like a no talking zone. I've seen where they put, I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but they put like banners across the nurse. It's, right in the middle of their bed pass to show I'm passing meds. Like, don't come and talk to me. But that doesn't stop the phone from going off. That doesn't stop the overhead pages, or that doesn't stop the, a lot of times now in documenting, there is like a real-time chat that folks can do with each other. So those are constantly popping up on your computer. So even though you're supposed to be focused, I call it one patient, one pass. We have one patient and you're doing one medication pass. They use all these things that supposedly are supposed to help. But if you can take that moment to just downregulate so that you can fully focus on what you're doing imagine the amount of time and one you would save just by being able to, like, this is what I'm doing now, boom, 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 being in the moment, being present, and avoiding some of those errors because you're now calm and you're down regulated without having to wear these sashes and tape and like, don't talk to me.
Yeah, and your eyeballs are always in your head, right? Your eyeballs are always available. And we all know this, but you don't think about it, that you start to get stressed out and the back of your eyeballs start to ache. Everybody has this, like, everything gets heavy around your eyes, and that ability to like just stretch them, using that upper vision, one, it feels amazing.
Yes.
It gives you that time, what Bernie suggested, look up and breathe, down regulates the nervous system, right? But it also gives you a new idea, a new fresh perspective to come back and be present. So that's an amazing mini practice, and I hope you're teaching it to a lot of people.
And then, yeah, as I can, I'll stop, like, hey, let's do this. And it's kind of funny, and because people don't necessarily know all of my background. So I'm like, hey, let's just take a second. And they're like, they're giving me a look like, what? But afterwards, they're like, wow, that is amazing. I'm like, you're welcome.
So I know you have.
I look at this is really funny because, if you ever found yourself as a patient or you're the caretaker of a patient inside the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
it is unbelievable being on that side of the table. And my point is that the amount of stress that these nurses are under is because I know I was on the other side. I put them in stress as a patient and also a guardian. I was like, it's on, man. We're going to war. Because you're as the other person, you're like, get the meds. They're in pain now. It's like, that's my mom. That's my mom. Don't. And so anyway, my point is that you're on the front lines, and this is extraordinarily difficult. So the gift that you're giving them to be able to stay calm and focused and be able to do that job, oh my God, it is the time when it's needed most. Much like the police, that first responders, much like that, except you're not getting away. You're in the, I like to call the hospital the big house. It's like, that's what I call it. Because if you've ever been in there, it feels like you ain't getting out,
Yeah.
and the guards of the nurses, but there's angels and demons in there. And just thank God that you're giving them the skills to be able to do their job better and do it without the extraordinary levels of stress that all of us put them under.
Yes. And they do it. And also, so it's not just, yes, there's the patient, there's the families and the guardians, but the nurses also put a lot of stresses on themselves. No nurse wakes up thinking, I'm going to do a bad job today. No, they do not. They care, they love, they want to care, they want to love. There's artificial stressors that are placed on us based on constraints within a healthcare organization itself. Again, going back to the moral injury piece of it. And as nurses, we know, I want to do better. I want to do more. I want to do this. I want to do that. And not feeling like they're constrained and can't do all that they want to do. They put a lot of stress on themselves. They do. And I wanted to touch base on real quick back on what Colby was talking about during her discussion. Not just from the provider's side or the healthcare, the person providing the healthcare, but also from the patient side. So I've, like I mentioned, some of the things I had, with it looking up and then, doing the deep inhale and stuff like that, that was actually, that started during, sessions. I'll just say there's stress lab sessions. So we would artificially increase somebody's heart rate, and then we'd have to wait a certain amount of time to get their heart rate down. I started implementing that technique to help get the heart rate back down, because you want it within a certain level before you say, okay, you're good to go. And it was just amazing how that would help. And it was also amazing just to watch people, the expressions on their face when they're like, oh, that actually felt really good. And then they would keep doing either the breathing or looking up. And it was just kind of amazing. It was like a little gift, thank you for your diagnostic. And here's a little parting gift. that goes with.
I love that. I love that. It's funny. We as adults, we don't roll our eyes up very often. Little kids, our eyes are googly and all over the place. But as grown-ups, we don't do it, and it does feel amazing. If you haven't done it today, please do it. So I know you have a mini session prepared for us. What did you want to do today?
So actually, I have three that I wanted to discuss. One was just, we kind of already did one with the eyes looking up, but if you're just if you're at work, you're either, you know, at your desk or whatever, if you're even at the airport and you're just nervous about getting on the airplane, you can do the eye movements and the breathing to help with that. I've done that a lot. I was not one that liked to fly, and then suddenly I'm just like, I don't care, I'm getting on a plane, getting where I need to go.
Ooh, that's a yummy one. Will you show us? You know,
so if you have a ball, great. If not, I'm just going to show, you can get that through the Essentials program. I do suggest that you do have this, because one of the other things that attracted me to Cognomovement was the sacred geometry that's associated with the different shapes that are on the ball, the color and the tactile. And now we've been introducing the sound part of it. So those are all great things. But if you don't, you can actually use your pen, a pen or whatever other object that you can focus on. What I do is I just start at the lower portions and make sure you're checking to make sure that your chin stays central. For me, I've recently been using my thumb or my index finger just to make sure that I don't go like this, because you want the stretch in your eye. Okay. So the first one that you do is just focus on the pen with your eyes as far down as you can to where you can still see it, just above the part where you might lose vision on it. And then slowly pull your eyes over. Remember to be breathing. Notice what you notice. Feel what you feel. If you hear anything, smell anything, sometimes you might even get a taste. Just notice it. Take note. And then start coming up. The side. If you feel a really hard pull, like right here, I feel a really hard pull, I stop, breathe in, hold, and as I blow out, I relax into it. Just feel like you're melting. Test it by moving up and down. Then I want to move my chin. Go back and forth a little bit. If it pulls better, start moving up. Notice what you notice. Right in here, I felt like my eyes were fluttering. Breathe in. Melt. Keep going around. I do a full circle just to get the full stretch. Right here. And if you have to, switch hands. So sometimes, depending, for me, on my left side, I know I get a lot of double vision. But if you feel a tug or a pain or a sensation, just kind of stay in that area. Deep breath in. Relax into it. You continue the motion all the way around. Now you could do that a couple times. I do it like 2 or 3 times, depending on how I'm feeling. Once I get back to the bottom, just let your eyes relax, let your body relax, and just kind of check in with yourself. Kind of scan from head to toe. If you feel anything, sense anything, any pains or sensations or quickenings, little movements. Like right now, I just have one in my belly and on the side. Just notice them. Acknowledgement. That's what I call it. I'm acknowledging you. I see you. Deep breath in, all the way down, and blow it out.
So Bernie, look at the camera for a second. Look at the camera. Everybody see what happened to Bernie's face during that session? Like everything around your eyes just softened. Everything's soft. She has a little sleepy glow to her. It's amazing. Yeah, it is. It's amazing how you can physically see the change in the neurology, and you're just teaching it. Great.
One of the when you talk about that too, that's that's what that is, that being in the moment, being in the present. And you hear people talk about getting into flow, and they think it's like getting into flow is like you have to be doing an action and it has to be hard. It's not. It's not. You get into flow by connecting with yourself, understanding yourself, and listening to yourself. Remember, I was talking about earlier about just the acknowledgement. Liz, you said that, you know, feel what you feel, notice what you notice. By acknowledging those pieces or portions of us, we're giving it permission to be like, okay, I see you, I hear you, and it's okay. Which are the things I'm going to assume that a lot of us need to hear on a daily basis anyhow. Giving ourselves the permission and the grace to be like, it's okay. I see you, I feel you, and it's okay. You're holding that hand, that little kid, be like, I got you. I got you. And that's the beauty of it.
We do not really notice our bodies. We really don't. We're most of the time trying to push away the emotions, the feelings, you know, we're tensing against. And when the body notices that you just said, I see you, I feel, I'm like Rob's session, I'm focusing on that pain. I'm giving you my full attention in a way that isn't resisting you. The body's like, woo, she's talking to us. Did you? And she heard us, or she's talking to us. And then the body becomes so willing to change. It's amazing. Would you share with everybody that movement? What are they doing? What part of the brain are they accessing? What's the point of moving in that pattern?
In that pattern, because you're touching on every you're touching on different portions of your neurology. So how do we feed our neurological system? We hearing, smell, taste, sight. The movements and the eye muscles that are in the eye, it actually brings your body through different portions of your neurology, and just connecting with them, giving them a little, hey, how are you doing? Just checking in, just seeing how you're doing. And being able to do that, you can start picking up different things that, like, remember earlier, I was like, you know, there's things that come up that you're like, I don't even know why or how that is there, or how those two are connected. You don't need to know how they're connected. You just need to know that they are, and acknowledge them, letting them be able to start reconnecting, getting that more of a balance, the neutrality between them. So that way your body's like, okay, I'm here. I hear you. You hear me. We're connected now.
That is awesome. Okay, what's next? I'm so excited to hear what the next one is.
So the next one is really more about something that I will try and do in the morning. I don't do it every morning, but when I do, I realize how my day is better. And it's about the stretching. I know we had talked about it before. It's just using the cogno ball just to kind of refocus and stretch the body. So this is going out further. For my understanding is the closer we are, the more present we are in the time. The farther out we go, the more distance and time that we go. So when I use the ball to stretch, I will hold it out in front of me. I don't know if you can kind of see that. Hold it out arm's length, and your arms do get tired, but I hold it out as far as I can, and I use my eyes to just track the ball as far as I can. At that point where, again, trying to keep your head forward. When I first do it, I look forward. When I go farther, when we're talking about the door of life, that's when you could start moving your whole head and bring it to the back. So then you're engaging your spinal cord. Engaging your spinal cord then helps to open up all those energy centers all the way up. But right now we're just engaging the eyes. So I bring the ball out to the side, bring it all the way up over my head and down to the other side and forward. Over to the side. This time I would be down. My camera won't be able to go down, but it would go. You would go down with the ball and the eyes. And center. And then do the same thing, but the opposite way. This is like the good mornings that they would do. I don't know if anybody's ever done weightlifting, but they would call them good mornings to start engaging your back, but this is your good mornings for your eyes. Think bring it all the way to the front.
So the beauty of this, everybody, is that every different position, every different depth is a different part of her brain. She is accessing different parts of her brain while doing this, and especially while focused on whatever it might be, stress or a good time. You are now activating other parts of your brain that normally would not be active relative to this issue. So this is why we're getting such outstanding results. Go on. Sorry to interrupt. Love what you're doing.
So now is the other portion of my good mornings. I hold the ball in front of me, both hands up. I bring it all the way up and over my head. And letting my head fall back with the ball as far as I can to open up that chest. And breathe. Coming back down. Still noticing what you notice. Engaging what you need to engage. And then you go the opposite. Sorry. And then you come all the way back down. So you're coming all the way forward into the floor. I love this one because it's stretching your whole back. And come back up. Bring the ball to the side. Now keep going. Ooh. You're right there. Now if you feel a tug or a part that you know that needs to be stretched more, breathe into it. Let your body melt into it. Bring it back forward. Now, now's when I would go down, and instead of just going straight down, I do like a tick-tock, kind of like our back and forths, but it's with the whole body while you're in the down movement. So you're actually swaying your body from the hips where we carry most of our stress. So you bring the ball all the way down. You can still see me, sorry. Come down and follow the ball.
So she's moving like a pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
Just so, because you're below the camera point, if you look at it just like a pendulum.
Back and forth. And then once you've warmed that up, then you can start bringing the ball behind you a little bit. So full stretch and full eye engagement. Breathe. Sorry, I know you couldn't see where I was doing at the bottom, but I was going past like a twist, not too far, just enough so that you're engaging your back and breathing. So that takes about 5 minutes in the morning, and it does get you like, I'm ready for my day.
That is gorgeous. Yummy. With some deep breaths, it really, you can see it opens up your chest, it opens up your back, and it opens up your brain at the same time. So I'm one that I use my Cogno ball when I exercise every day. And it looks weird, but it's a whole nother subject, by the way. But I know that I'm helping my body accept a deeper stretch, helping not only to expand what I can do physically, but map it in and let my neurology keep it. Because most of the time, when we make these changes, we're forcing the body. When you do it with your eyes, like Bernie just showed you, it's actually assisting the body to make the change and keep it and let the neurology change around it, which is super important. So that is gorgeous, Bernie. I love that.
And again, that helps with flow, because really we're wanting to reconnect the neurological system. We're wanting to making sure we're engaging, and that helps with the flow of the day. But as you know, as the day goes on, you can then use the eye movements to help with the stressors. The other one I don't know if we have time. It's really just a small session. Again, it was with using the ball, and we had been working on like tapping on the ball. I do something very similar, except I look through the ball. So the same idea is like you pick a shape, whatever shape that might be, and I follow that around. This one I will do the figure 8 in, just so that I'm crossing over. So you want that hemisync, the brain talking to different portions of it. So yeah, so like right here, that seems to be the spot where my body's like, oh. But so I will try to focus on the ball, stretch as much as I can, breathe, and let it go and melt into it. But if it's still not doing it, instead of focusing on it, I look past it. It's like just what we were doing earlier. It's the not focusing. So we're letting it focus and see beyond the ball. So we're looking past what our body thinks we can see, and we're looking past it. What's behind that? And then refocus. Yeah, that's better. Let go, seeing past it, see through it. Like you say, let's let your brain see the other side. And then pull it back and focus. Breathe.
That's wonderful. That is so good for your brain, you guys. This is something you can do when you're driving, when you're in a meeting. I was doing it on the plane the other day. Not exactly what Bernie was talking about, but we do something where we focus our left eye and then focus our right eye and then focus our left and focus our right. And it trains your brain to shift hemispheres immediately. But I just do it on the plane. There's a red light over there. I'm gonna practice shifting my brain. I use it, and a lot of us do, in just everyday mundane tasks to improve our vision, to improve the blood flow to our eyes, to improve our brain. So that is an absolutely gorgeous one. What do you feel like it does for you, Bernie?
The last one?
Yeah.
I think it opens up possibilities, and we actually had a little bit of discussion on that too, doing the right eye and the left eye. Was it last week before? About perspectives, because you're looking at, if you're thinking about a problem or an issue that you're having, by focusing left eye to right eye, you're getting different perspectives within your own brain of what that problem might look like. So that would be, again, another great thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's real evidence, medical evidence, of people who have the corpus callosum cut, or it's missing, or they're missing one side of the brain or the other, that each section of the brain has its own opinion. And it sees and perceives something different. I don't know if you saw that video I showed where the guy was looking at a saw and his mouth would say saw, but when he looked through one eye, but when he looked at the other eye, he saw the saw, but drew a hammer.
Like, okay.
So you think both of your eyes are in agreement about what you're seeing, and they are not. They aren't. So these exercises can help you isolate, and it really can help you shift between perspectives very, very quickly. If you know that your left eye connected to your right brain is going to have a different opinion than your right eye connected to your left brainer, whatever I just said, cross. Right eye connects to the left eye connects to the right. That when you close one or open one or focus with one or the other, you're going to get a different perspective. You're going to get more input. It's like phoning a friend, but it's in your own head.
My friend, hey, pick up.
You know, we've seen in cogno movement, there's more to this technique, you know, especially in the practitioner training, a lot more. But we have seen people literally be in a tremor situation, and we put them into one of their eyes, and boom, immediately stops. Other eye, and then shift, and not only that, but we've seen other people like where they don't have the ability to focus and concentrate, exact same thing. So there is so much to this for you that are involved in helping people. I mean, this alone, just this one little component of cogno movement and the details around it are super significant. Imagine the possibilities if, knowing that every position of your eyes is a different part of the brain, and then you are actually able to manually stimulate different parts into action and synchronization. You know, we're talking about unleashing genius, which is one of the things that cogno movement is really known for. We talk a lot about the downsides of things, you know, about, oh, they got this problem, we get over it, blah, blah. But there is a whole part of cogno movement, Olympic athletes, professional athletes, people that are the billionaires that are utilizing cogno movement to create super performance. How else are you going to do it? You're literally manually working your brain. It's like the access to your brain. It's the toolkit. And it's for super performance. So if you're a person that's into that, you know, obviously we're into helping everybody. You know, the super performers, we need them. And we need to help everybody else, you know, pick it up as well. So it is it's something that's very dynamic. I love the whole conversation about that. You, if you're listening to this, you can hear the excitement and joy we have in talking to Bernie and all the other practitioners. Yeah, oh my God, wow. Because it is so exciting when you help somebody, whether it's the super performer or the nurse that is just, and we need the nurses. Let me tell you, you know, been on the other side of that one, and you want them happy, you want them focused, you know, you really do.
It's a report that came out today. By 2030, there's going to be a shortage of 1 million nurses. 1 million. What?
Yeah.
Wait, what? That's a lot.
That's a lot.
I wanted to mention something else real quick when, because you hear a lot about meditation and, you know, mindful moments and stuff like that. This definitely can be used for your mindful moments. And also for those who can't quite quiet their mind to, you know, sit in the for however long in a meditative state. Cognitive movement will help you to down regulate so that you can get into that calm. Again, that's that getting into that flow, tapping into that energy. That's what it does without having to do, like, you know, sitting in a yoga pose or whatever pose for, you know, 30 minutes, an hour, or 3 or 4 hours, whatever that might be. This helps to down regulate and also get you connected to what you're trying to do that somebody might be doing through regular meditation. For those of you who can't slow your mind down enough to get into that Zen state, this actually helps to connect to that as well.
It's really true. And for those of us who just don't sit still long enough for that kind of meditation, but want the meditation effects, cogno movement works for that. I just want to say to you guys, what Bernie showed you today is maybe the most valuable session that you got today, because those mini sessions, if you were to do them 5 or 6 times a day, twice a day, once a day, by the 7th day of doing that, you're a different human. So those mini sessions are incredibly valuable for your creativity, for your clarity, for your sanity, for your connection with your body. So definitely take those and put them in your back pocket.
Can I, Mary, I just saw Mary Ann's comment about, does it help you with sleep? Yes, I use it to go to sleep. So I will do the eye movements and breathing, and checking in with each, from my feet all the way up to the top of my head. I usually get to about shoulder height and I'm out.
I've got a question. Mary Ann, have you had a concussion, or the person you're concerned with of going to sleep, have they ever had a concussion, been in an accident, any time in their life where they banged their head and they had a headache, they got dizzy, that sort of thing?
No, she said no.
Okay. A lot of times, you know what? I said no as well. Liz asked me, hey, Bill, you ever had a concussion? My answer was no. I spent 35 years in martial arts. I nearly died skydiving. I was knocked out. I was on the ground for, I don't know. I don't know. They found me. And I banged myself up a lot, but my point is everybody always says no. Including me. I'm the, you just kind of forget because I got a little headache and whatever, I'm fine. It's not really anything. But anyway, a lot of sleep issues are related to banging it up. Now, a sleep issue, also a trauma, we know from Dr. Daniel Amen and the Amen clinics that a physical trauma of like a concussion will actually physically look in the brain like an emotional trauma, the loss of a loved one, loss of a job, some trauma. Anyway, my point is that the people that we work with, building their mental acuity back after a traumatic brain injury, concussions or traumatic brain injuries, oftentimes they have a lot of sleep issues. But when their mental acuity comes back, because we're literally physically working that brain and their entire nervous system, amazing. One of my favorite things is to listen. They all track their sleep. I got 3 hours. I got 3 hours. I got 4. I got 4.5. And it tick, 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 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, and so you see this, and I love it because it's really quick results as far as sleep goes. All right. Nothing more than that, getting that left and right brain synchronized and processing that stress, as well as getting those connections.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much, Bernie. That was beautiful. We love Dr. Bernie, and Dr. Bernie, you're not on the website yet, but you will be very soon. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, if somebody wanted to reach out and talk to you, how could they do that?
So actually they can reach me at, it's info at Omnis Development. It's OMNIS development.com.
Okay, will you put it in the chat as soon as you're done there? Oh, Leah did it. All right, thank you so much. We have a word from Leah, and then we have our final hour, which is going to be massive. It's one of our practitioner, Alicia Avala, is joining us, and she and Bill have quite a story to share together about Alicia's changing her life, but also saving her life. It's a really big story. So Leah, take it away.
Sorry. I was searching for Alicia, but there she is. I see her. Okay. So before we get going with Alicia, just once again, for all of you who are just joining us, the first place to start with Cognomovement is Cognomovement Essentials. If you are getting any results from today, you know that Cognomovement works, and it is just massive results you can get in just 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes. If you do a huge session on the biggest issue in your life, make sure that you write down how you felt before, because your reality will be so different after that huge session that you won't even remember it was a problem in the first place. So get Cognomovement Essentials if you don't have it. It's cognomovement.com/essentials. It's a video course. It's the first place to start. If you are interested in coming to the Cognomovement Practitioner training in February, go ahead and go to the training page. I will put the link in the comments and fill out an application, see if you qualify to join us. And with that, I will let Liz and Bill and Alicia take it away.
All right, Bill, are you there?
I sure am.
So I just want to say, Alicia, we love you so much. You are such a massive addition to the work and to our lives. And when we get to see you in person, I know Bill gets to see you every day on the immunity gym. So I just wanted to put that out there, but I am going to pass the meeting over to Bill because I know you guys have a big story together. So.
Oh gosh. Always an honor and pleasure to have Alicia. I had the honor of working with this amazing soul. I've worked with a lot of different people, but Alicia was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and just by chance that day found Cognomovement that day. And anyway, we went on the journey together, and she is quite an amazing soul. It's an amazing story of a true transformation. We talked earlier in this day, the World Cognomovement Day, about our body will express for us the emotion we can't process. And Alicia learned about that, and she's done it. She did it. You gotta, all I can say is pay close attention, because if you're faced with an impossible, this is somebody who's actually done it. They've been there, they've done that. She's a practitioner as well, in trainings still, I think, but she should be certified already. She certainly had enough experience and time. Anyway, I'm going to turn it over to you, Alicia, to you take the floor. Oh, Leah, you're going to need to unmute her, please. And you can just put her on the screen as well. Oops. Almost.
Great. Now I can speak.
Okay, great.
Can everyone hear me? I can see some hands and so on, so everyone can tell me if you can hear me. As Liz and Bill were talking, I was like, yeah, hello everyone. And it's like I couldn't unmute, and I was like writing to Leah so that she could unmute me. Well, I'm so blessed to be here. I am thrilled to be here. I think there are no words to explain how it feels to look at life with, I would say, different glasses from the ones I had before 2021. I was fortunate enough to go through this big adventure, as I like to call it. It was April 2021 when I ended up in the ER, and after some tests and a couple of days in the hospital, plus an amazing ambulance ride. I remember the doctor that performed the biopsy sitting at the foot of my bed and saying it's pancreatic cancer. The good news is that it seems to be resectable, which is a fancy word, for being able to perform a surgery. And at that point in time, I started feeling like the world was disappearing, because something you've heard in there, in the world is like, if you choose a cancer, do not choose pancreatic. That's the worst one you can get, right? So I remember going back home and feeling very, very depressed and very sad. At that point in time, fortunately, because of 2020 and what happened through that year, that was another adventure and experience. I had already started reading books and looking at other, let's say, explanations for our existence, for how to go within and so on. And that at that point in time, I had, fortunately, Gaia. And I remember going through Gaia and thinking I had seen something, or I had run into something that was going to help me or could help me. And it was, I guess I call it my guides, my angels. Somehow I saw the interview that Bill had with Regina Meredith. And I saw the interview of A Simple Way of Healing. And then I Googled Bill and I saw he had an immunity gym. And I thought, hey, cancer immunity, maybe that's a good way to get started. And I started with Immunity Gym without really knowing about Cogno. So as I was going through the Immunity Gym and having to make decisions every day on, in the end, the doctors recommend, this is the path we should follow, this is what we need to do. You're still trying to process the emotions. You're still trying to process all the guilt and the shame that you feel when you get a diagnosis like this, because you're gonna, give more worries to your parents, to your husband. You are not good enough again, right? You are not that perfect person that you are requested to be through this world. And Cogno helped me process one by one. Each of them, probably guilt and shame were the deepest one, like thinking that I wasn't anymore the perfect girl, the perfect daughter. And little by little, there was always, I described it at the end of the whole adventure, and the darkest times were around 6 months as we were going through this. And I describe it as, the world trying to drown you in a deep, deep pool. And then Cogno to be able to take me out of that dark spot, take me out of that pool where I was drowning, and be able to breathe again. And that's what I call going back to neutral, getting into your deepest, darkest emotions and be able to breathe again, come back, get some air, go back to neutral, and then get back again into that pool. And I think so far, what I've heard, long story short, what I've heard from my doctors, because I keep asking questions, what should I do? Is there anything else that I should do? And so far, their question is just, their answer is always, live and keep doing what you're doing. Whatever you are doing, I keep telling them, like, I do this and I learn this, and I you can see that they look at me with curiosity, but at the same time, it's, like if I had two heads. But it's like they see right now the tests, and it's, whatever you're doing, just keep doing it, and that's it. So after 6 months of going through Whipple surgery, where they remove like half of your digestive system, they patch it back together, and they hope it's gonna, work again, because our digestive system is just amazing. And then after chemo that they wanted to do 12 rounds of the most aggressive one, and my body couldn't take it. I got seizures. They had to hydrate me and have IVs after the chemos because my body was just getting killed in the process. Radiation, I came back to my oncologist and she said, okay, there's no right or wrong answer. Tests cannot show us anything. We just see inflammation. What do you want to do? And at that point in time, I think I was already, I would say a lot more or a little bit more in tune with my body. And I was able to ask my body, what did it want? Do you want more chemo or no chemo? And my body immediately said, no chemo. So, with all the fear of, am I doing the right thing? And I'm going to get killed in the process. It was like, what, no chemo. And I started surveillance every 3 months with my doctor. The first, I would say 6 to 9 months, it was kind of rough because what they call the tumor marker was a little bit over what's their limit. But at the same time, they couldn't see anything definitive in the CT scan. So finally, after I think the 9th month, they said no evidence of disease. You are in remission. So I started with a diagnosis of resectable pancreatic cancer stage 1. As they went into the surgery, it went into a stage 3. They said it's more aggressive than we thought because it's already in the lymph nodes. After the surgery, they couldn't remove all the lymph nodes. They still left one contaminated lymph node in me, which in the end, I look back now, and as they say, you should never judge what you're going through because you do not know. And you shouldn't say it's good or bad. Just you should flow through the experience because now I can look back and I can tell you it's the biggest gift I've had. It's amazing the different perspective that I got in life, that we only have the now, that we can be amazingly happy, that we can do magic every single day, that we're still humans. Of course, we get upset and we get frustrated. And some days, the world may end and we only want to, curl and cry our eyes out, or I call it the popcorn and Netflix day. And that's okay. The magic of this is you have a tool that can take you out of there. And it just depends on you how long you want to stay in there, as I, have cogno balls all over my house. So as Liz says, suffering is optional. So human pain, there's no cure for that. We're in the 3D world, we're going to experience it. But I have, my cogno balls in the TV room, in my office, in my bedroom. And if I'm getting this feeling of, we can go through all the frustration, anger, sometimes desperation, and so on. And then I can see the ball just looking at me. So how long you want to stay in there is up to you. And sometimes my subconscious is like, oh, just a little bit more. Just let me suffer a little bit more. And then finally I get up, let's just balance the brain, feel the emotion, process the emotion. And then you look at it through a different, pair of glasses. I love that. And I don't know, just life becomes magic. It's people smiling. It's, I don't know, getting things and being grateful for everything and everyone you meet in your path. And when you get up in the morning, it's like you are a child on Christmas Day, just waiting to see what's going to happen, what magic's going to happen, who are you going to run into, what are you going to discover, what things you're going to get from the universe, what kind of intuition, what kind of new knowledge. And what can I say? I mean, thank you. thank you to, I still don't know if I should thank my guides, my angels, whoever was there. Thank you for allowing me to meet Bill and Liz and Cogno and Leah. It's been an amazing ride. And as I said, it's, life is just magical. You can have magic in your life every single day. Doesn't matter what's going around you. It's all from the inside out. So thank you. And as well, and if there's some noise, I apologize. I'm actually at the airport coming back from a business trip that I enjoyed so much, and going back home finally.
Oh my gosh. For the whole group, one of the really interesting things about going on this journey is that there were so many things that one goes through. Not only, I don't know if everybody's listening, but she got a huge part of her digestion system cut out. Not only that, but directly following goes through chemo and then radiation. And so during that, the sense of smell, a feeling of being full, so that if she ate, it would make her feel as if that she would throw up. So she could not eat, so she lost weight. Well, during that process, we knew that, the feeling of being full is actually a neurological response. My stomach sends a message to my brain, or, there's a communication, hey, full, stop eating now. And so there's a sensation. So there was a kind of a incorrect neurological signal in between the two. And anyway, there were things like just basically correcting the signal, and then so she could eat. And then there were times when you get the most random, like, I have a weird sensation in the tip of my tongue. The tip of my tongue is, I can't feel it, or my feet, different parts of your body would start to go wacky. And we're able to, one by one, on a daily basis, the issue of the day, and we would tackle immediately the issue of the day. It was, and in the state she was in, we could only work a few minutes, just enough to take care of the one urgent matter, and then we'd move to the next day, and anyway, it was it was amazing. There's a couple amazing things that happened. One amazing thing was the variety of just, kind of unexplainable, like, side effects that, there is no answer for. And so she ended up having to suffer less because she had resolutions. And the other thing, a way to resolve the things. And the other thing that was absolutely amazing is the concept of processing her emotions, fear and all these different things, which is any of us would have. And with that, she sincerely embarked on a journey of transformation. Can you imagine embarking? And here is why that most people won't recover from this disease, in my opinion, because it's so intense physically to suffer through it. And whatever the medical treatments are, imagine trying to take on emotional transformation from the personality I was before that created the illness to the new personality, which is nothing like the old. And to actually take that on and change my mind and who I am, it's unbelievable and almost insurmountable. the pancreatic cancer, we talked about that all these different, your body expresses for you the emotion you can't process. And we talked about earlier in this day, we had talked about that it has a specific language. And the pancreas, it's this particular area is around control. And Steve Jobs had this exact same thing. And I'd noticed that was kind of the common denominator, but it is extremely difficult to actually change that. Imagine how do you change that? I am who I am, right? I am who I am. So it requires the neurological rewiring, which Alicia set on that unbelievable journey.
And I have to say, the one that Steve Jobs had is the one that is slow growing. The one I had was the most aggressive one. Like I have this amazing doctor, and she always tells me like, hey, you could have chosen an easier one. I said, no, I had to choose a tough one. I like to go for the big one. But yeah, it's been an amazing journey, and I don't take any day, any minute for granted. And yeah, I still get upset. I'm still very human. I still get frustrated. I still get angry sometimes, but then I manage to get, as I call it, it's like a game, like preparing for a marathon. And it's just how fast you can get back to your center, how fast you can get back to neutral and look at a new perspective and not stay in that emotion. Because I used to stay there. I would be, full of resentment or telling myself stories of how everyone was trying just to get after me, or just they were, waking up and thinking on how to mess up Alicia's day and so on. And it's like, now I look back and it's like, it's so ridiculous, right? But at that point in time, it was my reality. And I have to say, probably it took this hard experience to be able to change. And it's sad I had to, get to this point, but hopefully other people do not have to go through these like rough experiences and just learn to enjoy life as it comes.
Well, and Alicia changed her whole perspective on her work too, didn't she? Like,
oh yeah,
how you felt about your work before and how you feel about it now. That's kind of an amazing thing.
Oh, I love it. It was, before it was the hamster wheel of trying to get to the top, fighting for power, trying just to get into the org chart at a higher level. And you realize when your brain function decreases through the treatments, when you're not even able to feed yourself, you're not even able sometimes to walk for more than a minute and get super tired. Even taking a shower was so tough. Then you realize that the two things you have in life is time and your energy. And where you put your energy is so important. And I had to make the decision if I was going to go back to work or not ever go back to work. And when I finished the treatments, I wasn't at a place that I could say, I can do my work. I was so weak. I couldn't hold a conversation for more than 5-10 minutes. That would be so draining. So I put that on the table when I talked to my manager, that he's still my manager to this time. I think he has been a great teacher of me and of mine. And I remember I said, hey, this is where I am. And I have no idea if I'll be able to go back to the level of knowledge, capacity that I had in the past. But at that point in time, he said, whatever you give me, just come back. And that opened a new world of possibilities. And I was like, okay, let's go back. And little by little, you know, for me to be able to travel on my own at this point in time in 2024, November 2021, I can tell you, I didn't know if I was going to be able to do that. But I said, you know what? Let's take it one at a time. Whatever I need will come to me, keep working at it. Now I travel on my own. I'm able to, you know, work sometimes 10, 11 hours a day that I try not to, but sometimes they're so much fun that you cannot stop. But I make sure that I get what I need, the right food, the right hydration, the sleep. Do not get upset. Feel like it's like when you go to parties, right? If you have a party for 5 hours, you do not mind. And instead of looking at it as work, I just look at it as an opportunity to enjoy collaboration among friends. And yeah, some of my friends may get upset sometimes or may make me upset sometimes, but that's okay. It's just an experience. And honestly, when you go back to work with the mindset of fun, the title, the money, the power, the number of resources you have, nothing matters. It's more about the challenge that is in front of you and trusting that you are going to be given the things you need and relax. I mean, once you relax, everything comes to you. So I don't know. I mean, I enjoy my work. I didn't think I remember some people used to tell me it's called work and you're not supposed to like it. That's why they even pay you for it. I'm like, well, sometimes I talk to my manager and I say, you know what, probably I should be paying you at this point in time, because it would take me like paying 50 actors to play the scenes that I want to experience and see if I'm able to still stay neutral and not judge and not buy into it. So I have to say that I'm having lots of fun. So what can I say? I mean, life, as I say, it's about you deciding if you want to suffer or not.
I had I get the great pleasure. We have a daily class. We call it Immunity Gym, and we do some breath work, and we also do some light meditations and sharing. And I get the pleasure of pretty much most days. You know, I would say there's pretty rare day I don't get to see Alicia. My point of mentioning this is that, you know, it's very honest and frank with everybody there. You know, like, hey, you know, I'm in this right now, or I'm, you know, on that, and you know, it's kind of mutually everybody helping and that sort of thing. But I'll tell you what, she's living it. The things she's talking about are actually being lived, and she does the work immediately, not tomorrow, today. She does the work when something comes up, and she will intentionally do cogno movement and the different work to transcend it and to learn the lesson that it's here to teach her, if there is a lesson, in fact. And with that, I don't know when it was, but it was after you had kind of completed your transition. I found myself in Washington, D.C., and her and her husband came over. We were doing a trade show out there, and her and her husband came over, and I had never gotten to meet her actually face to face, but when I saw her, I'll never forget this. You know, it was an absolute indescribable emotional moment where she hugged me, and I had never in my lifetime experienced this, that it was absolute pure, that when I hugged her, I felt like I could feel it. There was nothing left. I felt it. I was like, oh, there is in fact nothing left. She's there's nothing left. Anyway, it was just, I'm not doing it justice to explain it because I can't. But Alicia is obviously, you know, she has an ordinary job, a very high level job, and so I don't think she's practicing, you know, on other people, you know, as for hire type thing. But the gift of her just sharing and everything, her experience is so valuable.
Well, actually,
I don't know. Maybe I'm over speaking. I don't know.
I was just going to say that Alicia is one of our certified practitioners.
I know.
And she does have a high-level corporate job. And she has led Cognomovement Sessions.
What am I talking about?
High-level corporate job.
Wait a second. Now, Liz, you know, see, because I think of things differently. You know, she did. I mean, she led a corporate, our biggest Cognomovement corporate event ever, where she is guiding all these other high-level employees and helping them to get their performance up. So yes, she's working it inside the corporate world, which is a whole different calling.
Well, and Alicia has also worked internationally with family members as well, right, Alicia? You've helped some family members in some massive ways. Is there any of those stories you want to share?
Well, I think that the magic, and as I, you know, like to call it within my own corporate world, it's about balancing your brain. It's about finding that taking your neurology back to rest and digest, right? Because we fall into stress and fight, flight, or freeze immediately, because that's how we were wired. We're always watching for the lion or the dinosaur that may be killing us. But nowadays, it's not the lion and the dinosaur. Right? Nowadays, it's either the colleague or the neighbor or the driver next to us or the traffic. And that's what doesn't allow our system to go back to rest and digest and heal itself, because we do not give it a chance. So as I was explaining to everyone, it's about just balancing our amazing brains, because that's when you get back to neutral. That's when the ideas come and the creativity. And that's what we want from everyone. When we are co-creating or collaborating, you don't want anyone coming into the meetings in fight, flight, or freeze. You want them to come relaxed in this like rest and digest state, where they can bring the best to the table, the different perspectives, the different solutions, because that's the beauty of collaborating in a group. So that's what I've been trying to teach internally, little by little. Some of them, you know, may look at me like if I had two heads. Some of them are like, okay, let's humor her a little bit. So hopefully little by little, this is giving everyone new perspectives, and they are able to have fun at work, because it's about having fun at work. There's no point on going through hell every single day. You spend most of your life at work with your colleagues. Why not make it fun? Why not make it a great way of collaborating every day, and that you wake up and you say, hey, I'm going to see all these people. It's so exciting. If not, come on, you may not have tomorrow. You just have them now. So why think that when you retire, you're going to have fun, and when you retire, you're going to do the things that you like? Do them now. Tomorrow may be so way too late. So yeah, as I've been traveling, I'm visiting families sometimes. We all fall suddenly into, you know, different experiences where you can see it's actually the emotions. And I had the experience with my mother-in-law during her birthday, and she was visiting, and she got some news that I think she started getting a little bit stressed, and then she started feeling that like she couldn't breathe. And I said, hey, would you allow me to do something really quick? Are you okay with it? And she's like, yeah. And then I just did a quick like cogno session with, I like to do when it's this kind of situation, I call it the 911 emergency button. So they just look at the nozzle of the of the ball, and you do the figure eight, and you can see where the eyes start either jumping or where they cannot reach. And I just told her to breathe, and within, I would say 20-30 seconds, she was like, oh, I'm okay. I was like, are you sure you're okay? She's like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm like, okay, that was just like magic. And then there was another one where my sister-in-law, she was too stressed about the holidays, and everything has to be perfect. Everyone has to have what they are supposed to have, and just trying to be perfect. We didn't sign up to be perfect, but we still think we have to, right? And then she started getting tightening in her jaw, and I was like, hey, would you allow me to do this really quick with you? Just look at the ball and that's it. And she's like, yeah, let's do it. And those were like 2 passes, 2 rounds. And then she's like, I'm okay. And it's just allowing this. I always say we have this amazing Ferrari, but unfortunately we didn't get the manual and we do not know exactly how to work with it. But it's just giving it a chance to, okay, let's go back to neutral. Let's center, go back to homeostasis, and then just let me have my own magic, because this has just inherited intelligence that we don't need to manipulate. We don't need to influence, just allow it to be. But that's the tough part. So those are 2 of the ones I remember. I have thousands probably at this point in time, because people I run into, and suddenly they get stressed, or they are in pain and they don't have an option, and I guess they just say, okay, let's do it. They're open to it and it works.
Yeah. Wow. What an incredible journey, and going beyond now to actually helping others. That's the crazy. Can you imagine? You're sitting here literally going through pancreatic cancer, all the treatments, everything, and now, beyond, and then that entire transformation, and now you're out helping others.
And the amazing thing, for example, I remember after Christmas, December 26th, I remember it clearly because it evokes a big emotion. A friend of mine that was going through colon cancer, she passed away actually on the 24th. And that on the 26th was when I was informed. And you get very sad immediately. Once I got the news, I started crying. I knew I was going into, the shock of the news. And I knew I just had to process it. So I was with my family. We were planning on going for dinner. It was the last time that, last night that we were with them before we took our flight back. And I was like, no, this cannot be the last, the last dinner I have with them on this trip. And then I get on a flight and I'm going to be all distracted and all crying because I'm still in shock. So immediately I got into cogno. And at that point in time, I knew you need the consciousness of the group, because also that influences you. And fortunately, there was Immunity Gym that day. I was able to dial in as soon as I was able to get into the internet. And I remember my sister-in-law, she saw me and she said, we can cancel, we don't need to go. And I said, no, just give me half an hour. That's all I need. Give me half an hour and I'll be back. And that's it. Process the emotion, went out of my system, and I had, an amazing dinner. I was able to eat with my nephew, my niece, my brother, my sister-in-law, my husband, had an amazing time. But it's just the shock. It doesn't mean that we're not going to feel the pain. And I still miss her to this day, and you have to grieve. But at least you don't go into that shock that your body automatically goes into, and you're able to process it. That's the beauty.
Yes, that is. And there's the real interesting thing about Alicia is that she has a lot of employees under her. She's responsible. It's a seriously high pressure job. And so, and then there's the, the upper management above her in the corporate structure of a multi-billion-dollar company that she's pretty high up in. So you can imagine the density of a financial company and the butt kickings that go on, all day, going up the ladder and down the ladder, in sideways. There's a pressure push like you've never seen before. And she is on a daily basis able to process all that. And it's not like anybody's pulling any punches. It's not like, oh, don't say that to a no, they're in there, but she has an entire different perspective now, and able to manage it, and able to I've seen this firsthand, where the big enemy turns into the master who showed up for her, and she processes the lesson that person brought, and that person then becomes like an ally. It's amazing. She's on a very high speed run through life of transformation. She's got many lifetimes that she's processing through. I don't know if she'll come back to Earth after this, because she might be ready to
I'm sure I will. So many lessons still to learn. But I remember when I was deciding, Bill, because we had this conversation, and I said, should I, before 2021, it was a never-ending race. And I remember talking to you and saying, should I just not go into a different area? And I remember you gave me the example. It would be very easy to go just like to retire, go to the beach and have no one around, right? To deal with. But then where you really learn is where you have all the people around you reflecting on you, because everyone is a reflection of you. And then I took this perspective of, then it's like a video game. And I like to play that every day. I have my lives, and every time I get out of alignment, I know I lose one. So far, I haven't been able to, go one day with all my lives. I always have a few seconds where I lose it, and I'm like, darn, I could have done better. But you know what? I've learned to be kind to myself. That was very important. And say, you know what? I have another chance tomorrow to be better, because it's me against me. It's not me against the world. It's not me against my colleague or any other one. It's me against me. That's it. And I know I can do better. So it's a very different perspective. And I think I know whatever I do or wherever I go, because we shouldn't attach to anything, I'm still going to have fun. I'm still going to make a difference. And I don't know. I mean, as long as I'm here, I'm not stopping.
Well, here. Let me just, I got to throw this out at everybody. Here, because I get to see this. And I said this to her before, and I said, you know what? Who is going to bring that up leveling of consciousness to that dense corporate environment? And, it takes somebody from the inside to do it. And sure enough, she's actually doing it. Inside of the company now, people are talking about, I'm going to channel my inner Alicia here. When they have a problem, and they're doing things more consciously. There's stories of this actually happening, and not only that, but I want to point out, and I'm going to tell this, Alicia, she embodies these principles. We talked about the fifth dimension earlier today, right? And that love and being in that love direction and that sort of thing. For those of you who have made it through the day, that love direction that we put your eyes in, and the feeling, like that's your entry point into the fifth fourth and fifth dimensions where synchronicities and coincidences happen, and manifestation. And I cannot tell you how many times Alicia is like, things are manifesting, upgrades on the airlines, rooms, challenges turning into opportunities. It's constantly happening. It's like all the time for Alicia, because she's truly embodied it. That's why I just love it.
And I have to say, like, nice people, like, I'm always saying I'm the luckiest girl on earth, because just nice people suddenly appear. And I was having breakfast with a person I met in this trip, and suddenly the guy was like, "Hey, are you staying with us? Is your breakfast included?" And I'm like, no, I'm coming from the outside, so I'll have to pay. And she had breakfast included, but it seems that per room they have 2 breakfasts. So the waiter was like, "Oh, so you have a breakfast included? Okay, I'll include yours in hers, so you don't have to pay." I'm like, "Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much." So just run into these nice people everywhere. I was like, wow, I am so lucky. So what can I say? I have no complaints at all.
Yeah, you're living it. You're living it. Yeah.
Just simple things like that, just being grateful every single day.
Well, and it really isn't about luck. It's about what you're radiating. You're constantly radiating that joy, that fun, that level of love. Bill and I know that's a lover above, and that's where everything changes, that 5D state. And so if you radiate that, any one of us can do it. You can get that back. That's what will be reflected back to you, because that's what you're a match to. And I think Alicia's so smart using it as a game. How fast can I get back to neutral? And the faster that each of us does, the faster we don't attract whatever that negative glitch we had in the day. Sorry, Alicia, you're going to say something.
Well, and also think about it on what you're bringing to the world, right? We know that sometimes we feel like we cannot make big changes with everything that is so chaotic around us. But you, as an energy being, what you're bringing to this world, that's what matters. So if you're pissed off all the time, angry, and having guilt and shame, and that's what you're bringing to this world. So I may not be able to save an entire country, an entire world, and solve world peace, but if I can give a smile and make a change on someone else just by smiling. Like, I love going through airports. I used to get, sometimes around people, like too many people, I would get a little bit, like, I call it tense or constrained. And now what I do is more about, like, if I smile to that person and I manage for that person to also smile, I'm changing the environment here. And just imagine if, going through security here at the airport, you can see, unfortunately, not so much kindness sometimes. People can run over you because they want to pass. You get on the plane and people are not kind sometimes. But if you manage to be kind, and if you manage to stay calm and get a smile, hopefully imagine if everyone at the airport or everyone on an airplane were being kind to each other. What a different world would that be? Instead of getting upset, frustrated, and it's like, I just want to get out and I don't give a damn, right? So anyway, just those little things still matter.
It's so true. Thank you so much for being here with us. Just on our cogno journey in general, thank you for being such an inspiration and such a love in the world. And thanks for telling the story today here on World Cogno Day. So, all right, you guys, we are at the end here. And
there's a question, Liz.
Yeah, I see it. Yep. Yeah, I'm going there, Bill McKenna.
Okay.
So actually, this question I would like to send over to Leah to share a quick story about whether or not doing a cogno session can help with sales and business. Would you share a quick story, Leah?
Yeah. So I could tell you a lot of stories. But as you know, Cognomovement's a business and it's pretty new. So we do lots of we have marketing. I get so many emails a day that I have to answer. If you've been here for a while, you know that I'm the person that answers the phones and answers the emails and fixes the website and redoes the whole website and produces the videos and edits everything and all of that stuff. So it's just me doing those things. And so, every once in a while we get, it's customer service and we get people who are a little bit difficult sometimes, or, especially on the days where I'm feeling cranky, I tend to get a lot of emails that are cranky. Most of the time people are really lovely and, I ask questions and that kind of stuff. But I'll tell you one specifically. I had a person who emailed me and they had just bought the course and they said, I want a refund. It doesn't work for me. I don't like it, whatever, and from what they had said, they barely did it at all. They didn't even really try. So of course I'm feeling irritable and I'm telling this person off in my head and all of that stuff. And so I don't answer yet. Actually, I was with Liz and she said, don't answer yet and go do your ball. And so I didn't answer. I went and did my ball. I did a session. I got my anger out about it. And I had decided that it doesn't matter. We want the people who really love Cogno movement and are really excited about it. And we'll replace that income. It's not a big deal. So I came back and I had sent her an email. And, I totally understand. Let me just give you a couple of tips. But if you want a refund, I'm very willing to do that for you. My energy was just neutral about it. And she sent an email back and she ended up upgrading instead. So
and that was it was 5 minutes, like a 5-minute session. It wasn't
5-minute session. There was another time where somebody had started practitioner training. She wanted to do practitioner training. She'd been making payments for months. And then after it was her last month for her last payment, and she decided she didn't want to do it. And she hadn't started it yet. This was before we had a whole 4-month-long training and all of that stuff. And she decided she didn't want to do it, and she wanted a refund. And I now normally we have policies about this, but we were pretty new back then too. And I was like, oh my gosh, this lady has been making payments this whole time. And now we have to make up for all of that in 1 month and give her all of it back. Right. So I'm stressed, irritated, whatever. So I send her an email back and I'm like, hey, are you sure? We can postpone the training if you want. And gave her some options and stuff. And she answered me with, well, I don't understand why you can't just refund. It's not like it costs you anything to do the training. And I had sent an email back and I was like, well, actually, it costs all this time. It's Bill and Liz's years and years of expertise, blah, blah, blah. I kind of explained myself, but then I was like, okay, this is not going anywhere. So I went and did my session. She had sent an email back. I don't remember what it was. I went and did my session. I said all the things I wanted to say, like you do. And then I got to neutral and was like, oh, right, I forgot. We want the people who are really excited to be here. We don't genuinely want people to just throw money at us. We want people who are here for Cogno Movement and love it, right? So I'm like, okay, perfect. I feel neutral about it. It's great. So I go back And before I even had a chance to email her back from the last email she sent me, she said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I never really thought about that. And you can totally keep my payments if you want. And I'll just come a little bit later. You can just postpone it. No big deal. I'm sorry. That was rude of me." Like, I hadn't even answered her yet. And so we gave her a refund anyway, because like I said, she wasn't ready. We weren't going to force her to come to Practitioner and she didn't want to. So we gave her a refund and it was all fine. And I was totally willing to do that. But before I was like, we're not giving this person a refund. That is so rude. Why would she say that? All of that stuff. And so, yes, it absolutely not only helps you grow your career and grow your business, but it also helps you bring in the type of people you really want into your business and really easily let go of the people who don't want to be there. It makes customer service so much easier. You're not fighting with people, I very, very rarely get complaints or anything, but it can turn a whole argument within yourself and between that person into a really lovely experience. And when people ask for refunds and we do our ball, or when something happens and we do our ball, we not only feel neutral about it, but we just make up that income times 5 or times 10.
I think that time, Leah, isn't that the time you said, we'll just replace it with 3 more, and you got 3 more practitioners for that particular training. So thanks for sharing that, Lee. I'll take it from here. So that was that's just a micro of what can happen with sales. One step above that is a person can actually clear out every neurological block they have till their sales process. Years ago, I owned car dealerships, and this was long before Cognomovement, but I was in my preparation stage years before. And I was the trainer for the salespeople. And I noticed that they would get a point in their sales training. We had this big sales program that was, world renowned and beautiful and great. It was about building relationships, and we had a very conscious car dealership. But they would get stuck. So I looked for where their neurology was stuck in the process. And sometimes it would be the night before they came in to do their follow-up calls. Sometimes it would be they would get out of the car, and when their hand got on the door, their body seized up, right? So learning how your body is reacting to every step of your process and being able to clear it out and get to neutral, move on, makes all the difference. Plus doing what Leah does, clear it out and, the problem out and bring in, that much more business. All the way up to Bill and I do private coaching. And we have a client who's rebuilding $1 billion business right now. And even at that level, there are things that are from our past that project themselves into the future that create a roadblock. And being able to recognize that and clear it out of your system, or have someone help you clear it out of your system, can bring that awareness more and more and more open, so you see the clearest path ahead for yourself and your company. Do you want to add anything to that, Bill? Oh, go ahead, Leah, first. Yes, Leah.
I just also wanted to share about one of our people that came to Cogno Conscious, one of our very few men that come to Cogno Conscious.
Oh, yeah.
While he was at Cogno Conscious, he made $2,000. And then after that, he said he used Cognomovement for his job and he got a $10,000 raise. So yes. Okay, I'm going now.
Go ahead, Bill.
So the biggest money is in helping your clients become more successful. I found it's all about being of service. So for a second, if you reflect on your clients, whoever they are and whatever it might be, whether they want success in relationship or success in finances, if you look most of the time it's not, hey, you know what I really need help with is I need a bank that has credit card processing that I want to get a 2.694.3% processing rate. And it's like, oh yeah, well, make sure you go over to Swipe or, or this one. That's probably not what you're coaching about. You're probably coaching them through their emotions. Like, wait a second, this person has this opinion and you need to be able to negotiate it in this way, or all of these different layers of working them through changing perspective, changing their energy, changing their feeling so that they can get up there and take the podium and like, yes, this is what it is, and do that presentation, or go into the meeting and command their place and making people feel good at the same time, or getting over their insecurities, being able to get over making the phone call, to the person. I have a client, and his thing was, and this client is on the way, his stated goal was, I want my own jet. Nowhere near new jet. No way. New jet is a fantasy. It's like, when I become successful, I'll know I'm successful because I got a new jet. Okay, no problem. Well, tell me how you feel about going to work, and that, it's just like, I just feel like I'm walking through mud. It just feels so hard. I want it, but it's hard. We do cogno movement. Let yourself feel, yeah, it's hard. We're up, and all of a sudden his eyes start going. And it's, what's there? Oh, I'm 8 years old, and I'm homework. I come home, I got homework, I don't want to do it, and there's problems in my house. Oh, it's homework. And where does it feel in your body? Oh, it feels here. And so all of a sudden, this block goes away. The feeling of work being homework went away. And all of a sudden, this guy is doing 6 months of work in 1 month. Never before done in the, within his operation, whole thing. And a myriad, and there's not enough time to go over it all, but a myriad of things, just one after the next. And we just kept after that. This client just kept after it. Whatever would come up, getting in the way of that new jet, and we kept after it. Next thing you know, the client shows up. Big Daddy shows up, and he's got and we work through all the anxiety of doing a deal and all of that. The nuts and bolts of it are just logic. Okay, you're going to do this next step, blah blah. But it's the emotional aspect and the seeing a new perspective and an opportunity. Oh, we could do it this way. Anyway, during a session, the entire diagram of the split out of how do we get to support Big Daddy, small business getting big business. Bottom line, not only did it happen, not only did another one happen, same thing happen, but we are on target. We are on target for ordering the jet. So we're down to which is the model now and what vendor and all that. But this was nothing more than a pipe dream. So how do you think it might go with this guy when he gets his jet? What do you think's going to happen when he's talking to other people on the tarmac as they're refueling? He's going to be saying, well, this is what I use. This is how I did it. So point is that this tool this tool, and the thing I really want to emphasize here, this tool is fundamentally different than every other tool in your toolbox. Right now, you're in with your client and you're telling them, you know, you really should consider a different point of view on this. You know, I know how you feel, but this is going to work out better. And they're like, They have a feeling which created the situation, whether that's a disease, whether that's poor finances, whether that's a divorce. It was a feeling. It always was. And they have a perspective which is appropriate to the feeling. We simply change the feeling neurologically. So that is how we're getting new jets. We're fundamentally changing it. And that's how you're going to make everyone else successful. Liz coined the term physiological certainty. And literally, by the way, this particular client, that term was absolutely dead on. When he got to the point where he had processed all this and all of a sudden he could work and everything, the whole diet, everything, it literally, there was a feeling right physically here. And he became, and you would think, oh, it's my heart, you know. No, everybody's different. His was here. And he was like, oh, that's happening. You know, it's like, you know what's going down? This is what's going down. You know, and it was like not even a question. Like, I'm doing this. And it's as sure as, you know, I'm gonna go take a shower, you know. That's just what's happening today. So anyway, that would be the big money maker right there. Obviously, you know, dealing with kind of problematic situations is very important, right? Because those problematic situations cause you stress. But success really is driven by causing other people to be successful in whatever aspect of life that is.
It's true. And you can always, we call it flipping the switch. You can flip the switch and open opportunities. You can flip the switch and, you know, change the direction that a deal is going. Like, there's just so many ways that a person can use Cognomovement in business. And one that we haven't even touched on in this, for this subject, is just the ideas and inspiration that you need to create the next deal, where to go, who to talk to, what to look at, and how you radiate on the planet, your magnetism. There's so many layers. So the answer is yes. All right, you guys, we did it. We completed, I think this is year 3 of World Cogno Day. All these hours, our practitioners were the gorgeous stars today. So beautiful. If one of them really spoke to you, reach out and get a session. If you have a basic training or essentials and you've never done a session, give yourself the gift with one of our practitioners, because it is transformational. If you don't have your essentials program, get started today. And tomorrow you can be a part of that 21-day challenge, but you can start it at any time. They're recorded, you know, in the community. And if you're hearing this and you know this would fit into the practice that you already have, reach out to Leah, info@cognomovement.com. She'll send you an application for practitioner training. She'll get on the phone and talk to you about it if you want to. And we absolutely would love to have you be a part of our Cogno family. As you can see, our practitioners, to Bill and I and Leah, they're everything. They become our inner circle. And so like-minded people, we welcome you. So all right, we're going to say good night for now. Thanks for all of our practitioners who are here in the chat and supporting and answering questions. And thanks to all of you for being here with us and sharing this day. It was amazing. Thanks, Bill McKenna.
Thank you all.
And more than anything, thank you, Leah Larson. She makes the whole thing happen.
Hey, Leah.
Woo! All right, you guys, we're going to say good night.
Bye.
Bye.